예시 로비에서 네네네 네 이름 하는 식으로. You are it.
I have been told. I don't feel that way. Okay, so we have Osaka. I like to go down the Shinjuku. I live in those two areas, so I just think almost 1,300, almost all of it within, almost all of it within 2,000 states. Realistically, you're the first panel with me.
Just came from where I basically
cried into a microphone.
no, I actually said
You don't think there's anything to worry about, or you think we're doing stuff?
I think we need to go Please hold that 1 second. Yep. Yes. Oh, the mic is not on. Like turn the green one. Yes.
Right?
Mic check. Hi, everyone. We're going to begin in just a moment here, if you wouldn't mind taking your seats. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. We really appreciate you all coming out to make it. This is Yonsei's first inaugural NATO strategic dialogue, and we're very happy to have you all here today. So please thank you so much. First, we're going to begin by having a few warm welcoming remarks from our Dean, Jung-Hoo Lee. Please give a round of applause.
Good morning. Very nice to meet you. Distinguished guests, excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Yonsei University's Graduate School of International Studies, it's my great pleasure to welcome you to the NATO-IP4 Strategic Dialogue. This event, co-organized with the ADAPT Institute from the Slovak Republic, and supported by NATO's Public Diplomacy Division, brings together experts and policymakers to engage in meaningful discussion on transatlantic and Indo-Pacific security cooperation. I think you will all agree that what happens in this part of the region can no longer be isolated or detached from the thinking and policy formulations of NATO, and what happens in the European or transatlantic front cannot be isolated or detached from the thinkings of countries like the Republic of Korea, Japan, Australia, New Zealand. We're all intertwined in so many different ways that I think meaningful dialogue to talk about institutionalizing cooperation. It's already underway, IP4, of course, in attendance of the NATO forums, but I think there has to be much greater expansion of cooperation between the two so that we're able to, NATO IP4 can overlook all global issues, not isolated to certain particular regions alone. Having said that, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to our co-organizer, ADAPT Institute, whose representatives have traveled from Europe to be with us today. In particular, I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Matej Kendrick, who is here. Let's give him for his leadership and invaluable contributions in making this event possible. We're also honored to welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Emeritus Hyun In-taek, who is our former Minister of Unification under the Lee Myung-bak government. His insights will undoubtedly provide critical context for our discussion today. This conference brings together a remarkable group of international participants, fostering meaningful cross-regional dialogue. From Japan, we welcome Professor Haruko Sato of Osaka University and Professor Nakaya Sumie from Hitotsubashi University. It's not, let's save the applause because they'll all be participating in the panels as well. But it's not a coincidence that they're here because these are the two Japanese universities that Yonsei GSIS has most recently, I mean, we're talking month, established MOUs, institutional cooperation with Hitotsubashi as well as Osaka. So I'm very happy that you're here to participate in this conference. And from Sweden, Professor Jagana Panda, representing the Institute for Security and Development Policies in Sweden. He also teaches at the Warsaw University in Poland. We are privileged to be joined by several distinguished ambassadors whose presence underscores the importance of global security cooperation. As So far, I understand that His Excellency Jacques Flies, Ambassador of Grand Duchy of Luxembourg, is here, and also His Excellency Murat Tamer of Turkey. We are expecting ambassadors from the Latvia Republic, Estonia, as well as Slovak. Oh, you're here. Okay, welcome, welcome. Turkey, yeah, Turkey. Thank you for coming, and I look forward to your input as well. In addition, our esteemed speakers, we have with us today approximately 30 role players, including academics, policymakers, and researchers from some of the most prestigious think tanks and institutions, such as Korea National Diplomatic Academy, 국립외교원, Korean Institute for Defense Analysis, and ASAN Institute, Institute for National and Security Studies, INSS, as well as Jeju Peace Institute. I would also like to acknowledge Dean Daewon Oh from the Graduate School of International and Area Studies at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, somewhere, okay, who has kindly agreed to chair the second panel today. Among our audience today, we are pleased to welcome reps from the media, the diplomatic community, and the Korea Foundation, whose engagement and contributions will help extend the impact of today's discussions beyond this room. Finally, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our sponsor, NATO's Public Diplomacy Division, PDD, whose generous support has made this event possible. A special thanks to Dr. Pietro de Mateas, Program Officer for the Indo-Pacific, for his dedication in strengthening NATO's engagement in this region. I would also like to extend my thanks to in-house individuals, Professor Park Jae-jeok, who is really doing all the work. Yeah. Lise Anderson, who's doing an excellent job in organizing, as well as her correspondence with the participants, and also Dr. Darrell Bucket for initiating, especially beginning with the December war games that we involved our students, sponsored by NATO, which led to actually this NATO-IP4 conference. As we begin, let's give him. As we begin, I encourage all of you to take full advantage of the expertise gathered here today. The evolving security landscape marked by hybrid threats, disinformation, and shifting geopolitical dynamics requires deeper cooperation and innovative strategies. I look forward to the thoughtful discussions ahead and valuable insights that will emerge from today's dialogue. So thank you and welcome again. I will take advantage of my being here at the podium to give an introduction, a brief introduction of our co-organizer, who will give a welcoming remark as well. As I mentioned earlier, it's the Chief Executive Director of ADAPT Institute, Matej Kendrick, who is a co-founder of the ADAPT Institute and a PhD candidate in political science with specialization in security and strategic studies at Masaryk University in Brno, Czechia. His academic research focuses on grand strategy and international security. He's particularly interested in developing analytical frameworks that enhance strategic thinking and decision-making across cooperative, competitive, and conflictual interactions. In fact, there are all the profiles, bios are in part of the package that you've received. So I am very happy to be co-organizing this with your institute, and I hope that this is a beginning of much greater research and other cooperation between our two institutions. So without further ado, let's give a very nice, warm, welcoming applause to Matesh Kendrick.
Good morning, everyone. I will keep my remarks short so we can go straight to the real reason why we gathered here today. But before, let me express my great gratitude. It's both pleasure and honor to be here with you. Looking around the room, I see tremendous experience, dedication, and professionalism gathered here today to discuss very pressing issues of international security, shifting geopolitical realities between our regions, transatlantic, Indo-Pacific, but also global affairs as they are developing very quickly in front of our eyes. There is no doubt that we are living in times of great uncertainty, and it makes all of our thinking and our making decisions very complicated. But I would like to use that to encourage you and us all here, being here, to engage in very open and honest discussion. We need to search for new frameworks to understand what's new in the shifting realities around us, and engage even if this well-known out-of-the-box thinking, because old patterns, old rules are being redrawn, are being broken, and we need to be aware of that and navigate these troubled times ahead of us. Looking at all the panels, I'm certain that the issues on the table are very clear, being that the geopolitics, NATO-IP4, closer cooperation between NATO and South Korean, and of course the issue of hybrid warfare and disinformations, which are all very relevant today. Last but not least, I want to express my really great gratitude to our co-organizers, to being here, to putting together really great conference, to all the professionality shown and the help and support we get as Adam Institute. Of course, my gratitude goes also to NATO Public Diplomacy Division, without which really great support this event wouldn't be possible, and I wouldn't be able to bring a delegation from Europe, from Poland, Czech Republic, and Ukraine, to have also voices from Europe present. It's no accident that these are considering mostly the eastern flank of the North Atlantic organization, where we face the threat from the east face to face. This is track second conference, academic, academic and of course think tankers. So please, really, don't be afraid to speak with open mind and share ideas openly and honestly, because that's the only way how we can get through the troubled and complicated times ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you again to Mr. Kendrick and Dean Lee for those warm welcoming remarks. We will next move to our keynote speaker, In Taek Hyun. In Taek Hyun is Professor Emeritus of Political Science and International Relations at Korea University. He served in Lee Myung-bak administration as Minister of Unification from February 2009 to September 2011, where he was responsible for all matters related to national unification and inter-Korean affairs, including North Korean exchange and public education on national unification. Dr. Hyun has also served as a special advisor to the President for Unification Policy from September 2011 to February 2013 in Lee Myung-bak administration. He received his BA and MA at Korea University and holds a PhD in International Relations from the University of California, Los Angeles.
Thank you. Thank you. Uh, Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor to deliver the keynote address today. First and foremost, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to Dean Jung-Hoon Lee of the Graduate School of International Studies, Yonsei University, and Dr. Matej Kandrik of the ADAP Institute, the esteemed co-host of this meeting. Before I diving into today's main topic, I'd like to briefly touch upon the current state of Korean politics. As you are well aware, this meeting is taking place amid a tumultuous political climate in Korea. And we understand that foreign participants in particular may have some questions or concerns about the current situation. Lately, I've been receiving many questions about Korean politics from my friends and experts, both domestically and abroad. They often ask me, hey, Intek, K-pop is thriving, but what's going on with K-politics? To me, the recent political developments in South Korea feel reminiscent of the classic Hollywood film Back to the Future. Many Koreans might feel as though the country's politics have regressed to the 1980s, over the 40 more years ago, an era marked by authoritarianism and a lack of democratic principles. However, one thing is certain. While the 1980s were marked by great uncertainty about the future of Korean democracy, specifically its evolution into a fully developed democratic system. Today, despite all recent events, the Korean people remain confident, I think, the future of Korean politics will ultimately be determined through a democratic process. It's been a while since I remember the name, the late Gregory Henderson. He wrote a very famous book entitled Korea, The Politics of the Vortex in 1968. In this book, Henderson tried to explain why South Korea failed to achieve democratic modernization. Since then, the politics of the vortex has become a symbolic expression or jargon to describe the backwardness of Korean politics. This pessimism aligns with the views of the so-called developmentalists in American comparative politics, such as Gabriel Almond, David Easton, and Samuel Huntington, who studied the Third World politics in the 1960s, a period marked by military coups, political instability, and political decay. However, the development of Korean politics over the past 40 years has proven these claims and theories wrong. South Korea stands as a very rare example among third world countries that have experienced colonization, war, and extreme poverty. Instead, it has emerged as a success story, achieving remarkable political development and sophistication. Surprisingly, however, President Yoon's declaration of martial law last December seemed to take us back to the 1970s or early 1980s. Nonetheless, I believe South Korea will overcome this test of democratic resilience. The country has already crossed the threshold, I think, making a return to authoritarianism over extreme political turmoil unlikely. So I hope you will join us in observing its future developments. I've gotten a little sidetracked, but let's turn to today's main topic. As you can see, world politics is currently experiencing its most chaotic and uncertain period in the last 30 years. I believe the primary reason for this is the decline of American hegemony. For the past 3 decades, one of the most hotly debated topics in international relations has been American hegemony or unipolarity. Then all scholars and experts in this field have emerged in these discussions. Regardless of their arguments, one thing seems clear to me. American hegemony is in decline. And the current state of international affairs provides strong evidence of this shift. Robert Gilpin, one of the key figures in international relations, wrote about the hegemonic cycle a long time ago in his seminal work, War and Change in International Politics. While I do not fully agree with his conclusion that war is inevitable during a hegemonic transition, the current state of international politics raises some questions that it could be. As you may recall, this issue was also highlighted by Graham Allison a few years ago. While Allison did not explicitly conclude that war is inevitable outcome of a hegemonic shift, the fact that he engaged in this debate underscores this significance. In my view, the Russia-Ukraine war and the ongoing conflicts in the Middle East exemplify what happens on the periphery of hegemony when a dominant power weakens or declines. Some scholars might argue with these conflicts are interconnected, but what is clear is that wars are far less likely to occur in an international system with a strong and stable hegemon. That being said, these wars are not hegemonic wars per se in themselves. The true measure of hegemonic change lies in the power shift between a declining hegemon and its challenger. So in other words, the central dynamic of hegemonic transition is the competition between the United States and China. The central question that we face now is whether this power shift will happen. And if it does, when and how will it unfold? I'm not going to delve into this in detail today. Perhaps we need another seminar dedicated solely to this topic. However, what I want to emphasize is that the hegemonic competition currently underway is going to be a long process, likely spanning at least the next 30 years. So as a result, at any point during this period, conflicts similar to the ongoing Russia-Ukraine war, or even the third or fourth Middle East wars could erupt anywhere in the world. East Asia and Indo-Pacific region are no exceptions. The region is home to China, a key player in this hegemonic struggle, and is also on the periphery of this competition. What this means is that the global security landscape remains vulnerable, volatile, and highly susceptible to conflicts and war for the foreseeable future. Therefore, it is more critical than ever that NATO and the IP4 cooperate closely. So how can NATO and South Korea strengthen their security cooperation in today's global security environment? I think first avenue is cooperation in the defense industry. The defense partnership between South Korea and Poland, which emerged after the Russian-Ukrainian war, has provided us with a very impressive model of cooperation that is still going on. This approach can certainly be adopted for collaboration with other countries in Europe. South Korea is likely the only nation in the world capable of producing NATO-compatible weapons that are not only high-performing, but also cost-effective and available for timely delivery, especially in the realm of conventional weapons. These weapons span land, air, and sea. In the case of defense cooperation between South Korea and Poland, as you are well aware, Poland placed substantial orders for K9 self-propelled artillery, K2 tanks, and FA-50 fighter jets. Remarkably, these weapons were delivered just a few months after the South Korean-Polish agreement was signed. Today, Poland's borders are defended by its elite division equipped with these advanced South Korean weapons. For those of you who live in South Korea, you might be familiar with the experience of placing an order on Kupang or Market Curly in this evening, only to have it delivered to your doorstep in the next morning. In a way, that's exactly how South Korea's weapons delivery system operates. In this morning, in fact, as I was enjoying a pair of croissants that I ordered last night, I had a first-hand experience of this fast delivery system. Of course, weapons aren't delivered overnight, but in reality, it is extremely rare for weapons to be delivered within just a few months. This rapid delivery is crucial for countries facing urgent security threats. Even the best weapons are not effective if they take years to arrive while your security is under immediate threats. South Korean weapons stand out because they are highly capable, affordable, reliable, and most importantly, delivered quickly. Moreover, these weapons have been field tested countless times. As you are well aware, South Korea has been in a state of near constant tension with North Korea for decades, with the 155-kilometer demilitarized zone standing as a constant reminder of the ongoing threat. South Korea has invested heavily in preparing for North Korea's formidable long-range artillery, armed forces, missiles, and surprise attacks. Up until 1970s, South Korea was significantly outnumbered in terms of military power when compared to the North. To counter this imbalance, then President Park Chung-hee initiated an ambitious and comprehensive self-defense plan. While the United States did provide South Korea with necessary weapons at the time, these resources were always in limited supply and came with very strict conditions. South Korea's self-defense strategy began with very basic rifles, and over time, it progressed to more sophisticated weapons, including tanks, armored personnel carriers, artillery, missiles, and eventually submarines, destroyers, and advanced fighter jets. Initially relying on licensed production from the United States, South Korea gradually shifted to indigenous development. These weapons are not only indigenously produced, but are also among the most capable in the world. It is no secret that South Korea possesses some of the best land-based weapons in the world. As you know, the K9, for instance, self-propelled artillery, I think is the prime example. It is the best-selling artillery globally. In other words, the K9 is the, so to speak, Hermes of artillery. Another example is South Korea's K2 tank, which rivals the German Leopard and the American Abrams. While it offers similar performance, it comes at a fraction of the cost. Furthermore, the terms for technology transfer are far more favorable, and licensed production is possible. There are no tanks anywhere in the world with such advantageous conditions. As you know, South Korea is also boasts the best shipbuilding industry in the world. The country's three largest shipbuilders, Hyundai, Samsung, and Hanwha, are recognized as the top three in the industry. They not only construct some of the world's most advanced commercial vessels, but also build submarines and destroyers. Unsurprisingly, they produce some of the finest Aegis ships in the world. For instance, South Korea's latest Aegis ship, the King Jeongjo, is the most modern and sophisticated destroyer on the planet. South Korea's submarine fleet, which began with the 209 class submarines imported from Germany, has since evolved. Today, South Korean submarines are are at least on par with their German counterparts. And there are a few examples in the world of a conventional submarine equipped with multiple SLBM launchers. When it comes to missiles, South Korea is also a leading producer of cutting-edge technology. The country is at the forefront of both offensive and defensive missiles. South Korea has established what is known as the trilateral system to prepare for potential attacks from North Korea. This system includes both defensive capabilities designed to neutralize incoming North Korean missiles, as well as offensive system aimed at attacking, striking, key North Korean military targets. When it comes to offensive missiles, South Korea has developed and deployed the Hyunmoo missiles series, which include short-range, medium-range, and cruise missiles. The Hyunmoo 5 missile, for example, is arguably the world's first missile equipped with a warhead weighing 8 to 9 tons. It is a powerful weapon capable of destroying North Korea's underground headquarters up to 100 meters deep in the event of a conflict. Ultimately, South Korea aims to build a defensive system similar to Israel's Iron Dome. To achieve this, South Korea has deployed a range of missile systems. For low-altitude defense, South Korea uses its Hyunmoo missiles alongside the US PAC-3. For medium-altitude defense, the homegrown LSAM has been deployed. For high-altitude defense, the US SAS system is in place. South Korea's indigenously developed Hyunmoo missiles are already being exported to several countries in the Middle East. In cases where US PAC-3 might not be available, the Hyunmoo could serve as an excellent alternative. South Korea's Fa-50 fighter jet is another good example of its growing defense exports. It is one of the few aircrafts capable of replacing American F-16, the world's best-selling fighter jet. Moreover, South Korea has completed development of and is currently testing a more advanced fighter jet, the KF-21 Dorami. In summary, South Korea's defense industry is the product of a long-standing collaboration between the state and the private sector. This tradition dates back to the 1970s during the Park Chung-hee administration. In South Korea, research and development are carried out by the government-run Agency for Defense Development, that is the ADD, while production is handled by private sectors. Once ADD reaches a certain stage in this research, it transfers the technology to these private sectors, which then invest further to develop more advanced systems. This results in the creation of highly sophisticated weaponry. Today, I believe some of the South Korea's defense companies have reached a level where they can directly compete with global defense giants. So far, I provided detailed insights into South Korea's defense weaponry and weapon systems, but I assure you, I'm not here to act as a salesman for South Korean weapons. Now, the real question is, how can South Korea and Europe cooperate in the defense industry? There are actually two main ways for cooperation in this area. Number one, countries with immediate security vulnerability will need to import weapons from South Korea or any other countries to address their urgent defense need. Given the developments in the Russia-Ukraine war and the potential for future conflicts, we believe that countries adjacent to Russia will require such measures in the near future. Number two, if some of these countries, in Europe, can achieve economies of scale in weapons procurement, they will be able to establish joint efforts for licensed production. For example, Poland and Romania could become licensed producers of South Korean-made weapons, supplying them not only for their own use, but also for neighboring countries. By doing so, these European nations would ultimately develop their own indigenous technology and expertise. Over time, they can manufacture their own artillery, tanks, missiles, and other weapon systems. This is the model that South Korea has pursued for decades, and I believe it represents a promising fast forward for those European countries. Now, the second area of security cooperation between South Korea and Europe lies in working together to rebuild Ukraine once the Russian-Ukrainian war comes to an end. I believe the reconstruction of Ukraine will resemble a second Marshall Plan. Most European countries, along with the IP4, will likely be involved in some capacity. Post-war Ukraine will have many similarities to South Korea after the Korean War ended in 1953. The war caused countless deaths and left the country in ruins. However, the good news for Ukraine is that it is in far better conditions than South Korea was in the 1950s. Ukraine's agricultural and industrial production capacity far surpasses what South Korea had at that time. Furthermore, Ukraine's international standing is considerably, I think, better. And most importantly, it is located in Europe, meaning it will have access to support from European countries, nearly all of which are advanced democratic countries. After the Korean War, South Korea received the US security support, but there was no European equivalent to the Marshall Plan for post-war reconstruction. Basic necessities such as food were scarce, and South Korea had to rely on the US food aid program known as PLO 480. For all the South Koreans, the memories of devastating hunger of the 1950s and 1960s remain vivid, particularly the Kennedy administration, which championed democracy and human rights, even ended its food aid program after the military coup that brought the Park Chung-hee regime to power. The Park government had to make tremendous efforts to overcome these challenges. And one of the key initiatives was the normalization of diplomatic relations between South Korea and Japan. In 1965, despite significant domestic opposition, Park took the bold step of establishing diplomatic ties with Japan, a former colonial power. He viewed this move as one of the few options available to open up economic opportunities for South Korea. As an interesting footnote, the late Minister Lee Dong-won, who served as South Korea's foreign minister at the time of the Korea-Japan agreement, is the father of Dean Lee Jong-hun. Minister Lee played a very, very crucial role in navigating this complex situation. When the Johnson administration took office in the US, the Park government decided to send South Korean troops to Vietnam at the strong request of the United States. One of the reasons, of course, must be economic. Later, in the 1970s, as the oil boom in the Middle East took off, many young South Koreans have willingly gone to the region, the heartland, in search of works and jobs. What I'm trying to highlight is that South Korea's economic growth didn't happen by chance. It was a result of carefully planned government policies and the unwavering dedication of its people. The funds earned from these efforts were used as a seed money to start building the basic infrastructures necessary for industrial development. In the 1970s, the South Korean government began to implement an ambitious 5-year economic plan for development. This was a remarkable endeavor, especially for a third world country at the time, and not something many other third world countries would have even considered. Almost all of the basic industries that South Korea would go on to industrialize, steel, shipbuilding, heavy chemicals, and automobiles, began during this time. South Korea also launched rural reforms through the Semaul movement to increase agricultural productivity and made significant investments in education. The Korean people's passion for education is extraordinary and remarkable, which led to South Korea becoming one of the countries with the lowest illiteracy rates in the world. The reason I'm describing the Korean experience in such detail is because Ukraine's future is being projected onto South Korea's past. The path ahead is clear. It is the same path that South Korea has already traveled. And we believe that South Korea is well positioned to play a crucial role in guiding Ukraine through its own journey. This brings me to a slightly different topic. That is, the Koreans, we have been working very hard to study Germany's experience with reunification. Why? Because it is the only example of peaceful reunification in recent decades. So it is crucial to recognize that someone has already walked down that path. As followers, we are fortunate to see the road ahead, or at least its shadow. When it comes to post-war reconstruction, South Korea, has the best experience. And in terms of peaceful unification, Germany stands as the sole example. So the reconstruction of Ukraine will need to be carried out with a comprehensive, systematic, a long-term plan. There should be a quote-unquote master plan in place, followed by massive economic assistance. One concern, however, that once the war is over, Ukraine may fall out of the international spotlight. Once the Russia-Ukraine border stabilizes, interest from other countries will likely diminish, and with it, interest in post-war recovery. These may be the most daunting tasks or challenges that Ukraine will face in the near future. In conclusion, South Korea will provide all necessary support for Ukraine's post-war reconstruction. As I've mentioned earlier, we have the experience, we have the know-how, and most importantly, the passion to help. The reconstruction of Ukraine can serve as a significant milestone for international politics in the 21st century. So I sincerely hope both Europe and South Korea, through strong collaboration, will strive toward this goal. This must, I think, undoubtedly be a historic journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break, and then we'll jump right into the first panel. If you three wouldn't mind, and the ambassadors coming up to the front, we'll do a quick photo op, but then we'll jump really quickly into the first panel. Thank you, guys.
Are we also? Yeah. Then I'm going to get the back. Come in the back. The two of us, we know our things.
Like when they were
Are we doing? We're not doing it. What is this? We're not doing it. Oh.
I will be sure to do this.
You and I have talked a lot over the years. Okay. You and I have talked on Twitter a lot. Oh, are you out?
Thank you guys so much for listening to the
This it is gonna be now. Oh, it worked. Okay. I see. I see. I will. I will.
Yeah, I'm still she's sort of that. I mean, she's an she assumed that everything was done and dusted, in 6 months. I am the outlier. So not the exception. I am. Yeah, so just waiting. Well, maybe not.
It's like that. I tried the best, but like this is fine in here, but like, it's not fine in YouTube.
Interesting.
Yeah.
It just said that just read this morning. Basically, it's going to be 80% reduction every year.
It's its own screen, I guess.
It's about the,
You can't get the YouTube to look like our screen.
I know. I'm.
so
You're the one who pointed it out.
sorry, not the budget.
We're gonna zoom in like that.
It's not changing though.
It is.
Is it? Oh, did it? That's
And
fine.
then we'll just present. Where's the present?
You can hide this, by the way. You can hide it. And then click this one.
The point is that
There.
Better?
Yeah. Good enough. Here's one thing. She's doing MC.
Yeah, I hate it. I hate it so much. So no, we should have made you do it. Matter of fact, do you want to do the second half?
There's a script. Don't worry.
Do you mind setting up for note taking for the panel?
Yes. Sounds great. Did you put any on? Put on your cheeks. It's okay. Why?
I don't even know your sunscreen.
What do you mean? It's the beauty of your sun. Fine. You can use sun, but more.
No, you can sit right here. That's fine.
Can you go pee then?
What time is it?
You have 7 minutes. Go pee now.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Can you please go pee?
I'm gonna go pee during we moved it to 10 because I'll call them back to their seats in about 38 and then we'll start a little early.
그죠? 잘 되고 있어. 네, 아유 다들 고생하셨습니다. 땡큐.
Goodbye.
Hey. Next section, you want the podium? And I think we can move it up, right?
when we do our opening session, we're standing I have no presentation, no slides. Okay. Right, just pull this close to wherever Really? Your choice.
Are you
Did you read the Foreign American? That's the controversial one. I can send you, I can show
Do you want more chair in here?
No, I'm gonna sit right there.
Okay, then I will be. Can I be here?
Yes, sit down, girl. Take a seat.
I'm just like, do I need to push the?
So it'll just go per slide. So this is the panel.
Yes.
And then the next one is just the break.
Ah, I see. I see.
And then those who have slides, I think, is after panel 2 or during panel 2. So this first one is fine.
Okay.
No one gave slides. All right, everyone. I'm going to have the panelists start taking their seats. All right, everyone. We're going to begin in just a moment here. All right, everyone, we're going to begin. This is the first panel. Let me please introduce the chair of our panel, Dean Jung-Hoon Lee.
Okay. Okay, so on to business now. I think we had a very excellent presentation by former Minister of Unification, Hyun-in Taek. He raised a lot of things, which I think you can agree with some, maybe you can disagree with some, but I think he put forward some of the issues that could lead to cooperation, including the defense industry, reconstruction, and so on. So I think we will pick up from that to talk further. I mean, I have my personal opinions there as well, especially when compared to like the case of the Korean Peninsula in 1953. There are things to benchmark, but there are also things not to benchmark. And then there's another civil war in Asia that we should also look into, which was Vietnam. And what happened to Vietnam is also a reminder of what not to do when it comes to Ukraine. So some of these things we can talk further, but I'm really more a timekeeper than a discussant. So I'm going to give I'll give a very brief introduction of the panelists, and then give about 7-8 minutes to each panelist, so that we will have a more full discussion. I think it'll be more interesting to engage with the audience, to ask questions and exchange ideas. So please try to limit your presentations to 7 or 8 minutes. We have 6 panelists, all very distinguished. I'm going to just, it's all in your so bio information. We have Jung Gu-yeon, who is Associate Professor of Political Science at the Gangwon National University. Let's give applause to. And then we have Professor Robert Kelly, who is a professor in the Department of Political Science at Busan National University. We also have Peter Lee, who is a research fellow in the Center for Regional Studies at the Asan Institute, who just joined Asan. We have Daryl Bucket, who's teaching at Yonsei since 2012, specializing in international security. Daryl. And Hannah Celeste is the Security Studies Program Director, Editor-in-Chief of UA, Ukraine Analytica, and head of the board of the NGO Promotion of Intercultural Cooperation. Hannah? Yeah. So without further ado, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah, saving the best for the last. Thank you. We have Professor Haruko Sato, who is a professor at the Osaka School of International Public Policy, Osaka University. So I will go in that order. So I will now give the floor to Professor Chung. Please keep your time. Yeah.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Guyan Chung. I'm assistant professor at Gangwon National University. So basically, I'll talk more about Korean perspective, but I'm trying not to set the tone for the entire panel. So just make sure that this is just Korean perspectives, especially for the geopolitics and with the context of NATO-IP4 cooperation. As you can see from my talking points, it's working. I see. So I think my talking point can be summarized in 4 questions. First one is whether this triangulation diplomacy can work. Given that given the characteristics of United States, especially Trump administrations, like a diplomatic style, he tried to conduct triangular diplomacy, which is heavily discussed in the United States these days, whether United States can split the entente between Russia and China and try to maintain supremacy in the international community. So basically, this question stems from the United States diplomatic kind of style, which is mainly focused on great power-centered mindset. As you can see from this, the current negotiation with Ukraine and Russia and United States, the Marco Rubio and other kind of Mike Waltz, other kind of high-profile kind of officials keep mentioning that the negotiation will be done by U.S. and Russia first. And then the Ukraine and the other European partners will be engaged. So this kind of mindset is kind of concerning for the rest of the world, given that it is kind of stark differences from the Biden administration, but at the same time, it shows how the United States perceive the entire international community from the great power kind of centered mindset. And also, this triangular diplomacy raised questions whether Trump administration's transactional kind of approach can affect the style of this triangular diplomacy, which it might be different from 1969. And actually, the debating point about this triangular diplomacy of current administration is that you cannot just apply this theoretical concept to 1969 when Kissinger visited China. And if that's the case, then the result of triangular diplomacy might be changed and different from the outcome in 1969. So this entire geopolitical landscape, which has been reshaped by United States triangular diplomacy, will be observed, should be observed in the future course. The second question I would like to raise is what could happen in like-minded countries. So when you look at this NATO-IP4 cooperation, it has been encouraged by the Biden administrations from the understanding that not only the security architecture need to be connected, given that we have 2 revisionist and authoritarian powers in European continent and in the Pacific. But now, And it even becomes more stronger. This narrative of having this intercontinental cooperations becomes stronger as China actually supported Russia's behavior in the Ukraine, and also North Korea sent military forces to Ukraine. So the understanding that the Asian security and European securities are connected become more strong, become more accepted and persuasive. And in that sense, the background DIPSIM narrative is supported by that understanding that like-minded countries, democratic and rule-based order-supported constituency should be coalesced to kind of preserve the status quo. But if related to the first question, if triangular diplomacy gets stronger, then what could happen to like-minded countries? And related question would be, if this triangular diplomacy and transactional approach of the United States will prevail, then obviously these multipolarity narratives, whether some people support it or not, this idea of multipolarity gets stronger, and it will affect the solidarity between like-minded countries in the future. So that's the question that I have in the second one. And the third question is, related to the second one, is that what could happen to the relationship between Euro-Atlantic relations and Indo-Pacific? So far, even though Biden administration actually supported the idea of NATO-IP4, and actually this Indo-Pacific countries who actually connected to NATO has been positive about the cooperations. But at the same time, it is true that there was a ceiling in terms of level of cooperations. Of course, there are some, every European countries are different, and they have different level of cooperation and willingness to engage Asian countries, and especially France. They are kind of posing having this strategic alignment with Indo-Pacific countries, mainly because of their fear of entanglement in the Taiwan Strait as well as other flashpoints in the Indo-Pacific. And also, they are opposed. France actually opposed having this liaison of peace in Tokyo for the NATO kind of office. And it is understandable. They try to maintain strategic autonomy, and this lingering idea of having strategic autonomy is prevailed as the United States shows more retrenchment and restraint in the European continent. But that actually shows there will be a ceiling in terms of the level of cooperation in the Indo-Pacific countries as well as European allies. Even though we have conducted kind of functional cooperations in terms of cybersecurity or disinformation or AI, I think there will be still a high ceiling. But at the same time, the rise of advent of Trump administration is likely to kind of make European partners to hedge against the United States and try to maintain this functional alignment in the Pacific allies. So that's the questions that each of these European partners could have and raise with the Pacific allies as well. The final point I would like to make, because I'm Korean, is what could happen to Korean Peninsula. So this NATO-IP4 cooperation has been supported by South Korean governments, especially Yoon Suk-yeol administrations, even though current administration is in the domestic turmoil. But this idea of having NATO-IP4 cooperation has been supported not only because we are like-minded countries, but also as a part of security architectures, especially deterrence architectures against North Korea. Not only South Korea kind of revitalized trilateral cooperations and joined other bilateral cooperations, but also this NATO-IP4 has been emphasized in a way of deterring North Korea's kind of invasions, cooperations with Russia during the Ukraine war. So how this dynamics we observed in the Biden administrations will change on the triangular diplomacy under the Trump administrations. Whether this kind of closer alignment between U.S. and Russia will work as a leverage against North Korea to denuclearize dialogue, or it will work as a kind of more divisive forces in the Korean Peninsula, even between China and North Korea. That's actually the most concerned point for South Korea, because we are in the Northeast Asia, and North Asian geopolitics is also impacted by triangular diplomacy. So I will stop here. I will talk more as we discuss more.
Okay, Dr. Kelly.
Sure, just start. Okay. My talking points sort of stand, but before I start, I think probably the big issue that's really hanging over this is whether or not in the coming years the United States will continue to be properly aligned with NATO and NATO states. I'm obviously referencing Donald Trump here. He's really sort of pulled U.S. foreign policy in a really different direction in the last month. He's threatened NATO members, Canada and Denmark, in the last couple of weeks, and now it looks like he's sort of informally aligning with the Russians against Ukraine, which many NATO states have supported. So to my mind, that's sort of the really big question now. My talking points more or less assume that the United States continues to be committed to liberal internationalism and engagement and allies, but that is obviously under challenge. Okay, so my first 2 points are kind of like the big sort of framing thing, right? So IP4 cooperation broadly suggests long-term thinking, broadly reflects long-term thinking and sort of liberal political theory in the liberal democratic world, that liberal democracies are kind of a community of fate. They sort of hang together, they stick together, they should work together. If one democracy is defeated or eliminated somewhere in the world, that's broadly a loss, right? And the democracy should work together. This idea arguably goes back to Kant. That's certainly something that we've had in liberal international relations theory for decades, right? And we've had ideas like this for a while, the community of democracies and the liberal international order, all challenge this idea that democracy and liberalism are not things that are bound by culture or region. If you just look at this room, right, we have people from all over the world, from liberal democracies, but we share something broadly speaking. And so I would argue that's a good thing. Okay, geopolitically, to be a little bit more concrete here, I think this really does reflect the rise or the perception of the rise of this axis of resistance. Now, I understand this is a big concept and we probably don't have time to get into this. I don't know. There's a big debate about how much China wants to actually throw in with this axis, right? There's a good article in Foreign Affairs right now that argues, no, it's not really true. But there's also a lot of evidence that China has substantially supported the Russian war in Ukraine, right? So I realize this is kind of up in the air and whatever, we can get into that. But I do think the perception, at least among democratic security, national security communities, foreign policy communities of democratic states, right? The perception that these four countries are working together and that they're increasingly cooperating on projects to challenge us, I think that is the real geopolitical driver. Okay, in East Asia, I do think the big challenge for the IP4, the Asian members, right, or the East Asian members, the non-European members, is China. Right? I mean, China is going to read, as I say here, China is going to read anything like this as containment, right? And the Chinese kind of read everything as containment, but they're going to read this as containment and encirclement, right? And so how are we going to respond? A lot of these countries, not just the IP4, but NATO itself, a lot of those countries are pretty deeply economically interwoven with China, right? It's easy to de-link from Russia, North Korea, and Iran because we don't really trade with them anyway, right? But the real trick is it's China, right? And our interdependence with China both acts as a restraint on China from joining this axis full-throated, but also acts as a restraint on our ability to really sort of line up and oppose Chinese revisionism in the region. And I don't know any better than anyone else how that's going to work out. Specifically within the NATO, within the IP4, I do think that cooperation between the four is going to be a challenge. We don't need to get into Korea-Japan tensions. Everybody knows about that. Right. It's also worth pointing out that Australia and New Zealand are really far away, right? I mean, geography is hard, right? I mean, the NATO states are all more or less next to each other, right? You can get on a train and you can't do that here, right? And that's going to be tricky. Again, I have no particular insights about how to work that out, right? But the sheer far-flung geography of it makes it really hard. I do think that because the geography is so widespread, that the United States kind of is in a pivotal position here, right? Because the United States is sort of like the link between the two ends of this community, right? East Asia and Europe. And of course, this is troublesome because of Trump's rise and Trump's, I don't know, his apparent disinterest in these kinds of projects, right? His sort of authoritarian leanings, whatever you want to say. I do think, though, and this is sort of my point 8 here, I do think, though, that the U.S. foreign policy community is pretty sympathetic to this, right? I do think that the U.S. foreign policy community broadly wants democracies, liberal states to cooperate and work together and confront these challenges directly, right? And Trump will collide with that establishment, right? He will collide with the traditional foreign policy community in the U.S., you know, those think tanks that we've all heard of, you know, Brookings and CSIS. These places, these guys are filled, right? These places are filled with people, right? The Americans are here, right? They're filled with people who think that this stuff is a good idea. And I think this is going to lead to a weird sort of factional battle inside the Trump administration about whether or not to do this, right? You know, Marco Rubio is not a MAGA unilateralist, America first, right? I mean, I think he's kind of talking that way because he has to, because of Trump's sort of need for flattering and the rest of it. But you know, Rubio is a fairly traditional. Thank you. Rubio is a fairly traditional figure. So is Waltz. And so I think what you're going to get, and so certainly is the U.S. foreign policy community. So I think you're going to get this kind of like weird collision in the U.S. in the next few years about how much we, the Americans, are willing to throw in on this project. And again, it's just not clear to me how that's going to work out. But again, Trump is so erratic, right? We don't really know what he believes. He's under the influence now of Elon Musk, whose politics, I'm not sure anybody really quite knows what that means for foreign. We just don't know where the administration is going to go, right? So for the IP4 members and the European NATO states, it's probably a good idea to start building bridges around the United States, talking to each other, and set stuff up on your own and not wait for us. I mean, in principle, U.S. allies should be doing that anyway, right? I mean, U.S. allies should be doing more, right? On their own and together, right? It's the whole system is way too dependent on the United States, and you see the vulnerability in that now that the United States is run by a populist demagogue. So it's actually a really good idea that you do that anyway, right? But I think with Trump taking America a couple steps back, or maybe fully out, we don't know, it's probably a good idea that you guys just do this on your own. And then the final point, I'm not so sure about this, but there are other semi-liberal, semi-democratic states in East Asia who might be able to participate in this if this thing gets off the ground, right? It would be awfully nice if this thing wasn't just sort of like the West plus a couple of East Asian states, right? It would be nice if we would reach out to Southeast Asia, where you do have democracies that are struggling. It would be nice, for example, if we could reach out to Indonesia or India, or the Philippines, and stuff like that for future cooperation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Kelly. It does seem very clear that no matter what we talk about, President Trump is very much at the center, for good or for bad.
Just
right?
see what happens.
Yeah, okay, and we're just beginning. Right. Okay, next we have Dr. Peter Lee. I look forward to it because specialization is in IP4. Or Indo-Pacific.
U.S. alliances in the region. Thank you, everyone. It's lovely to be here today. So my work. Does this work? Okay, I'll do it like everyone else. So my research primarily looks at U.S. alliances in the Indo-Pacific, and so I'll approach my presentation through that lens. I'll try and keep it as short as possible. I think for me, the interest for me is the IP4 part of this, I guess, abbreviation right now. I was looking at it this morning. So it's a quad, but it's a parallelogram, I think, is the appropriate geometry of Korea, Australia, Japan, and New Zealand. And I think for me, the question is really, what is the value add of this forum, this configuration, versus what each of these four countries already does with NATO? They already have robust forms of cooperation, and particularly given I'm talking on the Australian perspective, Australia has very robust levels of support for Ukraine and for NATO in the last few years. So Australia's already given $1.3 billion in military assistance, 50 tanks, 120 armored vehicles, and lethal aid. So the question is, from an Australian perspective, what is the value out of doing the same thing with Koreans, New Zealanders, and Japanese in the room? Why not Australia just have its own bilateral engagement with NATO? And so I think I want to sort of focus on that in my brief remarks today. And I think the view from Canberra is very much, there is, yes, a collective cross-regional solidarity signaling component to this, clearly, of having the leaders of these four countries meet on the sidelines of NATO summits for the 3 times. But also last year, I guess, having defense ministers meet is quite a significant symbolic effort. But at the same time, the 4 countries have not had the kinds of integrated cooperation that we would see in other minilaterals in our region. So if you think about the Quad, which is perhaps the minilateral par excellence at the moment, during the COVID-19 vaccine pandemic, the Quad countries got together and tried to decide what they could do together as opposed to individually. And so if you thought about the vaccine effort, for instance, it was US and Japanese financing with Indian manufacturing, with Australian and American delivery of vaccines into Southeast Asia. So that is the kind of integrated effort that a minilateral ideally achieves. And so the question for IP4 is, what are these 4 countries going to do collectively for Ukraine, for Europe, or for our own region? And I think I want to focus a bit on our region today. I think the challenge for Australia, which has been the most forward-leaning of the 4 countries in terms of military support for Ukraine, of defense and military assistance with Europe, is that Australia is going through a massive and fundamental strategic shift in the last 4 years. And that's very much a reassessment of its priorities, of its commitments in the world. Australia has, as a country that's given $1.3 billion in military assistance to Ukraine, it's currently in the process of wheeling back many of its commitments in other parts of the world, from Africa, from the Middle East, from South America, and so forth. And it's very much to focus on imminent and near-term strategic competition with China in Southeast Asia, in the Pacific Islands, in its immediate region. So as Australia has been pulling back from the world in many respects in the last few years, Korea has been going in the opposite direction. And under the current administration, it's pursued a much more ambitious global engagement with Africa, with the Pacific Islands, and with Europe. And so we're sort of meeting halfway, I think, at this point in 2025. Australia is currently rethinking the strategy that it pursues in the world, the ends, the ways, the means. And so in my talking points, I sort of have a little table there where I underline, I think, some of the big changes that have happened. But I'll just focus on the ways, because I think this is where IP4 and minilaterals more broadly are changing in Australia's strategic calculation. So Australia, as everybody here knows, has really embraced minilaterals in the last decade or so. So from the Quad to AUKUS, to Five Eyes, to partners in the Blue Pacific, if there is a minilateral in the Indo-Pacific, Australia is most likely a part of it, except for Camp David. So that, I think, is the context within which IP4 sits from an Australian perspective. Now, having said that, my point about drawing back commitments, marshalling resources for its immediate region means there will be a trade-off for Australian governments, for Australian personnel, for what Australia can contribute to Europe, what Australia can contribute beyond its immediate region. And so I thought it was telling that over the 3 sort of leaders' summits for the IP4, the Australian Prime Minister went to the first 2, and then on the 3rd one in Washington, he sent his deputy, because he, I guess, made a calculation that this is not worth 3 times going at the leaders' level. And so when we had the defense ministers meeting, for instance, last year of the IP4 for the first time, Australia sent its Minister for Defense Industry rather than the defense minister. And that, again, I think was a telling sort of demonstration of where Australia's high-level ministerial resources and time are being diverted. So I think the challenge for IP4 in the coming 12 to 18 months, we have an election in Australia in May or before May, but in the next administration in Australia as well, will be how does IP4 fit with Australia's immediate region, with its immediate strategic priorities, in addition to what Australia is committed to Europe. And so I think if IP4 does endure in 2 to 3 to 4, 5 years, we'll probably look back and say the Ukraine effort of these 4 countries was the first phase of what IP4 did. But what came next? Will it be sort of what has been outlined in the sort of agenda? I think it's like cyber, disinformation, and then I think technology cooperation. Will it be those 3 portfolios? Or will it be something more relevant to security in our own region? And I think that is very much the question on Australian minds, and perhaps in Seoul and Tokyo and in Wellington as well. So I'd say that there is value in these 4 countries meeting. There is value in having New Zealand and South Korea at that table rather than India or rather than Americans at that table. And I think that's sort of the real value add for me, that the Ukraine conflict has shown us that there is value in having Indo-Pacific partners talking amongst themselves without Americans in the room, that it has not happened to date very often. And so having Australians and Koreans and Japanese and Kiwis just talking in those sort of 1 or 2 hour meetings, I think, will unveil sort of areas of common interest, common concern that they perhaps don't share necessarily with Washington as treaty allies. The second point, I think, is we are essentially laying the foundations for collective deterrence. And by that, I mean that as treaty allies, there is quite a different component to alignment in the case of India and a formal treaty alliance. And I think that's where countries like Sweden and Finland have really shown that there is clearly something of value to being a treaty ally. And we can discuss whether New Zealand is still a treaty ally of the United States or not. But I think the 4 countries that are part of this grouping are building quasi-alliance-like effects with each other at the moment, whether we see that in reciprocal access agreements, defense industrial cooperation, force posture, and so forth. So I would sort of leave with my final comment of what can they do together? What can they do, these 4 countries do for our own regional security in this region? I'd say things like shipbuilding, but obviously even things like steel. So this week, the most headline story in Australia all week has been the collapse of the country's largest integrated steelworks. So in Korea, this would be the collapse of Pohang in some ways. So there would be opportunities there for what Korea and Japan can do to help Australian steel production. There are things that could be done on missile stocks. In the case of New Zealand, on uncrewed platforms at sea and in the air. So these are the kinds of, I guess, tangible sorts of defense cooperation that these four countries can do with each other that can ultimately, I guess, help NATO security and cross-region cooperation as well. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Peter. We'll now turn to Dr. Darrell Balkett.
Do I need the mic? So I am here representing New Zealand quietly, apparently as befits a nation of our size. The question of New Zealand's interest in the IP4 and cooperation with NATO. Sure. I've never been accused of being too quiet in a classroom before. This is great. They say it doesn't matter if you believe in the devil believes in you. And geopolitics is much the same. Great power politics is much the same. The international system is much the same. It affects us all, great and small alike, whether we choose to pay attention to it or not. And so there are three key ways in which New Zealand's interests are vitally linked to cooperation with NATO and with the IP4, even though some in New Zealand do think that our distance from the rest of the world protects us. So firstly, New Zealand shares the same information space as the rest of the world. Certainly the English-speaking world, but it's much the same information space these days. So 3 years ago, to the day, the New Zealand capital was almost shut down by anti-vax protesters. It's a small city, it's a small parliament building, but there were hundreds of these lunatics gathered, camping out for 3 weeks, shutting down significant parts of downtown Wellington and really threatening the ability of the government to function. I don't know how much of that anti-vax and related disinformation was homegrown. Some of it was, but I know a lot of it was probably collateral damage from countries trying to influence Australia, influence America and Europe, and a lot of New Zealanders just getting tainted by that information pollution. Secondly, New Zealand shares the same values as NATO and as the other IP4 countries. And so what we're seeing today is a lot of threats to values specifically. So not only is New Zealand at least as vulnerable to those threats as anyone else, but as a small country looking to be kind of a norm entrepreneur, we're arguably more vulnerable to attacks on those values. And finally, New Zealand, like all small states, has a strong interest in maintaining the rules-based international order. So a world where dragons agree to be bound by the same rules as mice, more or less, they're still dragons. They will flap their wings occasionally. But this is the safest world for all of us. And NATO represents our best chance, I believe, of protecting this international order. So it seems incontrovertible to me that New Zealand's interests are strongly served by cooperation with NATO through the IP4 and any other forum, really. I think a lot of what I've just said about New Zealand applies equally well to other small and medium-sized countries. And so the IP4 is a great start. And as a New Zealander, it's great to hear the country's name mentioned more because of this strategic concept. I haven't heard the word New Zealand mentioned so much since I Skyped with my mom for Christmas. But I do think that we are part of perhaps a conflict, perhaps just a threat environment, where a lot of countries, if they are smart about their strategic interests, are going to come to the same realization that I've just laid out, that we are all benefiting from this international order. We are all harmed by this information pollution, and we all have perhaps a moral imperative, but this is politics, so more importantly, a strategic interest in preserving those values. So thank you for having us in the club. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Daryl.
Now we've been talking a lot about Ukraine, but I think it's great to hear firsthand from someone from Ukraine, Hannah Shellist.
Thank you very much. I think that's quite a symbolic that the European perspective for the NATO cooperation topic would be presented by the Ukrainian living in Ukraine. But that's definitely would give probably some of the answers that been already asked about the colleagues at this panel about the perspectives. What do we have beyond the disinformation or the possible technical cooperation between the IP4 and NATO? We should remember and probably start that in July 2024 at the Washington NATO summit, we had the meeting IP4 plus Ukraine. And that's been extremely symbolic and important. That was a step forward because de facto we lost within the NATO several years for the possible cooperation with this region. In the NATO strategic concept, that's almost no global south or the partners beyond Europe. And that is the tremendous difference from the wording that we had in the NATO strategic concept 10 years before. That was the surprise for many, and that was probably the reality on the ground at that time. But finally, we had China. And that was really a striking moment when you had finally the importance of the possible Chinese threat, but then no countries of the region being present at the same level. Still, from 2022 to 2024, we had 3 IP4 NATO meetings. And finally, in 2024, we had Ukraine being present there as well. And here we came to the several very important moments that I would like to start. First is definitely that all IP4 countries definitely had the our support and reaction towards the Russian aggression against Ukraine. But the perceptions and the activities differentiated. We had Australia and New Zealand with the very strong positions that being based on the values. And here my colleagues perfectly described it, so I would not go into details why it was important for them to join the efforts to support Ukraine and the NATO efforts to Ukraine. Japan immediately focused on security, even with a huge economic support to Ukraine, but the security logic was first understanding that we're sharing the threat, that you never know who can be the second one, not in terms of the information, but with the physical aggression possible. And then we came to the South Korea that politically took the position very clearly, but at the same time, it was the perception that they perceive Russian support to North Korea as the biggest threat than the actual what is happening on the ground. So we had a huge support that we're very grateful for the South Korean government in terms of the reconstruction efforts, but a very cautious position about the military support. Understanding all the limitations in terms of the legislation, at the same time, that was the big surprise because at the current stage, we even have the expression that if your weapons is not tested at the battlefield in Ukraine, you're becoming very incompatible at the military fairs and defense fairs, because the first questions the producers receive, have you tested it in Ukraine? No. Thank you. We are going to the next producer. And a lot of the European companies really had the increase of the orders. And South Korea, being one of the leaders of the producing weapons, is really lacking this experience, this testing. And that's one of the questions that we are raising over here. So going to the bonds, as we have just several minutes for the presentation, I would definitely skip what's been written in the documents after the Washington summit, these disinformation, intelligence sharing, the few first questions about the military technical cooperation are possible, but definitely the issue that haven't been raised yet, and what is very important for this region, it is the cyber and artificial intelligence, because that is the issues where the region is going ahead of many others, and what is becoming more and more important, both in disinformation and in the military production, because now we are talking about the AI employment during the warfare, like the Delta system, for example, developed by Ukrainians and now really studied by the NATO countries how to implement it. However, several issues that we need to emphasize when we are speaking about the triangle, and why I think that it was really symbolic that we had for the first time this triangle meeting, and this that Ukraine can become a certain glue to the possible NATO-IP4 cooperation. NATO definitely was ready to go beyond the geography of just the Euro-Atlantic. But then the question raised for many NATO member states, European countries, is it only China and Chinese threat that would be that connection point between the IP4 and NATO? And here we had one countries that were okay with this, but others who didn't want to have just anti-Chinese rhetoric as the connecting point. So the Ukrainian component brought not only the Russia point to this, what is important, but started to think about the direct and indirect influence. So what is the direct influence? The first of all is definitely Russian-Chinese cooperation. And what does it mean? Because that can make China more aggressive in the region, and to look forward that if Russia is not punished, so we have a green light for being involved here, but also how China is studying the tactics of the Russian Federation in terms of the maritime, for example, or using of the weapons. The second element that became extremely important is the Russia-North Korea cooperation. And here we're speaking not only about what North Korea can give to Russia, or what they are giving to Russia a lot, but also what North Korea is receiving in response. It is definitely money, it is the new technologies, it is the impetus to the nuclear program and the ballistic missiles development program, but that is the real-time experience on the battlefield. What is interesting, just yesterday, it was the article published in one of the South Korean newspapers as the first North Korean soldiers being captured by the Ukrainian forces. And in their interviews, they are saying that they are absolutely sure that South Korean soldiers are already in Ukraine, helping Ukraine to fight. The drones operators are South Koreans. That's the propaganda getting there. But that's, for me, is the parallels to how Russian soldiers been absolutely sure that the Polish soldiers and American soldiers are already in Ukraine. So usually when they are losing, they are saying that it is the Polish over there, but not the just Ukrainian. So it's NATO soldiers there. So as you said, you cannot believe in the devil, but devil is already there. And that means that North Korea is already thinking that they are fighting what South Korea is thinking, what Australia, what Japan is thinking, because this propaganda can create the real threat, not only the information threat, especially returning back to the previous point, they are already testing their weapons in the Russian-Ukrainian war. What about the other side? Australia here was probably ahead of others. It already tested, including the how it was called in English, the carb paper, yep, the carbon paper, the carbon paper drones that really shocked the Russian Federations by the efficiency of such asymmetrical use. The second issue about which we need to speak, the third, China, North Korea, then we are speaking about the understanding that we have the limited possibility for NATO to be involved with the physical presence here in the region due to the distances and the capabilities. So it is the lessons learned that we now have, and considering that Ukraine and NATO just created this JTAC, the Joint Analysis, Training and Educational Center in Poland, that is the possibility for the AP4 to join to this center or the cooperation IP4 JTAC, because it is the lessons learned about the asymmetric warfare, not just the hybrid warfare about which we've been talking, but what to do with the asymmetric warfare where our capabilities are not equal, and what to do with the agile warfare on the battlefield. And here we are speaking about the lessons that can be important for the IP4 countries. First of all is the maritime domain. The maritime domain, because all 4 countries are heavily dependent on the maritime trade and the navigation routes. And that's one of the first where you don't need even the direct fighting, but you're starting with the ports blockade. Something what Ukraine experienced, something where we already have a significant knowledge, something what we know that both China and Russia are going to implement in this region. Philippines are already experienced it for several times. Taiwan, the latest Chinese maritime training around Taiwan was copy-pasting from Russian actions in 2021. So that is the sphere where it doesn't matter is the Russian-Ukraine war targeted you directly, but that's where NATO experience, Ukrainian experience can be helpful for the region and where we can develop jointly. And the development of the maritime drones, we all spoke a lot about the classical air drones, the field that significantly developed and all our countries have experience in production. But maritime drones, it is the unique Ukrainian experience now. And that is exactly about that asymmetric warfare, how you defend your seaports, how you defend your navigation routes, and how you can be superior in the maritime domain, even if you are not superior in terms of the classical fleet, frigates or air destroyers, anything what you have on the ground. The last but not the least is definitely what we can speak about is the cyber warfare. And that is the sphere that we need to emphasize more, considering the digitalization of all the nations in the IP4, and definitely that cyber is coming more and more from the commercial field to the military field. So that is the question, and here we divide cyber into 2 parts. Cyber as the cybersecurity, so everything how our society and military depends on the cyber technologies, and cyber attacks that are just being increasing. But the second part about which we are forgetting, that is the involvement of the cyber sphere to the modern warfare. That's where we have a tremendous shift during the Russian-Ukrainian war. That's where Ukraine and NATO is already cooperating, and that's where the knowledge of the IP4 would be extremely important as well. That is the automatic systems at the battlefield. That is the new type of the reconnaissance. That is the new type of the artificial intelligence involvement for the operational awareness on the ground. That's the systems like Delta. For those who don't know, it is the system that is bringing all the intelligence information from all the levels, from all drones, from satellites, from everything, to the single operational system, let's say, helping to analyze, and then doesn't matter which of the forces you are, through the special secure system you have access there, and you can assess the situation at the very battlefield, getting access not only from your drone or from your intelligence information, but from the whole scope in that territory. So that's something that's been developing for the last 3 years, and that's where the future of warfare would be coming more and more, where our intelligence would be based on this situational awareness plus intelligence plus the artificial intelligence that would help with the developments. That's definitely the spheres that cannot be relied only on one country. That's where the knowledge and R&D of the sophisticated countries in this sphere would be important, and where the resources can be accumulated much easier. The last but not the least is definitely classical joint production. We already have experience of Poland-South Korean cooperation in this way. We have more and more of the other perspectives in this sphere. So considering the possible US withdrawal, both from Europe and the question that would be asked here in the region, the autonomous production will be important. I skipped now the question of the US security guarantees. That can be a wonderful question for the discussion. Can we trust them anymore or not? But one question that definitely came, that it is more and more that the countries would be willing to be autonomous from the United States in terms of the weapons production. And that's where the IP4 Europe, European allies of NATO and Ukraine cooperation would be extremely important, because many countries are producing weapons. The question of the quantity, quality, and capabilities that we can bring to the market and to our country's defense and deterrence.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Hannah. And finally, I will turn to Professor Sato Haruko for Japanese perspective.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And first, I'd like to really thank Yonsei GSIS for inviting me here, because I am rather privileged to have been added as the new signatory to the MOU between GSIS and Osaka School of International Public Policy. But I am actually going to address this panel and also everybody else from a slightly bird's eye point of view, because I just came back from Singapore last week. We had a conference on Trump 2.0, and this was right before what was been going on with the Trump administration in Ukraine. So a lot of the questions and the issues were about US-China, what will happen to Trump, what will happen to Ukraine, of course. But the point I wanted to bring by saying that I just came from Singapore is really about the need where I felt with the participants there, as well as I hope I'll try to sort of convey the similar point here, is that I think we need to start from sharing worldviews. Worldviews meaning that I think this is really these opportunities where we have a lot of people from different countries, as well as different regions, different backgrounds. What we tend to assume, because we all come from liberal democracies or somewhat democratic or belong to that orbit of the liberal international order, I think we tend to assume that we actually do share a lot of values as well as world maps and blueprints. I'm not saying that we should be pessimistic about this, but at the same time, Indo-Pacific is a very new and evolving concept, in which I think what comes out and what looks like, as one of the colleagues also mentioned, from NATO's perspective, Indo-Pacific is far away. East Asia is far away. From East Asia's perspective, Europe also is far away. So, and we don't have a history of intensive interaction as, say, for example, South Korea and Japan have with the United States as allies, and also the United States as an interlocutor between, say, for example, these two worlds, Europe and Asia. Actually, they haven't been performing a very good job at this, in part because we tend to see some of the new sort of hypotheses and threat perceptions about Asia coming from a kind of very much an Atlantic community point of view. One of the first things I remember when with the war in Ukraine started was everybody was very, very quick to jump and say, okay, Taiwan's going to be the next Ukraine. I am not denying that danger, but at the same time, it was very much a view that came out from Washington, D.C., or particularly Washington, D.C., jumping onto the conclusion that we have to do something. Of course, what can you do? But the thing was, were the Japanese, I know that our prime minister said similar things, but were the Japanese or the Koreans, or indeed the Southeast Asians, seeing the same thing, or were we saying it in the same way? Not really. partly because we don't want it to become, we don't really, the situation's quite different, but at the same time, none of us really want to say it, partly because by saying it, it might really invite that kind of a situation. That said, what I'm trying to say is not so much that the geopolitical situation is different, but how we view the world, how we talk about situations are very different. And at this moment, when we are all converging in trying to share how do we address post-conflict Ukraine, I think it's very much an important thing also to look back and think about how much actually we don't really know about each other as well. We have to start from there. I say this with some personal conviction because I grew up, I did my my bachelor's in the US during the Cold War. I started my job in Tokyo at the Japan Institute of International Affairs in the early 90s, when my job was to do Europe-Japan affairs. And the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Japan wasn't really interested in Japan-Europe affairs. Several times I worked with IFRI and also with Chatham House. Eventually I went to Chatham House the late 90s. But the point was, it was very, very difficult to get any traction from the Japanese because they were all sort of looking at US-Japan relations. Now, today, it's actually very much, I work now in Osaka, and I look at things, the think tank community happening in Tokyo, sort of with a bit of cynicism, partly because everything is about US-Japan alliance. Even China's relationship with China is seen through that lens. You come to Osaka, and China is very much seen differently. I get to teach a lot of many Chinese students coming from the mainland. And if you take them personally, they very much will say exactly what they think about the CCP. They say, please don't confuse us with the CCP. We're Chinese, but we're not CCP. So when you start to get these granular feelings of people and of regions, what's happening right now over Ukraine, or I might add, Gaza, this is a sudden sort of regrouping of all of us being sort of whipped into shape and thinking that we have to collaborate, and we have to talk a lot more. And there are some concrete steps that the colleagues here have really talked about, and I think it's very, very important. Snapping out of overdependence on the United States, I think, is also very, very important. But at the same time, as we rush towards thinking of these new collaborations and unilaterals, I really do think that sometimes we need to take a step back and really assess some of the binary worldviews that we are subscribing to, or we might sort of subconsciously following, such as democracy versus authoritarianism, US versus China, or us versus them, global South, global North. Japan actually does have that problem all the time because we are very close to Southeast Asia as well as to the United States. And of course, we have, as the Cold War Western ally, have always had that very conscious effort to be part of the West. But at the same time, we also have, if not rosy, at least we have a stable relationship, however rocky it might be, with China. And most importantly, in spite of all the historical differences and difficulties, Japan and Korea remain, I think, one of the most important bilateral relationships that need to be cultivated and kept and developed if this region is really to have a more autonomous relationship from the United States, or even to keep China, if not at bay, at least be an engaging partner productively, rather than seeing it as the sort of enemy that is behind and driving all of these things, and driving a wedge between us and the United States. In fact, on the China point, I think I would really very much like to say that this is what Southeast Asians, from South, they like to say that, well, we don't want to be beholden to either the United States or to China. But I told my Singaporean or Southeast Asian colleagues that, well, actually, that is actually the decision that China, Japan, and Korea make every single day. For the proximity to China, historical relationship with China, but also for our very tightly knit alliance, security alliance relationship with the United States, we don't have a choice. In fact, how can we, being one of the two of the most important Asian allies, maintain such close social, economic, and cultural ties with China? It's a decision. It's an everyday thing that we have to make. So it's really not about can we sort of prepare ourselves for what might come as a sort of an onslaught of a 1984 world, rather to see and share, particularly with our European friends, that please come and study and let's share the map of the Indo-Pacific, rather than sort of looking for these sort of strategic relationships are important, but more importantly, I think, is really to recognize that we are in very different worlds. In fact, even for Japan and for the Quad that came up, Quad is a very strange and awkward grouping. It was probably sort of started with Prime Minister Abe's idea of a diamond relationship between India, Japan, United States, and Australia, which actually suited Japan's sort of idea of a stable sort of geopolitical environment in which Japan needs to operate. I personally was always of the view that Japan should have included South Korea from the beginning in order to make Quad a Quin and to have it a little more meaningful in a way that these two countries, Japan and Korea, are the two big economic juggernauts of China. We produce things from chips to cars to ships to everything. And at the same time, I think, as America's allies, as I said previously, that we do maintain very sort of separate, tenuous sometimes, but important relationship with China. So if China really needs to feel secure instead of feeling surrounded, the onus sometimes, I think, rests on Japan and Korea to really create an environment in which America's communication with the United States could be better informed, better mitigated, instead of subscribing to these very drastic sort of, what was the word? Decoupling, which is sort of like, excuse me. So this is what I think, as we move forward, and I am not denying that this is really an important place, and I'm very much privileged to be in this room, but I do really like to stress that more effort really needs to be put in each of us understanding each other from historical, cultural, and geopolitical perspective. Partly because there are two concrete things I'd like to say. One, towards NATO.
A little bit short.
Yes. Okay, I'll just say this. On nuclear policy, NATO and East Asia really need to share nuclear strategies. Partly because they're interlinked. This is not about Russia's nuclear weapons. North Korea now is really a real threat to all of us. And the fact that NATO's nuclear posture traditionally is only looked at the European theater, I think needs to change. And this, I think, would be a very welcome change both for Japan and South Korea to be able to share the nuclear strategies in terms of just really understanding each other's positions. And can I just say one word of thanks? Another reason why I sort of speak like this is because I've been asked by my Korean friend about 6 years ago to run a project that's based on Japan and Korea by the Korea Foundation. So he was asking me to apply to the Korea Foundation to do something on Japan and Korea because our relationship was so bad that nobody was applying from Japan. Having done this, I've really got to appreciate the importance and what the Japanese are overlooking in terms of why this bilateral relationship is really important. So with that, I'm hoping that this would be also a very good occasion to intensify in earnest better Japan-Korea dialogue to contribute to this very big, important minilateral. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for all 6 members of the panel. Now I'd like to turn to the audience for the next 30 minutes or so. I don't want to hold you from lunch, which will be based on the first floor in the lobby. But to make the discussion more direct to the point, I'd like to take a moment to simplify the question at hand. This panel is about NATO-IP4 cooperation, geopolitics and NATO-IP4 cooperation. And I think we need to put this NATO-IP4 cooperation into proper context. And maybe a little bit blunt, but I think it's very important to simplify the question at hand. We have 2 fronts. One is Indo-Pacific or more Asia, and the other is Europe, 2 fronts. We have 2 issues in these 2 areas. In IP Indo-Pacific, quite frankly, it's China. And in Europe, quite frankly, it's Russia. We have 2 theaters emanating from these 2 issues. In Indo-Pacific, it's South China Sea, primarily. There are more, but primarily it's South China Sea. In Europe, it's Ukraine. So the question really, at the heart of the question is, how do you go about containing these 2 hegemonic issues, containing China? What can NATO do in containing China in this part of the region? What kind of cooperation can be brought about? I think that's something that we can talk about. And what can IP4 do in the NATO's and the United States efforts to contain Russia in the Ukrainian war? I think therein lies the real value of discussions like this panel as to in exploring what genuine cooperation. I mean, NATO cannot be involved in all affairs of Asia. It is, after all, a regional organization. And IP4 certainly is not going to meddle into all aspects of European affairs. It's really, when it comes down to it, it's these 2 issues. And how can we institutionalize NATO IP4 cooperation to do something about these 2 issues? That, to me, is the meat of the matter. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know, but so I'd like to now open the floor to address any of the points raised by the panelists or any other points that you'd like to raise. You had your hands up, so I will have you give your question, and then Dr. Patel. I will take 3 questions or comments before moving on to one more person. No? Okay, I will.
Okay. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you very much. My name is Tomasz Szmura. I'm a member of the board at Kazimierz Puławski Foundation. It's Warsaw-based think tank, organizer of Warsaw Security Forum. So basically, I've got 2 short questions. One connected to Chairman observed. So I wonder, we basically know what we expect from our Indo-Pacific friends when it comes to contribution to wider transatlantic security, especially in the context of Russia war of aggression. But I would like to ask what you expect from NATO, especially from our European alliance, when it comes to our contribution to wider Indo-Pacific the security. And my second question is about the very current topics. So as you observed, the most important issue right now, it's the security guarantees for Ukraine connected to the possible peace solution. So I'm wonder if you have any idea what could be the positions of your government when it comes to any international security guarantees to Ukraine, because as a part of that, there is idea to establish any UN type peacekeeping mission in Ukraine. So do you think that your government could be ready to contribute somehow? Of course, we know that you have some domestic limitations on that to such kind of missions. And finally, I would like to thank you very much for your inspiring presentation. I think today it's especially important to emphasize our common commitment to our values as a wider Western cultural community, let's say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This is Jagannath Panda. I'm based in Stockholm. I head the Indo-Pacific Center at the ISDP. I am also a professor at the University of Warsaw. Excellent panel and compliments to all the speakers, including chair. Interesting discussion. Two questions. One is about, and this question goes to Peter and also Haruko-san. I wanted to have South Korean and Japan perspective. IP4 constitute in one way is the core of Indo-Pacific. Now, all these four countries, do you think would agree for a point of having IP4 plus? Because that would actually open a gateway to have much more structural engagement of NATO in Indo-Pacific. Now, if we have to think about IP4 plus, then who are the countries who could possibly be involved in Indo-Pacific or from the Asian continent? I'm doing a study, a study which will be released sometimes next month about NATO, and we have taken a few case studies: India, Philippines, Vietnam, and some other countries in there. Now, in that study, what we found, possibly from Southeast Asia, Philippines is the country which could be the most fitting one to be included. And plus, if we have to think innovatively, India, even though there is a lot of cynicism in the NATO circuit, including in the European circuit about India's support to Russia, but India could be the new country to bat it. So my questions to you is that, is there a IP4 structure plus structure could be really thought about, and how does South Korea and Japan would particularly look at this aspect involving new members, and who are those new members? What could be the medium of collaborations? Thank you.
Most of the questions are going to my colleagues, but I wanted to respond to your notion about the two sides, two problems. And I would like to disagree with you in this, because that was true for me before 2023. We really spoke about the two pillars, two different sides, two different problems. After 2023, more and more we can say that without response to the Russian threat, we will have both Russia and China as a threat, because we follow the last 2 years not only about the increased cooperation, but also how China is really learning several very important things. First of all, it is about sanctions, how efficient they are. Can they bypass them, what they can do, how to be prepared, and how strong can be the European, American, Japanese sanctions. Is it really the factor that influenced the behavior? And we see how when the sanctions are very strong against Russia, China started to back. So in this case, you have dealing with Russia at the deterrence moment against China as well.
The military strategic cooperation for sure is one moment that unites everybody and making it the single market. But the third issue, it is not only the sanctions, but the security guarantees as well. We have the same countries providing security guarantees for this region and for the European region. So the question is that it would not be China or Russia. You will have both China and Russia in case we will not be able to understand it on time and to act it on time. With the North Korean factor, unfortunately, it's just increased. We thought that China will be jealous, that somebody is taking North Korea from their sphere of interest. De facto, we don't see these trends. So now we would have the triangle even there with the addition of Iranians and few others, rather than we will have the competition between Russia and China. So the last 2 years, and even more now with the US withdrawal, it is unfortunately already one big front line where all of us would be involved.
Okay, well, I mean, just a very short input. I don't think we're in disagreement because, as I said, I am trying to really simplify the issue for contextual purpose. I appreciate the points, and I mean, fully, I know of this, and I'm fully in agreement with what you've just said. Dr. Jung.
Yes, I would like to answer to Jagannath's questions. And regarding IP4 Plus, from South Korea's perspective, IP4 is pretty nascent compared to other unilaterals like trilateral between US, South Korea, Japan, and others. It is kind of nascent multilateral cooperations. And it actually emerged because of Ukraine war. Other partners in Europe. But at the same time, the origins of this IP4 is basically about Ukraine war. So if Ukraine war ended in the future, somehow in the future, because of, I'm not sure, it might end. If that's the case, then the catalyzing forces for IP4 will be decreased in South Korea as well. And even if we maintain IP4 in the future, the question becomes what kind of functional cooperations we are focusing on. Because as I said, IP4 cooperation is remain at the functional level, like a cyber and disinformations and AI, rather than strategic kind of cooperations. So if that's the case, then we're going to find more a kind of functional area we can cooperate together with IP4 and other external players. So that could be the consideration we might kind of think of first, instead of having what kind of player we should add to this IP4 platform. And regarding your questions and about South Korea's or Indo-Pacific allies, partners, kind of cooperation in the European continent. Well, I have many meetings with NATO delegates and EU delegates in South Korea, and they try to kind of signal many different areas. Actually, some of the delegates from NATO talk about extended deterrence and missile defense, and some other kind of delegate talk about just humanitarian and kind of disaster relief. So there's a wide range of kind of areas that actually NATO and European partners kind of suggesting to South Korea and Japan, actually. So I think you have to start first. To what extent you can cooperate with Indo-Pacific allies from functional level to a strategic level, because Indo-Pacific partners' most concerning area is flashpoint in the Taiwan Strait and Southeast China Sea. So can you come to, can you sail your boat to this area? Or kind of cooperate with the strategic level? That's another question you have to think before you kind of suggesting questions.
And I guess just to pick up on Professor Jung's point, I think some of them do sail, and so I think that is a hint of the answer on the first question. So what does Australia, New Zealand, Japan, and South Korea want from European partners in particular? So take out the Americans and the Canadians. If you think about everything that the most active European partners have been doing in our region, it's partners in the Blue Pacific, it's maritime patrols in the Taiwan Strait, it's naval shipbuilding through AUKUS, through frigates, through other programs. It's contributing to capacity building in the Pacific Islands. So all of that wrapped up together is essentially maritime capacity and the willingness to contribute capability and forces to this part of the world, however limited that might be. So I think that there is the incentive for this side, for when NATO does have the capacity to contribute more to our region. Going back to Jagannath's point, I think whoever you add, it depends on what the criteria was for creating IP4 in the first place. And so my understanding, at least, is that it was the 4 countries that had the most robust bilateral engagement with Europe, with NATO in the past, and that they were invited to come together as opposed to having separate meetings. So if that is the criteria, then it's whoever else in our region already has a robust individual relationship with NATO. If it's going to Bob's point about, well, is this the democracy component? And you have to find the democracies in our region. If it's actually, in my view, the value is the treaty allies of the US, then it's the Philippines, right? And if it's the actual capacity to do something in Europe, then you're probably looking at India and some other countries. So I think having a very clear sense of what is the criteria. If it's the most anti-China countries, then it's going to be, I don't know, Vietnam or maybe India, right? And so I think depending on what the criteria is very clear, because once you start getting cooperation rolling, the other IP4 countries will start saying, well, this is not what we signed up for. So I think those are the 2 points I'd like to add.
Okay, I will take 2 more questions or comments, short ones, before lunch break. Okay.
My name is Jans Berzinch. I'm the ambassador of Latvia, and I'd like to continue the idea that we are not facing 2 problems. I think we are facing one. And as the keynote speaker already highlighted, we live in a world where, or used to live in a world where a single hegemon for the past 3 decades ensured and enforced a rules-based order. They were both willing and able to do so. And currently we are faced with the situation where the hegemon is no longer they're not either not willing or no longer able to do so. And as the hegemon's enforcement withers, challengers arise and try to challenge that order. And in facing that, the question, I guess, for us as Europeans and for Indo-Pacific is, are we both able and willing, or willing, probably yes, I hope so, but are we really able, and what should we do to be able to substitute that enforcement in the future to ensure that we have a rules-based order also in the future? And I think that is part of what we should look at the NATO IP4 cooperation as well. How do we substitute that hegemon's role at a global scale?
I'd like to just comment and also answer Professor Panda's question as well. I think one of the things that strikes me one of the things that strikes me about IP4 and NATO is that, yes, I know NATO is a military organization, and we are really talking about threats, sort of meeting threat perceptions. But one of the things that I see conspicuously missing in the past 10, 15 years is any effort to bring out a very old world sort of word, confidence building amongst the enemies. I mean, with the enemies. With China, we've been watching China being sort of, well, it doesn't behave well, but at the same time, threat perception, once it's locked in, that's what it is. So I do think that, yes, I am not saying that we're in a safe world or anything. And for Japan, China is a genuine threat. But when the United States comes in as if to sort of control the narrative that China is a threat, then it becomes problematic. Russia, by the way, we don't have a peace treaty with Russia. So it's actually, this is our genuine enemy. We have a territorial dispute. But at the same time, there are things in a way that at least we don't try to bundle China and Russia together as if they're always going to be. Yes, the Shanghai Cooperation Organization was a bit of a surprise, and China and Putin and Xi Jinping sort of shaking hands with this partnership is also a bit surprising. But at the same time, China has its own way of judging what is in the best interest for them, particularly, for example, even at the UN level. So what it might do in the future towards, say, this peace or the so-called peace talk, ending the conflict in Ukraine, we can't really predict how the Chinese might behave. By the way, I'm not here to defend China. I'm just saying that it is a very different country from how, as at least how I hear it from my Western colleagues, it's not the same country. Russia, yes, I understand, but at the same time, I think if we start bundling the two, as they are always going to be in cahoots, we might be missing an opportunity whereby we might be able to bring China to a bit more of a neutral party, if not on the other side. I don't think we really that's my feeling. And insofar as, for example, what can IP4 do? What, functionally speaking, I agree with the functional part. But at the same time, if this IP4 brings, for example, NATO in a way, in a second attempt to reinvent itself since the 90s, in becoming something that has a broader global outlook rather than a mission that is confined to its geographical mandate, then I think there's a lot more to be done, just not in terms of just adding countries, but also discussing sort of functions and really looking at the geopolitical landscape that is Eurasia, and perhaps take off the North Atlantic. That would actually be Europe.
Daryl and Robert, maybe you give a last input before we round it up. You're okay? Okay, Daryl.
Yeah, I'd really like to enthusiastically follow up on what Haruko was saying. From my perspective in the classroom, the international order is great. Let's double down on that. That's awesome. But from the perspective of China, it maybe looks a little bit different. The liberal international order is, I believe, falsely perceived in China as an attempt at regime change, because I don't think anyone in the Communist Party can imagine China without the Communist Party in a dictatorial role. To them, that's not China, okay? So if liberalism is seen as pushing democracy explicitly, that's an existential threat to the Chinese Communist Party. But that's not, I mean, it would be nice, but that's not really what the liberal international order is about. To emphasize rather the rules-based element of it, rather than this is America trying to sneakily change your government, that could do wonders, because who has benefited more from the rules-based international order than China? Focusing on the trade element, it's a miracle. It's great. Well done, China. But let's not pretend that's a victory for communism. That's a victory for international trade, okay? And I think there's a lot of aspects where if we can help China to reframe the aspects of the international order that they see as threatening. Someone said, I think Bob said earlier, that whatever you do, China is going to see it as containment. I'm not even sure the word containment makes sense for US policy towards China, at least until the end of the Obama administration. But from a Chinese perspective, it looks like containment going back to Deng Xiaoping, right? So if we can get them to see the world the way we see it, I believe there's tremendous possibility to build confidence, increase security and stability, and hopefully keep this international order going a little bit longer to everyone's benefit.
Well, only that any lasting, durable deal, relationship, whatever, with China will require some kind of settlement of Taiwan. And if selling out Taiwan is the cost of peace and a permanent relationship with China, we shouldn't do it. We shouldn't do it, right? I mean, if we believe in liberal democracy, right, and China's constantly threatening Taiwan, that puts a serious hard cap, or at least it should, on how far we can build some kind of order around China, because it's a revisionist regarding Taiwan, which is a genuine liberal democratic state. I mean, there's a limit. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Thanks, everyone. I think that was a good start to the conference. I look forward to the afternoon sessions, which will go much more deeply into the functional aspects of cooperation between NATO and IP4. I will end by just one anecdotal thought, which is that, you know, that Korean War started in 1950 and ended in 1953. So that's 3 years. The Ukrainian War is now 3 years, right? Towards the latter part of the Korean War, the United States and the world got weary. Okay, it's weary of the war and the cost of the war, the human cost, the financial cost, and I think that's precisely the situation with Ukraine right now, and that's why there's been a lot of talks about, oh, look at the Korean Peninsula situation. Okay, the armistice came about, and look where South Korea is. It's so prosperous. This could happen to Ukraine, but I beg to differ on that outlook, because I've actually written op-ed pieces on that. By raising this point, imagine a world without North Korea, without Kim Jong-un today. Imagine the entire Korean Peninsula is under Liberal Democratic Republic of Korea. The world will be so much better, wouldn't it be? Now, had the free world resisted the temptation of ending the war, or at least coming to an armistice at that point, sure, South Korea prospered and we are where we are. But the other side of the coin is that, unfortunately, because of that decision, we have the DPRK. And we have a maniacal dictator threatening the world with weapons of mass destruction, and over 20 million people suffer for decades under this tyranny, human rights violations. So we should think about that when we talk about Ukraine and peace settlement, okay? Because only half the story of the end of the Korean War is a happy ending. The other half is disastrous, okay? So what choice, what decision will we make? What decision will NATO and IP4 and the free world will make on Ukraine will have a reverberating effect on not only Ukraine, but the world as a whole in the longer term. Okay, so let's give a nice round of applause for the first panelist. Thank you.
So everyone, the lunch is on the first floor. It is a little bit colder down there than it is up here, so you might want to bring a jacket if you are prone to cold. But it is a standing lunch down on the first floor.
He's using it. That's why he's like ready to go. And thank you guys so much. I appreciate you guys. Yes, you don't know.
No one will notice. Don't like internet.
We'll take the photo real
Okay, great. Thank you.
I know. Unfortunately, yeah, the tissue seems to come in screen. He was my friend of my he was the rector, but not he is the secretary of the city council. He left the
Oh, I see. Yes, right. No, I don't know anyone from here, but I know.
Yes, I remember the name. I just remember the name. But it's too long ago. At the time, I was trying to get the national So they take, yes. So they take it
I'm not getting back to 64 here, but from what I heard, like large parts of the waterfront of New Zealand were just interested, just like even water going crazy. Very little better to be.
Yeah, he's fighting.
So 110.
He's older than 16. Yeah, so he's
I mean, I haven't done the research, but I believe there's significant, sorry, I'm sort of wandering to my bag. There's significant evidence of input
But what is interesting? He changed the sites after the main festival was bombed. So the next day, they
perhaps also
the letter, the jet, the process, and after, in the beginning of the war, but after, he was very close to Hiroshima is still very Agapano was playing wiser.
Oh, that's a boss is different than all.
Yeah, surely. I will look there.
My very friend was in there. Oh, that's a 6 months of the. Tell me that. His name is Attilo.
He's not the taxpayer. Yeah. Yeah, no, he recently last year he was on the. Or at least maybe I'm not that active in the local politics anymore. Actually, with the administration. I'm just apologizing, it's still the same family. It's the same people for just
All right, we're going to begin our second panel of the day, the NATO-South Korea Cooperation Panel, with our chair, Dae-won On.
Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Dae-won On. I am a professor and the dean of the Graduate School of International and Area Studies, Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. It is my great pleasure and honor to be here to act as the chair of this important panel on the subject NATO South Korea cooperation. As the many distinguished panelists presented in the previous panel, it is now the period of great transition and transformation, both in Europe Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific, and more broadly, the entire global international system. President Trump inaugurated just the weeks before, and many leaders, the experts, scholars, and general people in many parts of the world are now wondering, and they have had a great curiosity about the future of the United States alliance policy, particularly in Europe and in the Indo-Pacific. My personal view is that, as discussed in the previous the panel, the world today is completely different from that in the previous decades. Europe is now transforming itself, not just within Europe, but also surrounding Europe, and the entire world is now changing profoundly. The previous framework for security, economic cooperation, and prosperity that had been based on NATO, the European integration structure, and the growth of liberal multilateral institutional frameworks regionally and globally, they are still very important, but less relevant, and these have begun to show greater uncertainty and the irrelevance in the current situation. It may be that European countries, the governments of the member states of NATO, the European Union, and the broader transatlantic community may have to struggle very hard to find more reliable and more safer solution to the current predicament faced by European countries. Even though the Ukraine war has brought about many catastrophic outcomes, the one of the positive aspects of that war might have been the invigoration of NATO and the increased solidarity between European countries and between Europe and North America. But that system is now very seriously questioned about the possibility of continues the existence and the growth in the coming future. So Europe's turning its look at the Indo-Pacific region generally and East Asia specifically may reflect the predicament faced by European states and people, and the need to find the better solution to the current challenge and the problem. So the value of the Indo-Pacific four countries, of course, the formulation of a reliable Indo-Pacific and the global security governance system that may be desirable and more reliable. But at the moment, such a multilateral frameworks like the United Nations system does not work properly, right? It's the reality of the time. So the evolution of more workable minilateral frameworks like the NATO Indo-Pacific 4 would likely produce more feasible the outcomes for the current problems facing the world. So today, we are now dealing in this panel. We are now dealing with the current state and the future direction of NATO South Korea cooperation. One of the major impetus for NATO to increase its cooperation with the Indo-Pacific 4, specifically the South Korea, would be based on that. That is, as I mentioned, the increased uncertainty and the predicament faced by Europe, and also the changed profile and the increased utility of South Korea for regional and global economic and security governance in the current period and in the future. So today, in this panel, we have 6 distinguished panelists. And I would like to introduce the names of these speakers. The first speaker would be Professor Haewon Jeon from Korean National Diplomatic Academy. And the second presenter would be Dr. Eun-jung Jo from the Institute of National Security Studies. And thirdly, Dr. Dongjun Park from Jeju Peace Institute, and Professor Mason Ritchie from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. It will be followed by the presentations of Dr. Jagannath Panda, affiliated with the ISDP and the University of Warsaw in Poland. And lastly, Dr. Thomas Smura from Kazimierz Pulaski Foundation will give a European perspective. The first presenter, Professor John Haewon, and the 7 minutes suggested as
good afternoon, everyone, and I'm very glad to see many familiar faces here, and Andy, you're smiling at me, and I'm looking at all these familiar faces. I feel more apprehensive than usual because I'm preparing this, and I wonder how much I can speak given the political situation in Korea. And then given the fact that I'm working for the government, and then I should be politically neutral. So I cannot talk about the future of Korea for this year, but I have to talk about Korea's relationship with NATO for the next some years, I think. So I can give you very technical things, what happened for the last 2 years between Korea and NATO, but I'm not going to do it. So I will give you more of my personal thought. So I will say that my usual disclaimer that this is my personal opinion, has nothing to do with my ministry, blah, blah, blah. So given that, I think I have 2 questions on the Korea-NATO relations for this year. based on two facts. One is the U.S. president. So I mean, I read some of the speeches of the Munich Security Conference. So that made me very wonder how much I have to be assured. And secondly, with the political uncertainties of Korea, what can Korea do with NATO, especially this year and the next 4 years until 2026? Because that's the year we cover our current ITPP, individually tailored partnership program, which is from 2003 to 2006. It's a 4-year program for the mostly technical security defense cooperation between NATO and Korea. We don't have a text, but I think available in public. But I think the member states government have a text. So if you are NATO member states, you can see the text. So I wouldn't go for the details because it's classified text itself. So what the Trump administration means for Korea-NATO cooperation. The important aspect of this is, I will be blunt to say that this NATO's Korea cooperation has been the idea of US from the beginning. I'm not talking about what happened since 2023. I'm talking about since 2010s or even before. So when we were contact embassy of NATO, and then we became global partners across the globe, and then now we have ITPP, right? So with what U.S. has been done, and then especially persuaded that I would say the European allies and Canada and then Korea and then all the ITPP countries have a more concrete cooperation program, which is called ITPP. And then many part of ITPP is still to be implemented. Because I think 2026, we are still, when we signed it, we are still figuring out how exactly what kind of activities we should do. So actually, this year is very critical year for two reasons. One is the implementation of this should be on the way and fully. And then also, we should start about what will happen from 2027, because we have to renew it. So with how much US would drive this cooperation, not just as a US project, but as a NATO project, is very important. And then in that sense, I think from what I observed from Korea perspective, at least the US is still interested in involving European allies vis-a-vis China. That's one thing to be assured that this cooperation could go on. On Korea, I would say, well, if President Yoon remains power, I'm saying if, without any of my personal opinions, if he stays, then, well, at least the Korean side want to go on with what we have done. But I think most of you would be interested in more if he's impeached, and then we have an election probably until this summer, and we have a new administrations, then the question is what will happen? Because normally what I have observed so far, as a person who wrote about NATO-Korea relations since 2010, is the left-wing government is less enthusiastic about Korea-NATO cooperation per se than right-wing governments, relatively, I'm saying. And then I heard some of those kind of stories from the European diplomats in Seoul too. So I'm not just saying my personal experience. But I would also say, so that people decide then, well, then let's say, well, left-wing government appears from autumn this year, then what will happen? Would it be the same story? I would say that first, still that whoever the president will be, of course, still that person would be interested in attending NATO summit. So political level, you wouldn't see much differences of Korea's commitment. And then also, another aspect, I think it was clever that ITPP is a very technical cooperation, at least from the outset. So as long as foreign ministry and defense ministries at the lower level want to continue this, we can do this. There's not very high level, decision making is needed to conduct this technical cooperation. I said this even last year to some of the European diplomats, and they say, well, but still it's a political, support is important to have even go further. That's the caveat comes that yes, we can continue this because it's bureaucratic process, we implemented this, but what can we talk about what we will do from 2027? For that, because the idea of this ITPP from the beginning, at least from the US and also NATO, especially thinking this is kind of stepping stone, as case of other IP4 countries, as incorporating IP4 countries more, and then give some signals to China, and at least have some more common understanding about how to approach China in terms of security across Europe, Atlantic, and Asia. That I think would be more difficult because the idea was with this ITPP for 4 years, we have a more common experience and then could go further. I don't know if we can have that discussion fully, but I'm not saying I doubt that. I don't know how much, because that means more discussion of China would be needed on the Korean side of what kind of attitude we are going to have. And with the US, especially economically acting what they are doing now, I don't know how much political support of this kind of discussions could be needed. That, with that two things, I think still we can, I shouldn't use this word, but I would say that salvage what we have now with the European allies. Because yes, it's very much a US-driven project to have a deeper cooperation between Korea and the NATO and other IP4 countries and the NATO, but still US is just I know very important to NATO member states, but still one member state. So so European allies which hadn't had the very concrete plans to use this cooperation, it's time to think what it means to European allies, European countries, and especially I keep saying this, that key countries which has some vision of in the Pacific for the last several years should think about how to use this and salvage this, because 4 years the term of the US president and then also 5 years Korean president terms, and then the good thing about democracy is we have different governments, different policies sometimes, yeah. So that's my thing. Yes, and then another, that with that, my question is, with Ukraine as such a big project to deal with, and then with the disagreement within NATO, and I can see that more international efforts should be needed to deal with the peace in Ukraine. How much the balance should be made between Ukraine and the Indo-Pacific, and then technical cooperation of a broader, issues such as AI, cybersecurity, and then also defense industrial cooperation would be made between Korea and NATO, especially the European countries, because from Korea's perspective, the emphasis, apart from relations to North Korea, is always, I would say, the more technical cooperation could be related to industrial aspect. To be honest, I think that's what, especially for this ITPP. So yes, I think the best part Korea would want from this ITPP would be have with any issue related to defense industrial supply chain. But I think the European countries should give a more broader perspective of how this kind of technical cooperation could lead to common strategic understanding. So, and that I think, to be honest, Korea is a bit limited in experience because again, our understanding of a multilateral alliance is very new because we are not multilateral alliance. So in that sense, I think we need more context with the cooperation with the European countries. I will stop here.
Okay, thank you. Next presentation will be by Dr. Eun-jung Cho. Please.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me here. I'm so glad to be here actually, because finally we have a chance to talk about future. Previous presenter kindly, actually very nicely addressed the present and the past of NATO-Korea relations. So now I will just focus on the future. As you see on my paper, showed I think talking points. I have drawn 3 agendas carefully. The reason why I chose the 3 agendas suggested on the paper was it was beyond the border. In the beginning of our conference, in the earlier session, someone said, okay, well, Europe and Asia, well, they are not meant to be each other because geographically so distant to get together. However, today I'd like to insist you that we are meant to be each other, at least from now on, because we have so much interest to share and we have so much things to do together. So hope that I can persuade you during my 7-minute short discussion. Right, first agenda I'd like to draw your attention is a cooperation on R&D and control on emerging disruptive technologies. But I just realized that, okay, the following session is all about this. So I try to touch very briefly. And second agenda I'd like to suggest was about Ukraine peacekeeping and state rebuilding issue. But we have Ukraine presenter in the earlier, and I think we had a talk earlier a bit. So in the 7 minutes, I think I'd like to stress on the third agenda, which I realized that from the papers given for the conference, I just looked through briefly, but no one has spoken about space program, space cooperation monitoring system. So I'd like to, well, briefly just speak about, R&D control, EDTs, and then move on to the third more precisely. Right. So the reason why I chose 3 agendas, as I said earlier, okay, those issues are not defined by geographical interest. Instead, it's very issue specific and also very emerging and how can I say is urgent issues we have to deal with right now. So of course, well, we often call it cybersecurity, but I'd rather extend the concept of cybersecurity into emerging disruptive technologies, including computing, quantum computings, and also AIs. We have experienced for the last couple of weeks about, AI invasion from China, someone said. So AI is within us. However, we don't know yet how to tackle all the issues involved with such technology. So I think it is important to think about and also discuss insecurity-wise more seriously how to deal and how to tackle those issues we haven't faced yet. So and I know we and NATO have annual cyber defense exercise like the lock shields, and we also provide NATO's malware information sharing platform, MISP. So we have close cooperation so far. However, I don't think it is good enough in face of our future emerging disruptive security matters. So I'd like to stress the first agenda at this bit. And the second agenda, peacekeeping, it is, so much important. I couldn't emphasize more though, but maybe it's not my time to speak about this agenda. So I'll just briefly address. Well, Professor Lee Jong-hoon earlier mentioned that we are the countries war torn down 70 years ago. And then we have recovered and we are living in a kind of a peaceful environment, though it is not good enough, we feel. But in Ukraine's shoe, we have a very strong emphasis that, so we Koreans have a strong emphasis that how we can help Ukrainians in a way as they want, unlike Mr. Trump. So I think we have a lot of things to speak today because we share a lot of common interest and emphasis all about on Ukraine issues. And one of the things we can do, Koreans can do, is perhaps we can share how conflict resolution can be made from our experience. Thankfully, we had assistance, international assistance, not only aid, economic aid, but also international political systems. For example, UN UN Command and UNC-RARE, they are still back us. And thanks to their assistance and support. And I think it is very important, the multi-layered structured security environment needs to be involved as long as, the country needs to put a lot of efforts for recovery. Also, on the other hand, I'd like to emphasize the recovery plan in Ukraine. We Koreans are very much looking forward to opportunities to provide some infrastructure rebuilding and development, including energy and electricity, and also digital infrastructure and so on. So I'd like to just emphasize that we are here for help to Ukrainians. And lastly, the agenda I'd like to really emphasize here is cooperation on space monitoring and early warning systems. I think it is important, but it's not developed yet enough. Even the discussion hasn't started, weirdly. Hope that I can draw your attention and just vibrate some more discussions worldwide. So basically, we are speaking of how to contain Russia and China, right? But they are focusing, right after the war, if the Ukraine war ends, where would they go? Where would they head? We presume it's gonna be a polar areas. So they are actively engaging with polar strategies and polar their assets, strategic assets in there. So we believe that polar gonna be the next hotspot. So I think we need to prepare for that. It's not Taiwan or Ukraine or Gaza or even Korea. But I personally think that next hotspot gonna be the polar. But to maintain the peace in the polar area, I mean the Arctic area, because Russia takes the majority of the territory in there. So I think the only way we can monitor it is from the space, as you see. It's not maritime security is not good enough because it's not accessible enough. So that's why I suggested the space monitoring system. It is very important to establish as a as early as possible now. And this gonna be this can be happen without any cooperation between the two parts, allies, and not only allies but partners. So I'd like to emphasize space monitoring system and warning system in the earliest as possible. And in doing so, I'd like to suggest space create a standardization of space operations controls first, and then create a joint development of space-based early warning systems and expansion of a multilateral space security cooperation, as well as cybersecurity matters in the space as well. So we also need to discuss about cyberspace nexus as well. So I stop here at the moment, but hope that we can create some more discussions later on. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Zhou. And next, Dr. Dongjun Park, please.
Thank you. My name is Dongjun Park, and I'm with the Jeju Peace Institute. As I think has already been mentioned by several speakers, including our first two presenters on our panel, it's pretty safe to say that cooperation between NATO and South Korea has reached new levels, unprecedented new levels, which really culminated in the signing of the ITPP in July 2023. For my comments, I wanted to take a little bit of a different approach and maybe take a step back, look really more towards the future, think more long-term as we think about how to better institutionalize strengthen ties between NATO and South Korea. So in terms of the factors, it was already mentioned in the first panel. I think we're all in agreement that Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the inclusion and the specific mention of China as a threat in the 2022 NATO strategic concept were really the key factors that led to greater cooperation between NATO and IP4 members, including South Korea. And also, I would like to kind of mention how this all coincided with the inauguration of the Yoon administration and its vision for South Korea as a global pivotal state with greater responsibilities within the international community. And so this has led to the ITPP. There are 11 areas, specific areas of cooperation that are listed. Among these, I think cybersecurity and non-proliferation are probably the two of the many areas of particular interest among the two sides. Also with defense industry cooperation, which Minister Chun spoke about in great length in his keynote speech. So those are kind of the visible impacts and outcomes of ITPP. But I think it's also important to kind of, and not to dampen the mood on this renewed cooperation, but I think it's really important to note that even when compared to the other IP4 countries such as Australia and Japan, South Korea's cooperation at this level with NATO is in its early stages, to be frank. And we're building on this momentum. And so, and I wanted to look at that from two perspectives. One, if you think about some of the reasons for this stronger cooperation between NATO and South Korea, they're almost reactions to recent events. So the war in Ukraine, obviously, the explicit mention of China in the strategic concept, and also with the GPS vision that I mentioned earlier. So there is that immediacy there. And then similar, kind of tied to that is how both sides think about China, and this was also raised in the first session. There's a lot of disagreement even among NATO members in terms of not only how to respond to China, but the extent, the threat that China poses to each individual member state. So there's going to be some deliberations within NATO that will be ongoing, and for Korea as well. There's a lot of disagreement, not both, domestically in terms of how to think about China and how best to respond. And so if we try to combine these two elements, I think the most straightforward way to put it is to balance between the immediate needs of cooperation that we see today versus perhaps longer strategic values and goals that continued cooperation between South Korea and NATO should try to kind of pursue in the long term. And I think maybe this is a bit provocative, but I think we need to, both NATO and South Korea kind of need to think about identity. So the role of NATO since the end of the Cold War has been somewhat of a debate. And I think rather unfortunately, the war in Ukraine has kind of reestablished NATO's role as a security alliance. On a slightly different note, what does the re-election of President Trump mean for U.S. engagement with NATO? Does that mean NATO becomes more Eurocentric, perhaps? All of this, I think, will be a factor, and that will determine South Korea's relationship with NATO, and vice versa for South Korea. Politics aside, I think one of the unfortunate consequences of this current political drama that we're seeing in Seoul is that it's really cast a dark shadow on South Korea's or the South Korean public's views and opinions on South Korea having this greater responsibility in the international community, which I think GPS was, and this is my personal view, GPS was one version of this, as South Korea has always thought about being a middle power and trying to do more and how to do that in several different ways. So in conclusion, if all of this, in the short term, I think implementing what's already been agreed upon in the ITPP with, as Professor John mentioned, with an outlook towards 2026, where this might be renewed, kind of continuing cooperation, seeing what works, seeing what has the most value to both sides, I think will be critical. Returning to the issue of defense industry cooperation, I think this is an area where we really need to think about the normative value that cooperation can add. So yes, there is value for South Korean industries to supply munitions that are really needed on the battlefield, and perhaps a way to help with NATO members as they revamp their production capacities. But doing so, making sure that these transactions are in a very transparent way, so that it's not only about providing arms, but providing arms that abides with existing norms and regulations on arms trade, such as the ITT. Might be a really important signal that is sometimes lost, I think, especially in Korea, when there's a lot of emphasis on the exports themselves and the amount of goods that are being exported. And this applies to other areas as well, cybersecurity, space, as Dr. Joe mentioned. Cooperation at the functional level also matters, but thinking in terms of normative issues, there's really this void when it comes to these new emerging technologies. How we continue our consultations to build those norms together, I think will be important as well. And then lastly, again, my personal view, but thinking in terms of a South Korean perspective, I think NATO's public diplomacy towards Korea is really might be a really interesting way of dealing with the hybrid threat. So again, the current drama kind of really highlights the extent of polarization here in Korea, which is unfortunately spilled over to foreign policy as well. And a large part is how to deal with China, but also what is our relationship with the US? And maybe NATO might be this broader umbrella that kind of takes the sting out of that conversation, while still convincing Koreans to embrace that greater responsibility at the global stage. So I'll end there.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Park. And next will be the presentation by Professor Mason Rich.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to say thank you to the organizers, Professor Pak, Jae-jok in particular, and also to all of the staff who have helped him in that regard. My job apparently is to talk about South Korea-NATO cooperation in the IP4 context from the US perspective. Dr. Pak said that he's not here to dampen the mood. I am absolutely here to dampen the mood. And you will see why momentarily. So You'll see from my talking points, I start off with 2 points about the current framework for South Korea-NATO cooperation. The first, we've heard each of the speakers bring it up in one way or another, and that is the South Korea-NATO individually tailored partnership program with the 11 focus areas, including cyber, as everyone has mentioned, disarmament, non-proliferation, emerging technology, et cetera, et cetera. Secondly, IP4 coordination mechanism, both bilaterally, obviously, between South Korea and its NATO partners, and also many-laterally through the actual IP4 itself, has been slowly proceeding, and the IP4 NATO summit participation is a meaningful and visible symbol of that. So speaking from the US perspective, that has been valuable for the US under the Biden administration. And in particular, it's been, I think, very important in the context of the symbolic meaning that IP4 NATO cooperation has had for the understanding of the cross-theater risks between the Euro-Atlantic and the Indo-Pacific. So in that sense, I think, and here I'm intentionally using the past tense, that this has been positive. It has been effective in both symbolically and in some more tangible ways and in some more technical ways. All of this is currently under threat due to politics, both domestic and international. And so my first 2 points are then followed up by 3 points, which effectively point to the current situation, both domestically and internationally in terms of politics. So the first point I make is that South Korean political turmoil, as we just mentioned, is casting doubt on both the short-term attention and the midterm commitment that South Korea can make to NATO and the IP4. I'll come back to each of these points in greater detail in a moment. Secondly, US rhetoric and perceived interest under the MAGA philosophy of Trump 2.0 cast doubt on the US reliability, credibility, and commitment, both as a multilateral, namely NATO, but also bilateral, so South Korea, US ally. NATO's very existence is endangered. I'm going to say that again. NATO's very existence is endangered. There may not be an IP4 NATO to be had in the future because there may not be a NATO anymore. I don't think it's going to be the case tomorrow, next week, next month, or even next year. But the United States that you know is gone. And as we all know, right, the famous phrase, what is NATO for, right? NATO is in order to keep the US in, the Russians, well, at the time, the Soviets out, and the Germans down. Well, guess what? The United States doesn't really seem to be very interested in being in Europe anymore. So that takes away one of the fundamental pillars of why NATO exists in the first place. In any event, the authoritarian term under Trump 2.0 means that the US is no longer, for the foreseeable future, a liberal values partner of either Europe or South Korea or the other IP4 states. And then lastly, uncertainty regarding the outcome of the Russian-Ukraine war, notably the effect on Europe in a post-war environment, may affect South Korea's role in European defense and security, as well as NATO bandwidth available to IP4. So to go through each of those 5 points again, briefly, but with a bit more detail. First of all, inertia matters. I won't go through the detail on this, but we do have the ITPP, we do have NATO IP4 cooperation, and there are still many interests and threats perceptions that seemingly overlap. And so, all things being equal, the modal outcome, the most likely outcome, is that indeed we do have some type of South Korea NATO cooperation and some type of IP4 NATO cooperation going forward, simply because that's the way that inertia works. I draw some more specific conclusions in that regard in my remarks. You can take a look at it if you want. Secondly, there's no a priori reason why IP4 leader level NATO summit participation should decline or cease. But of course, as at least one of our speakers has mentioned, domestic political issues here in South Korea may lead to varying interests in South Korea in the NATO IP4 context. Notably, of course, if the upcoming South Korean president comes from the left, he or she may not be interested in that as much. And obviously, the extent to which the U.S. supports IP4 will be a very interesting question going forward. Both the overlapping interests that the U.S. and South Korea and IP4 and NATO have more generally, as well as the summit meetings as a sort of visible or symbolic expression of that, they are absolutely in the U.S. interests. Absolutely. But here's the big break, right? The U.S. under Trump is not currently acting in the U.S. interest. That's the thing, right? Yes, NATO, IP4, U.S., South Korea, all of those things, those are great and they're in the U.S. interest. Trump is not currently acting in the U.S. interest. Secondly, of course, South Korea's politics are also, to use the technical term, a mess. South Korean political chaos following December 3rd and the martial law declaration, may most likely lead, in fact, to a president who comes from the left. That might lead to a downsizing of South Korea NATO and South Korea IP4 cooperation, as the DP is traditionally more focused on the peninsula. That might especially be the case if Trump decides to do some type of deal with North Korea, in which case a lot of the oxygen may be sucked out of the political ability here to deal with Europe, as opposed to dealing with whatever it is that's happening here on the Korean Peninsula vis-a-vis Washington and Pyongyang. If we have a conservative who wins the election, which is not impossible, I think current policy continuity in principle would be what one would expect. Yay. However, there's a very big chance that the country is going to be politically paralyzed by the continuing stranglehold on the National Assembly that the current left has. So that's a risk there. Coming to Trump. Donald Trump is an aspiring authoritarian. He is an American Viktor Orban, and he is currently succeeding at an administrative coup d'etat that would turn the United States into what is referred to as a competitive autocracy. NATO has survived intact the autocratic memberships of Hungary and Turkey, but an autocratic US is a distinct and much larger challenge for NATO. Autocracies do not respect the rule of law domestically, and so they do not respect international legal commitments, including treaties and alliances either. This would fundamentally endanger NATO, as well as other US alliances. So in what form, if at all, do NATO and Europe survive an autocratic US? Is there a place for South Korea and the IP4 in such a situation? Would potentially still shared threat perceptions vis-a-vis notably China and perhaps Russia be enough to overcome fractured values? These are open questions. Lastly, I'll just say one last thing. Winding down the Russia-Ukraine war could open up prospects for A, South Korean military industrial strength to fill gaps and overcome bottlenecks in European military procurement. B, South Korea participating in rebuilding Ukraine, as we saw Minister Hyun bring up this morning. And then lastly, some type of Europe IP4 or NATO IP4 cross-regional security and defense dialogue, although there's a chance that permanent crisis with Russia may erode also the capacity of Europe to interact in an AP4 context as well. So I hope that I've sufficiently dampened the mood. And if anyone has any questions or wants to push back, I'm happy to have that discussion. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Rich. And next is Professor Jagannath Panda. Please.
Thank you, Professor Won. Let me at the outset thank Professor Park and Adapt Institute for this excellent panel, and great to be here at Yonsei. I think after that strongly pessimistic note about NATO, there is very minimal things is left for me, but I think I'm going to be a little cautiously optimistic about NATO because an institution, a military institution pact, which is existing for so many decades, I don't think Donald Trump is going to damage that institution and write it off completely. While saying that, I think I would be cautiously optimistic about the future of NATO on few issues. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to draw lessons from Sweden's joining in NATO. what the Indo-Pacific community could actually possibly learn, and how has it actually helped Sweden and NATO itself in terms of this expanding this association, and what implications probably we could draw for NATO and IP4 cooperation. Now, again, these are my personal views. I'm an Indian citizen working in Sweden. So you could say an Indian-Swedish perspective, but this is no way belongs to my institute or to the Swedish government. This is my independent view. I think we know that in March 2024, with the involvement of Sweden becoming a full-fledged member of NATO as the 32nd member of NATO, that itself was a huge statement to the alliance mode of politics in global politics. What it did is that it only increased the length of alliance pact, alliance mode of politics in world politics, and therefore there is some sort of unity resurgence has happened within NATO and NATO member countries, particularly after the membership of Finland and NATO, Finland and Sweden. But Sweden's case is very interesting because it is a misperception to say, and probably a kind of misnomer to say, that Sweden has been a neutral country. In fact, if you see largely the global politics, there are three countries. Of course, there are many countries, but there are primarily three countries which has been seen in a countries of neutral in their foreign policy, or hold kind of autonomy or neutrality in their foreign policy involving non-alignment principles. There are three mainstream countries are there. One is Sweden, second one is probably India, third one is probably Indonesia. Of course, there are many other small countries are there, but these are the three prime actors if we see in the global politics as lead actors. Sweden's case is very interesting, and I draw a lot of parallel between Sweden's foreign policy and Indian foreign policy, because the way Sweden's foreign policy has become more alliance involved, or a alliance mode of politics, foreign policy, the way Sweden has inched more towards the United States of America, I think Indian foreign policy has also moved in the same direction. So here, naturally, the question comes, can we draw really some implications for NATO and say that in future, India could be a possible member? Now, I have my argument here. Now, one is that Sweden's case is very unique and interesting, because there is this argument that probably Sweden abandoned in neutrality in 1995 when Sweden became a member of European Union. But that's not actually the case. Step by step, Sweden is actually abandoning its neutrality and became a NATO membership, not overnightly. There is a built-up to Sweden's membership into NATO. And the triggering point was 2000. In fact, in 1995, Sweden became a member of NATO. But again, if we see about 2007 Lisbon Treaty, Sweden was a part of that. Then in 2009, adoption of the Declaration of Solidarity, Sweden was a part of that. Then in 2014, when the Crimea incident happened, that actually led Sweden to think about its own security. Then after that, there has been so many, sports of the Russian submarine in the Baltic regions that has also encouraged Sweden to become a part of NATO. So it's been an incremental engagement. It's an incremental thinking in the Sweden foreign policy. It's not an overnight jump that Sweden just applied a membership for NATO after Russia has attacked Ukraine. It was building up for last 20 to 25 years. But most interestingly, if you see in 2016, Sweden became a part of the host nation support agreement. And I think that actually prepared a lot of ground for Sweden to become a member of NATO. Now, what we draw from this lesson, which is apparently seen as a neutral country or a non-aligned country, became a member of a military alliance program over the decade of any expansion in the IP4's engagement or in the Indo-Pacific will take time. It is not going to happen immediately. So it is going to be an incremental engagement. And therefore, there are countries in Indo-Pacific, particularly, India, Philippines, they could be, worked in terms of being convinced and gradually be a part of NATO's dialogue process in order to think about a future. The second point is that if we come to the Indo-Pacific, and as I was asking the question about IP4 plus, what is the most immediate way of engaging with Indo-Pacific community when it comes to NATO? We know for a fact that NATO has explicitly called China as a threat. But I think it is important to remember, and I think this is where, I have been arguing, in fact, I was there in the NATO Stratcom Command Conference in Riga last year, where in the same panel, the Riga foreign minister was speaking, and she asked me questions that, what do you think that how NATO could actually increase its mandate in the Indo-Pacific? I think there are two ways. If we are talking about membership, it is not going to happen immediately. Probably one country which might be interested for membership, probably that is Japan, or let's say Philippines from the regions, but then that will also take some time. But what we could say is the mode of contacts can be increased. And therefore, we need that incremental engagement process with the like-minded countries in the Indo-Pacific regions. And therefore, IP4 is the most significant kind of minilateral groupings where we could actually talk about IP4+. Now, these two countries, India and Philippines, probably could, Philippines for obvious reasons, because it has been very close to the US security actor. And I think I do take Professor Masson's point is that probably if Trump's approach to NATO is going to be so pessimistic and withdrawal, then probably Philippines will take a backseat. But if the same, rapport or the same chemistry continues between US and NATO with the lead of other countries, then probably Philippines will be inched towards collaborating more with NATO. But I think here, India is a case point where NATO can systematically work with India. Now, for my European colleagues, it is a problem as far as India is concerned, because they do see India more aligned and friendly towards Russia. But I think it is also important to remember that the very formation of NATO is based on a partnership of peace principle. It is not a partnership of war principle. So what I think there is a image makeover is needed for NATO. When we are talking about NATO in Indo-Pacific or NATO in Asia, and this is what, thanks to the Chinese, the way they have promoted NATO as a kind of, NATO is expanding the Asian NATO kind of a thing. I think the NATO of image in Asia and Indo-Pacific and largely in the world has been as a war fighting unit. True, it is a military agreement, but it is actually in principle on the record, it is a peace accord that actually gave birth to NATO. So therefore, the mandate from a war fighting unit to a peace maintaining unit, that image makeover is needed in order to encourage other members to have a direct collaboration. And there India could fit when it comes to hybrid threat, when it comes to China, because India's problem with China is mounting day by day, no matter we are connected with China in AIB, in BRICS, and other multilateral forums. But the China problem is going to be mounting to India, and the way we are emerging as a stronger economy, there is bound to be strategic security clash with China, and there is no doubt about that. And therefore, India could be a possible partner for NATO in the longer run. Now, what about the Russia? This is my last point, because I have very often faced these questions from my European friends, not only in Sweden but also from other parts, that given India's closer relations with Russia, can it be possible for India to collaborate with Russia, with NATO as a partner? Yes, it's very much possible. The reason I'm arguing it's very much possible, because we do not have to be short-sighted when it comes to expanding NATO's mandate in the Indo-Pacific. We have to see it in an open prism. The formation of NATO was on the issue to fight against or to stop the war against Soviet Union. Today, we are not fighting against Russia. We are fighting a multimodal war, which involves Russia, which involves China, which involves North Korea, which involves authoritarian powers, which also interestingly involving many hybrid threats. So it's not just one country war NATO is going to fight. if NATO has to fight a war, whether by troops, in physically, or in principle, in terms of dealing with a hybrid warfare, I think NATO's operational strategy and mode of engagement has to be different. And therefore, India could be a natural partner because India has been facing hybrid threats. India has been facing terrorist threats, border threats from China and radical elements, those who are there in Pakistan and some of the Middle Eastern parts. So therefore, the mandate of NATO has to be defined as a peace structural mandate, and therefore a structural alignment is possible with countries in Indo-Pacific. So therefore, I would suggest that if NATO has to succeed in future, it has to think about an engagement not only with the IP4 but also IP4 plus structure. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Professor Panda. And the last presentation will be made by Dr. Thomas Smura, please.
Thank you very much. Let me thank first of all the Yonsei University and Adapt Institute for organizing such interesting event and for having me here. I was expected to give you some presentation on Indo-Pacific and NATO South Korea cooperation from European point of view, but as you know, it's very difficult to find any common position and any common European point of view for anything. So I will try to say a few words, at least from Central European perspective. So I will start by saying that Indo-Pacific security, I believe, will be the most fundamental issue on the NATO agenda for the rest of 21st century, and possible the biggest challenge also for the NATO unity. Let me explain it later, but to give you some historical context, although NATO, of course, as you know, was created to stop Soviet Union possible invasion against Western Europe, it always has been operating in wider geopolitical context. So you probably know that NATO structure was shaped against the background of communism expansion in Asia, the victory of communists in China domestic war, and also North Korea invasion against its so-far neighbor. We need to also remember that after the Cold War, NATO a little bit, to some extent, lost its raison d'être, sense of existence, as there was no longer any threat of the full-scale invasion against Western Europe, while the challenges as terrorism, proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, and also conflict in out-of-area regions became more important for the security of European citizens. So, as noted, Richard Lugar, U.S. senators, back to that time, NATO had to be out of area or it's gonna be out of business. So, in this context, NATO engaged in Yugoslavian war. After that, in global war of terrorism, in Afghanistan operation, and after that in NATO in operation against Muammar Gaddafi in Libya. And NATO also started to create cooperation structures and networks of cooperation with countries all around the world. So NATO interest basically expand geographically, and alongside with the Middle East since the beginning of 21st century, I believe Indo-Pacific became the most important region for NATO out of Europe, I believe, and wider transatlantic area. So the reason for that was of course that Asia became one of the most important engine of the global growth, but countries like China, Japan, South Korea became major trade partners of many European countries. But on the other hand, Asia is also a source of possible the threats and challenges for wider international security. It's we can only mention, frozen conflict on Korean Peninsula, the issue of the status of Taiwan, or China aggressive policy towards its neighbors. So many, of course, United States, but also many European allies adopted their own Indo-Pacific strategies and became more and more involved in the region. And it was also mentioned that NATO officially mentioned both Indo-Pacific and of course China in its last strategic concept adopted in Madrid in 2022. But I believe that it's gonna be even wider, as we just discussed the issue of US interest in NATO. And I believe there will be more and more pressure from side of our American colleagues to be more engaged in Indo-Pacific. So if we wanted to keep US interest in NATO, I believe there will be growing pressure on European allies to be supportive, to be present and engaged in wider region. On the other hand, there's some of allies would like not to repeat, some decision we made in the past, especially against the background of war with terrorism, when NATO was treated a little bit as a kind of the toolbox supporting US policy worldwide. And some European allies, actually, including so-called Eastern Flank, prefer NATO to be concentrated or the focus on its core task, which is defense and deterrence. So I see that there is a potential tension in those two approaches. Of course, along with wider region, NATO also realized importance of South Korea. So my colleagues mentioned that, reflection of that was invitation for South Korea along with other partners to NATO summits 2022, 2023, and last Washington, D.C. NATO summit. South Korea established its liaison office in NATO HQ in 2022, and nowadays there are many very technical projects focused on cybersecurity, non-proliferation of weapon of mass destruction, and many other issues. But I would say that in these circumstances there are two the most important potential area of cooperation. So first one is connected to the common threats which right now NATO and Korea face together, which is Russia-North Korea cooperation. So of course, from a European point of view, that this framework allows Russia to continue its war of aggression, which is of course the biggest security threat for transatlantic area since the end of the Cold War. And as we know, the Russians provided, the North Korean provided Russia with around 9 million of artillery shells, hot wizard, and some advanced military weapon systems. On the other hand, from the perspective of the South Korea, the most worrisome issue is what Russia gives North Korean back for its support. And according to some source, Russian support might cover also some nuclear ballistic technologies or propulsion for submarines, which actually also might change a little bit balance of power on Korean Peninsula, which of course influenced significantly the South Korean national interest. So I think in this context, we expect South Korea to also be more involved in supporting Ukraine. The South Korea, of course, is important contributor when it comes to humanitarian aid and also financial aid. Only in 2023, South Korea provided Ukraine with around $400 $500 billions of in the different lines of support. But nevertheless, the South Korea hasn't decided to provide Ukraine with lethal weapon, while Korea has one of the most advanced armament industry worldwide, producing very wide range of different weapon systems, and it's also a significant producer of munition, which is especially important in this context. So of course we are aware of some domestic legal issues which make this help very difficult. Nevertheless, it became even more important in today context, as we still are not sure what will be the position of new US administration towards continuation of support for Ukraine. So it's became absolutely crucial. And of course, another also connected issue, it's armament industry cooperation. So as you know, in Europe right now, after Russian invasion against Ukraine, there is rising demand for certain types of equipment. So it was also mentioned in the first presentation that my country, Poland, actually approached South Korea with requests to provide us with some certain range of capabilities, including my battle tanks, Haut wizards, artillery, and so on and so forth. And also South Korea, both from economical but also strategical reasons, is interest to be more present on European market, especially in terms of armament industry. So against the background of discussion we have right now to enhance European industrial base, I believe that there is huge area for cooperation and being present, more present in Europe in these terms. So it's also, so it's not only for idea for cooperation between NATO, but it's also it can be also area of cooperation between South Korea and European Union in this context. So I think there are some promising projects in the pipeline. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have heard all the 6 presentations, and we have now less than 20 minutes for discussion for the audience on the floor. And in order to facilitate a more useful discussion, it may be necessary for me to summarize the presentations very shortly. That is within a couple of minutes, and then may be useful. There might be very different and sometimes the conflicting views and the assessments about the usefulness, relevance, and the legitimacy of the NATO in many contexts here. But my personal view, and as presented by many of the panelists here, it seems that NATO has contributed greatly to the security and the governance, not only in the Euro-Atlantic region, but also globally, including broader Asia, Pacific, and the Indian Oceans. During the last many decades, and many countries, both in Europe and the other regions, have benefited, even including such non-Western countries as China, Russia, and many other authoritarian countries, because NATO that has been understood as preventing the recurrence of the major wars and conflicts throughout the world for a very long period of time, which turned out to be the basis for the growth and the expansion of global and regional cooperative institutional systems throughout the last many decades. NATO is still, I think, very useful, relevant, and it should be regarded as a precious and irreplaceable asset for global and regional security and governance. And in the coming future, it will be almost the same. But the problem is that the overall European, the Euro-Atlantic and the global landscape is very different from the past, which pressurize the NATO and the European and the American countries to adapt themselves. And NATO's transportation and transformation and geographic enlargement into including Indo-Pacific countries such as South Korea, there may be a necessary and inevitable process. And if these processes are managed very well, then it will benefit, not just the Euro Atlantic and the major Indo-Pacific countries, but also the entire world. There could be a lot of questions regarding the many issues related with the future of NATO-South Korea relations and with other IP countries. Any questions?
Thank you very much for the presentations. I have a couple of questions addressed particularly to the last three speakers, Mason, Professor Panda, and Mr. Smura, partly because I think it concerns NATO and our understanding and function, history of NATO. I am not so sure about whether NATO's primary concern should be Indo-Pacific. I think what I would like to see is NATO firmly really establish itself as the pillar of stability in European security, foremost. Nonetheless, as I suggested in my own presentation towards the end, role of America would be very critical, one way or the other. So can you envision, as Mason has suggested, a NATO without the US? If so, what would it be? And in that arc, how do you see what may be a new organization reaching and addressing a completely different geopolitical reality? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. The other questions? No, can you please tell us your name and affiliation?
Testing. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm actually a student here at Yonsei, and so I want to thank for the invite to hear the insight from all the honored guests here today. My name is Cody Smith, and I kind of wanted to follow up a little bit of the question whether the U.S. is in or outside of NATO, as Dr. Mason mentioned, very pessimistically. I am American, but I don't necessarily share that view, or hope that U.S. stays within NATO, but focus specifically on the recent ascension of Finland and Norway into NATO and the impact on the Arctic. Even the past Secretary General, the current Secretary General of NATO, mentioned the importance in the High North and how South Korea can play into that, whether with the General Security of Military Information Agreement between Japan or within the defense industry. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Yes.
Sumina Kayaf from Hitotsubashi University. I have a question for the second speaker about the space cooperation. I think that there is actually a great deal of space cooperation when it comes to technical level information sharing, cooperation, such as in the disaster response and so forth. I think the question seems to be, how do we take that technical level expertise that exists in the region and level up to the more security oriented arrangements? But if you have any thoughts, that'd be great. Thank you.
Yes.
Hi, thank you for your presentations. My name is Sami Kim, and I'm a lecturer in IR at IHWA. So, assuming that NATO does not become obsolete in the next few years, and assuming that South Korean politics does, sort itself out, and looking to the future, I'm thinking of NATO-South Korea cooperation from a mutual sort of development path. So, can we, or how can we guide the future of NATO-Korea relations to take into considerations more of South Korea's own security challenges, namely North Korea? So Korea is not a NATO country. It's not a North Atlantic country. But as we see in the case of the Ukraine war, North Korea is a challenge not just to Asia, but also to Europe, all over the world. So how far are we able to push this North Korea threat and agenda to have some sort of a shared, threat perception with North Korean partners? Thank you. NATO partners. Thank you.
Okay, because of the paucity of time, it may be better for us to hear from the panelists about these questions. So, who should I first? Professor Panda?
I think let me answer that question. Of course, NATO's primary concern is not Indo-Pacific. And I don't see that NATO also changing so much. If it survives, NATO is going to change so much that it will have Indo-Pacific as a primary focus area. But what we are seeing after the Ukraine war or following the Ukraine war, that the security perception and the threat perception has been so interlinked that it would be difficult for NATO to only exclusively focus on Euro-Atlantic. As she rightly pointed out that, today what we are seeing, North Korean soldiers backing Russian military units and being a part of the war explains everything. That a war is not going to be between just two parties. It involves multi-party, and in this case also, in Russia-Ukraine war, what we have seen is not just a bilateral war between Russia and Ukraine. With Russia, there are Chinese military equipments are coming continuously, military aid and financial aid is coming, and then now today, North Korean support has come to the Russians. When it comes to the Ukraine, is the US, and then off the record, the NATO support and some of the European countries, European member states support has worked out. So it's not a bilateral centric war that we will be fighting. So therefore, NATO's mandate might be Euro-Atlantic. I'm not here to suggest that it is going to be overnight change to Indo-Pacific, but I think what we clearly see the perception and the strategies, the official outlets that is emerging both in the NATO structure as well as the European security structure. If you see in European security structure, it's not only those 5 or 6 member countries, those are having Indo-Pacific strategies. There are so many other countries, including Sweden. Sweden might not have an Indo-Pacific strategy, but it is very much today aligned with the American security architecture in the Indo-Pacific, and Sweden is having so many security-oriented linkages in the Indo-Pacific, including with India. And all of these developments has happened despite of the fact that India is supporting Russia or India has supported Russia. Still knowing this, that Sweden has expanded its collaborations with India. Similarly, with the Baltic countries, if you see Lithuania has been quite open and prominent to talk about Indo-Pacific strategies. So therefore, I think if we take into account some of the NATO member countries, they would be interested to actually talk about Indo-Pacific security architecture, because their security guarantee as well as their economic guarantee, economic collaborations links with Asian powers as well as Indo-Pacific powers. So therefore, it might not be a primary focus area for NATO, but I think the way NATO, if it continues to survive, if Trump does not really withdraw overnightly, I think there is a high scope that probably there. And also about the Quad, just one liner, I think I have been writing about this, about whether there is a structural cooperation between NATO and Quad is possible or not. It is very much possible, because all the Quad countries, if we talk about, they have almost a common security perception, and this common security perception is to fight against authoritarian powers and hybrid threat. So I think these two threats phenomenon are bringing the Quad countries together, and Trump has actually been a a leader who has supported the ministerial and leadership meeting among the Quad countries. So I don't see that even though he might withdraw from the multilateral settings of arrangement, I don't think he would be in a position to pull out from everything. So therefore, I would say that NATO has a case, in emerging case in Indo-Pacific. Thank you.
Okay, next to Dr. Smura, please.
Okay, thank you very much. So let me continue your point. 100% agree. So I myself, I of course prefer to NATO to be concentrated on its treaty area and its core task like defense and deterrence, and I believe my government as well. But as my distinguished colleagues mentioned, the fact that you don't believe in devil, it doesn't change that devil belief in EU. So actually, our preferences in this context doesn't matter. So I believe, as I mentioned during my presentation, there will be rising pressure from US side that Europe should be more involved in Indo-Pacific, and if we wanted to show US. And it's regardless of the administration. You know, I believe you can find it in all U.S. security strategy or defense strategy that China is #1 security threat for United States, and basically U.S. It's continuing its strategic concentration on the region. So if the Europeans wanted to show United States colleagues that there are still valuable contributors to the wider international security, they need to be more involved in the region. So I expect that it's kind of the Greek strategy right now, because we had this in the past in regards to the war with terrorism, where the NATO involvement in Middle East basically undermined the unity in transatlantic alliance. But on the other hand, NATO without United States, is answer to your question, probably would not survive. So actually we would need to do what we can to convince American colleagues that NATO, it's still it's in American interest.
Thank you, Professor Rich.
Okay, so there's a number of things. So I want to start. I just want to be totally clear. I love NATO, and I love the AP4. By the way, I don't like IP4. I like the original term AP4, just to be clear about that. So I love the AP4, and I love NATO, and I love the European Union, and I sincerely hope that NATO continues to exist in its current configuration, and even improved one. And I don't think that anything is 100% decided yet. I think, in fact, the most likely outcome for the institutional stickiness reasons that Professor Panda talked about is indeed the fact that NATO continues in some form. But I don't think it's going to be the current form that it's in now, if I had to guess. And that's where I think the questions open up about what the role of the IP4 would be. And there's a lot of different factors. One is, of course, what's happening in the US. The second, of course, just with respect to South Korea or the IP4 states, is their own, of course, domestic political situation. And then thirdly, of course, we have the Russia-Ukraine war and what the outcome is going to be there. And then fourthly, and this is something we haven't really talked about yet, is the domestic political situation in the European states, right? And how much interest they're going to have in this. And I note, by the way, we're looking at a pretty high possibility of Marine Le Pen becoming the French president in 2027. If you're a betting person, that's probably who you would bet on right now. And it would not be a surprise for me at all if we see the AfD put forth a chancellor in 2029, because the way that things are going now in Germany, I think there's a pretty high possibility of that too. That's, again, going to upset the chessboard politically in Europe. So I hope none of those things work out. But you have this like risk, they call the Swiss cheese risk model, right? Where things are disastrous because you put the Swiss cheese together, and when the holes all line up exactly, there's a series of failures that build on each other or that allow one to affect the other, and that's when you end up with a disaster, like the Jeju Air, for instance, is an example of that. I think that we're seeing some of that happening with respect to NATO and the IP4. And at the end of the day, it comes down to the United States. And this is, of course, I think the big failure point that we're seeing. And if you look at what the message is that is coming out of Washington right now, whether it be J.D. Vance or Pete Hegseth or Donald Trump, the message is we don't care about Europe. That's the message. And Europe, I think, is beginning to get that message. But I also heard that after the invasion of Georgia. I heard that after the 2014 invasion of Crimea. I heard that in 2022. Every time I had Europeans tell me we finally got the message. And honestly, it didn't really seem like the message was getting through sufficiently. And so I'm worried about that. And we're also seeing it with respect to what we're seeing in terms of what Europe might do in terms of putting troops in Ukraine, right? Poland has said we don't want to do it. We're too close to Russia. Germany's saying it's premature. I mean, how much more mature do we need to be before Germany needs to have this conversation? Trump, right now, the context of the deal for what happened in Ukraine is Russia will get territorial gains that it doesn't have or yet a right to in terms of the places that it currently controls. No NATO, no US troop involvement, and possibly the US pulling out some of the troops that is put on the eastern flank. This is a message to Europe. We don't care about Europe. Add to that something that Professor Kelly mentioned earlier. Trump has threatened to take over Greenland. That's a NATO member, right? Trump has mocked Canada and said that it should become the 51st state. Again, that's a threat to a NATO member. This is not an administration that takes NATO seriously, at least to judge by the rhetoric that we've seen so far. So again, to go back to something Professor Kelly in his first comments, he said, IP4 NATO cooperation should absolutely be taking place. And I agree. To repeat, I love IP4 and I love NATO, but perhaps it needs to be happening outside of the ambit of the United States because it's simply not a reliable partner.
Okay, thank you. Because we have a very limited time slot, so we have to. You comment?
Actually, may I?
Yes.
Or I can do private little. Okay, just very briefly. Thank you for raising the question. Yeah, as you said, actually we have a kind of a civil cooperation space already in terms of disaster, minimizing the effects of natural disaster or something. But at the same time, I think we have some more going on in terms of military security. Maybe, yeah, I'd say it's between. I think the area we are trying to cooperate further is somewhere between civil and military. I'd say civil military dual use. So that has a significance, I think. For example, hope that I don't reveal too much national security secrets here, but we are now developing nuclear battery, if you are familiar with. So in Cary, in Daejeon, well, it's a science park there, as you know. So we are developing nuclear battery for spaceship and some other equipments in space as well. And also space biosecurity in terms of developing vaccines or some other kinds of, even agriculture. So there are so many things. You think that, okay, agriculture, is it really security, military security? Yes, it is. As you believe, we have come through, COVID-19, how security it is. So we cannot emphasize more than that. So I just stop here. Maybe we can discuss further. Thank you.
Sorry to take up your coffee break, but I think I should emphasize this for the final question. Well, in a way, I'm glad that the cooperation between Korea and South Korea and NATO doesn't seem like about North Korea, because that's the way to insulate this cooperation from the domestic politics. But on the other hand, as your question asked, that makes NATO-Korea cooperation irrelevant for Korea's security. But if we look at the substances, is that because why this cooperation should be about like criticizing North Korea and have directly dealing with North Korea all the time. It shouldn't be, because this cooperation is about strengthening each other's security capabilities. And then who's the most important adversary for South Korea in terms of security? That's North Korea. We just don't directly say it all the time because that's not always wise approach. I just stop here.
Okay, thank you for your excellent presentations, questions, and the responses. Thank you for your efforts and the great contributions. And it seems that the NATO's current situation and the future prospects seem very opaque and uncertain. But at the same time, the NATO and the European and the American NATO members should strive to find the more practical and satisfactory solutions to the problems faced by the current situation and the limitation of NATO and the European and the global security situation. And the possible desirable direction that may be the introduction of a major reform of the existing NATO structure and the governance, and the increased cooperation and the even convergence between NATO and the European Union's common security and defense policy. Of course, there are quite a lot of obstacles and limitations, including not just economic, but also the political and the other considerations. But it may be desirable for NATO members to seek some more practical and structural measures for deeper and the fundamental transformation of NATO, and adopt more open and flexible approach towards expanding the range of its cooperation with the out of NATO member countries, including especially among many others, like such a reliable, capable, and useful partners like South Korea and many other Indo-Pacific countries. Thank you for all your attention and great contribution. Thank you.
We're going to take another 10-minute break, and then we'll resume for the third panel. There's some new refreshments out in the hallway for you all. All right, let's go ahead and begin. This is going to be our third panel on disinformation and social media, and it will be led by the chair, Zuzana Kuskova.
Thank you all for coming back from the coffee break. In this panel, Disinformation and Social Media, we will discuss the role of information in hybrid warfare and strategies to counteract misinformation campaigns. We will also look at the role of private sector in the information warfare. So this is a very crucial and important topic. And without further ado, I will first introduce myself. My name is Zuzana Kuskova. I am head of Red Watch program, which is analytical program researching Chinese influence in Prague-based think tank European Values Center for Security Policy. It is my great honor to be here and chair this panel. Let me introduce our honorable speakers. I will start with Dr. Yin Taigo, who is assistant professor at College of Social Sciences at Dankook University. He holds PhD in social sciences, and he's publishing on internet governance and cybersecurity. Today, he will talk about a Korean perspective on disinformation. Second speaker will be Mr. Jako Zwetslut. He is a senior advisor at Australian Chamber of Commerce in Korea. He has been living in Korea for 23 years already. And he is also hosting a podcast about North Korea for NK News. Today he will be talking more about the public-private collaboration to combat disinformation. Next, we have Professor Dan Pinkston, lecturer at International Relations at Troy University. He has PhD in International Affairs at University of California and MA in Korean Studies at Yonsei University. He will be talking about the US perspective when it comes to disinformation. Next, we have Professor Erwin Hen at Hankook University of Foreign Studies, who held PhD in International Politics of University of Wales, and his research focus is security dilemma theory. Today, he will talk about the ASEAN perspective on disinformation. Next, we have Professor Nakaya Sumie from Hitotsubashi University in Tokyo, and she's also on special leave from the UN Department of Peace Operations, where she oversaw peacekeeping missions in Sudan and South Sudan for almost 20 years. She will provide a Japan perspective on this issue. Last but not least, we have Mr. Maciej Kandryk, co-founder and executive director of ADAPT Institute, think tank based in Slovakia, in Bratislava. And he will provide a European perspective on this very crucial issue. So let's start with the opening remarks, please.
Hi, I'm Inte from Dankook University, and what I'm going to talk about is a Korean perspective on disinformation from a Korean perspective. And first things first, I would like to thank Professor Park Jae-jok and the staff for coordinating all these conference and panels. I was asked to talk about South Korean disinformation environment and South Korean policies measures to tackle disinformation. So what I'm going to this is what what I'm planning to do with this information. I'm going to talk about first how the disinformation environment in South Korea, some historical perspective from former President Park Geun-hye to the current president, and then I will switch gear to talk about the Ministry of Defense efforts and also the military efforts on disinformation. So as many other countries in the world, South Korea also has been grappling with the challenges of disinformation for years, implementing and introducing and various policies and measures to combat disinformation spread and its impact on society, particularly during elections. Another overall feature of South Korea disinformation environment is that there are additional challenges to South Korea. Those challenges are stemming from its geostrategic location, neighboring North Korea, China, and Russia. So I think that this country's approach to tackling disinformation offers both cautionary tales for other democracies and lessons for them. Okay, so I will. My talking point is mainly about the first types and origins of disinformation threats to South Korea, and also and then the measures of the government and private sector to address these threats. So in South Korea, I think this case, this also applies to many other countries. YouTube is the largest online platform through which this information is spread, and followed by, and YouTube is followed by Facebook, KakaoTalk, which is a messenger app in South Korea, and Twitter. From the previous administration, Moon Jae-in administration pledged to uproot what it perceives as fake news, and the Yoon administration, Yoon Suk-yeol administration, also pushed forward agendas to combat disinformation in the context of protecting democracies around the world. However, I think one of the greatest challenges is to define what disinformation is, because defining this information might lead to some kind of cracking down on freedom of speech. It might violate human rights. So it's a very delicate issue to tackle, and it also closely linked to censorship. Defining what this information is very much challenging, even still now. Besides, what South Korea suffers from notorious legacies on security agencies. These notorious legacies originate from the past period of the military dictatorship. And to make the matter worse, even during the democratic administration regimes. So, for example, during the impeachment of ex-president Park Geun-hye in 2017, investigation revealed that intelligence agencies and military officers had engaged in political astroturfing to ensure Park's electoral victory in 2012. So the former director of NIS said that our psychological operations against North Korea are important, but our psychological operations against the South Korea public are pretty important too. So this kind of legacy and I think bad legacy is making matters worse. So South Korea also offers a cautionary tale about invoking disinformation to justify anti-democratic actions. So I don't know how many of you know the 2014 Sewol ferry accident, but after that accident, tragedy, President Park announced a crackdown on alleged false rumors circulating on the nation's mostly widely used message app, KakaoTalk. So this sort of crackdown on these rumors made a lot of users switch to Telegram from KakaoTalk to Telegram. So we have many other examples that under the guise of disinformation, under the pretext of cracking down disinformation, the people in power, people in charge of power sort of abuse their power and crack down on the freedom of speech. And as many of you might know that after following the arrest of President Yoon Suk-yeol, we've seen many instances of disinformation, and also this disinformation is flooding YouTube and a lot of other social medias. And you might have heard of a lot of ramifications or aftermaths of that kind of disinformation, especially conducted by far-right people. And some of far-right people actually stormed the Seoul Western District Court. And then you might have seen and heard from the news that what they did to that building, the district court building. But aside from that, South Korea has strengthened public-private partnership to facilitate and to battle disinformation, and in terms of facilitating fact-checking. government introduced the Fact Checker Net, a public platform where experts and regular citizens can verify the accuracy of COVID-19 reports, because during the COVID, there were lots of disinformation. And the private sector, if not collectively, in South Korea has taken several initiatives. For instance, in January 2024, Naver announced that its AI chatbot service would not generate inappropriate content, and it would monitor its platform. In March 2024, Kakao launched this Carlo AI profile, which is to improve transparency and also creates watermarks on AI-generated content. DeepBrain AI, a Korean generative AI company, announced collaboration with South Korean National Police Agency. And also, there was collective action too by the private sector. They made a joint declaration to prevent malicious use of election-related deepfakes, which was signed by Naver, Kakao, and SK Communications, so-called big telecommunication companies or SNS companies in South Korea. So we are seeing that some efforts are done by the government, not only from the government but also from the private sector. And let me switch to South Korean's geostrategic location, how it is related to disinformation, the spread of disinformation in South Korea. Obviously, we have the major threat or the major propaganda, major sender of disinformation is our China, Russia, and North Korea, especially North Korea. And what their main purpose is to disseminate this information about South Korean government policies, spread negative sentiments regarding Korea's democracy, and also disinformation through like lots of social medias, largely aimed to influence public opinion by distributing pro-China and anti-US content. So NIS, National Intelligence Service, which is South Korean CIA, they along with local cybersecurity firms like ESD Security Corp and SK Shields Corp, they found these disinformation centers and shut down some of the websites. Next, South Korean Ministry of National Defense, MND, and the military also have established various policies and strategies to counter disinformation. One of such efforts is happened on August 20, 2024. So last year, August, the Ministry of National Defense held its first coordination meeting. It was just last year that South Korea had this kind of first coordination meeting with relevant agencies, including NIS, National Intelligence Service, Ministry of Unification, Ministry of the Interior Safety, Ministry of Culture, Sports and Tourism, and the Korea Communication Commission, in order to talk about discuss strategies to respond to the spread of disinformation. In August 2024, which was also the last year, for the first time, the Air Force conducted integrated information operations training. And then the Air Force established the Integrated Information Operations Division at the Air Force headquarters last year, July. So all these military efforts to combat or tackle disinformation happened last year. And lastly, I'm going to talk about South Korean efforts to tackle disinformation internationally. So international cooperation of South Korea. So I'm going to talk about very briefly because it's over time already. So one is the third summit for democracy happened in 2024. At the time, President Yoon has raised the threat of disinformation to democratic elections worldwide. And also, South Korean Ministry of National Defense has been in close cooperation with many democratic countries. August 2022, South Korea's Cyber Operations Command and U.S. Cyber Command signed a memorandum of understanding in countering disinformation. It was 2 years ago. And also, South Korea joined NATO's CCD COE in May 2022. Ever since that, South Korea has been working with NATO on disinformation, and also South Korea is working with the G7 countries, and also trilateral cooperation is right now going on between the U.S., Japan, and South Korea on disinformation, especially with regard to North Korean disinformation. Okay, that said, for further discussion about specific activities or details on these cooperations, I would like to address in Q&A sessions with these presentations later on.
Thank you. Thank you for providing the discussion situation in Korea. Let's move to next speaker, Mr. Jacob Zetzler, please.
Hello, I have 7 minutes. This panel is all that stands between you and the 4th coffee break. So let's get to it. Thank you to Yonsei University's Graduate School of International Studies, to Adapt Institute, Professor Park Jae-jok, and to all who helped to organize this wonderful conference, to our chair, and to my distinguished colleagues today. As a representative of the Australian Chamber of Commerce in Korea, I would like to bring a perspective that bridges the business interests with national security concerns in our collective fight against disinformation. The private sector stands as both a target and a defender in modern information warfare. In recent years, Australian businesses have been directly harmed by disinformation campaigns, leading to economic losses, reputational damage, and operational disruptions. These campaigns are the work of state and non-state actors that seek to undermine Australia's industries, democratic institutions, and strategic partnerships. A notable example involves the Australian cattle farming sector, which has been subjected to sustained disinformation campaigns. In mid-2024, the Australian Agricultural Company reported that activist groups spread misleading claims about the environmental and animal welfare practices of Australian beef producers. These narratives distorted facts, ignored industry-wide sustainability efforts, and misrepresented farming practices, creating public distrust and pressuring businesses in export markets. This is despite the fact that Australian cattle farming has reduced its carbon emissions by 78% since 2005, an achievement overshadowed by false narratives that continue to circulate. Another example is fraudulent misuse of public figures' images in financial scams. In recent months, Australian Foreign Minister Penny Wong's face was falsely depicted in social media advertisements promoting cryptocurrency investments. These ads spread widely on platforms like X, formerly known as Twitter, falsely claimed that she had been jailed for discussing crypto trading, misleading the public, and undermining trust in Australia's financial regulatory system. These kinds of deepfake-driven disinformation tactics can destabilize markets, deceive consumers, and undermine confidence in legitimate financial institutions. A third case is particularly interesting to me personally. As well as working at the Australian Chamber of Commerce in Korea, I also host a weekly podcast about North Korea for NK News. This puts me in direct contact with issues of cyber-enabled disinformation and economic deception. One emerging concern is the infiltration of companies in Australia and other countries by North Korean IT workers posing as freelance developers. These operatives, working remotely under false identities, earn hard currency for the North Korean regime and gain access to Western intellectual property. While this is more akin to fraud than disinformation, it still demonstrates how false information and identity deception are being weaponized. Beyond economic deception, state-sponsored disinformation has been deployed to influence political discourse and public trust in Australia. In February 2023, research uncovered a Chinese government-linked network disseminating falsehoods about Australian politics through social media. This campaign, using coordinated bot accounts and digital propaganda techniques, sought to manipulate public perception, influence domestic policy debates, and sow division within Australia's democratic institutions. Similarly, Russia has engaged in long-term influence operations targeting Western democracies, including Australia. The Australian government has raised concerns over Russia's efforts to spread false narratives to justify its geopolitical actions, while also undermining trust in democratic institutions worldwide through digital information campaigns. These operations illustrate how disinformation is not just an online nuisance, it is a geopolitical weapon. In response to these threats, Australia has launched the Code of Practice on Disinformation and Misinformation in February 2021. This was developed by the Digital Industry Group Inc., or DIGI. This voluntary framework, supported by Meta, Google, TikTok, and X, outlines measures to curb false information, improve content moderation, and promote transparency. However, recognising that voluntary self-regulation has its limits, the Australian government proposed the Communications Legislation Amendment, Combating Misinformation and Disinformation, Bill 2024, in an effort to introduce financial penalties for social media platforms failing to address misinformation directly or effectively. However, this bill faced strong opposition in the Australian Senate, citing concerns over free speech and government overreach, and there was also industry pushback. In November last year, that bill was withdrawn, demonstrating the challenges of balancing security, regulations, and digital freedoms. Recognising these challenges, the private sector in Australia has taken proactive steps. A key example is the partnership between News Corp Australia, Google, and the Melbourne Business School, which together established the Digital News Academy. This 9-month program trains journalists in video forensics, AI-driven verification, and digital literacy. Initially launched for Australian journalists only, the program has since expanded to include media professionals from Pacific nations, reinforcing the role of independent journalism in countering misinformation. At Auscham Korea, we play an active role in fact-based storytelling about Australia-Korea business ties, while at the same time remaining vigilant against false narratives that could distort perceptions of trade, investment, and policy cooperation. An Australian educational institution, Griffith University, which is a member of the Australian Chamber of Commerce in Korea, last year hosted the Disinfo Pacific Conference in partnership with the United Nations. This event brought together policymakers, researchers, journalists, and students from Australia and Pacific Island nations to address the rising impact of misinformation in the region. Discussions centered on democratic resilience, public health, and climate action, highlighting the importance of cross-sector collaboration in mitigating the harmful effects of misinformation. Initiatives like this demonstrate Australia's proactive role in working alongside regional partners to develop regional frameworks and strategies aimed at countering misinformation and disinformation. Collaborative efforts like this serve as potential models for broader international cooperation, including possibly for NATO-IP4 in addressing cross-border digital security threats. Now, disinformation is not just a political issue, it's a business and economic risk. False narratives can erode consumer trust, damage corporate reputations, disrupt supply chains, and manipulate financial markets. With the rise of AI-generated disinformation and deepfakes, businesses must adapt their strategies to counter emerging effects effectively. And I have 5 concrete steps that businesses can take, but I'll save them for the discussion given the lack of time here. So moving forward, there's some questions that I think we must ask ourselves, and that's not just for Australia, but for all countries. How can the private sector align its capabilities with national security objectives? What role should regulation play in addressing AI-driven disinformation while upholding digital freedom? How do we ensure that counter-disinformation efforts protect rather than stifle open digital economies? And how can businesses collaborate internationally to strengthen resilience against cross-border disinformation threats? These are obviously complex cross-sector challenges that demand coordinated, proactive solutions. The role of businesses in safeguarding information integrity has never been more critical than it is now. And I look forward to today's discussion on practical strategies to strengthen public-private cooperation in the fight against disinformation. Thank you.
Thank you, Jaco. Thank you also for proposing topics for discussion and opening the opportunity to talk about practical solutions, how to counter disinformation. Let's move to next speaker, Professor Dan Pinkston.
I'm teaching, well, first of all, it's also great to be back at Yonsei University.
world famous Yonsei University, the greatest university in Korea. I'm teaching a class on cyber warfare right now. Last week we actually covered this topic. So I took the liberty looking at the discussion topic or the topic for this panel and used both my dictatorial powers to choose what I was going to speak about. So I looked at disinformation in social media, as a independent variable and how it affects the U.S. So much of the discussion, people have been going back and forth with U.S. still a democracy, how disinformation impacts democracies, and it's a useful tool of authoritarian regimes and all of that. And so we've been going back and forth about the nature of the U.S. So as I looked at this and I've been watching this, I'm going to just state my conclusion up front and we can unpack it a little bit. So I think about Russia, and Russia has used military force for the last 3 years, what they call the special military operation, to try to install a puppet regime in Ukraine, a much weaker state right on its border. And then with the U.S., Russia has used disinformation to install a puppet regime in the United States, a powerful state in the international system on the other side of the globe without a shot being fired. It's stunning to me. I'm trying to get my head wrapped around this. I think of terms like other kind of puppet state or vassal state. I think of Finlandization or Vichy regime, Quisling government. And what they're doing domestically now to U.S. governmental institutions and so forth, and bureaucracy. Talking to a friend a couple of days ago, he's American from Texas. He's worked in development in Cambodia. He's back in the States now. And he said, what it reminds me of, he says, this reminds me of brother number one, Pol Pot. It started getting to day zero, this dismantling of the state. It's stunning to watch and see what is going on. So it's very worrisome. And in the paper, I started writing the paper. I didn't finish it, so it's not in the packet. I apologize about that. So the first thing I did, the first step, of course, that you always do is go back to Confucius and rectify the names, get the definitions right and all that, because back when I was studying Yonsei, Confucius was on the faculty here. And we had to read the Confucian Analects. So I go through, identify the terms disinformation, all of that. What social media is, deepfakes, and so forth, and provide some, background in the development of social media when it got started in the 90s, and what the usage rate is, and market penetration, all of those types of things. And then discuss a little bit about the nature of authoritarian regimes versus democracies and how they build political legitimacy. There's an educated audience, don't have to get in very much, but basically, democracies, they build their legitimacy on elections, free, fair, contested elections, authoritarian regimes on myths. Dictatorships tend to be rent-seeking. They build small coalitions of support so they can provide private goods as opposed to public goods for a broader, democratic coalition. So, of course, the utility of disinformation for dictatorships, authoritarian regimes is great because it helps them build their myths of support. And of course, the ICT revolution and social media has accelerated this. It's just, made it much easier to spread that myth making. So of course that impacts domestic politics, but also impacts foreign policy as well. Raise the question, why do dictatorships oppose democracy? Why are they so committed and use so much effort to undermine democracy? One thing, it helps conceal their inefficiencies at home. Dictatorships are more weak generally. And also the next point, looking at the U.S., this is really a paradox to me. And as an American, I'm familiar with it. Maybe some of you are not so much, but this paradox of the institutional design in the U.S. And the founding fathers, George Washington, all those guys with the wigs and all that, they're looked upon as like these deities or something, these like gods. Americans were socialized, viewed them in that way. And they were so concerned about the tyranny of the majority. So back in those days, democracy was kind of a pejorative term, right? Democracy was mob rule and chaos and all of that. So they put in all of these checks and balances and everything, bicameral legislature, states, federalism, and all of that.
But what has happened now, because of gerrymandering, overrepresentation of rural states, and unlimited money and all of these things, has made it possible, it's enabled the tyranny of the minority. And this is the nature of the US political system right now. So minority view or coalition that's not representative of the broad population allows or enables this kind of narrow, inward-looking, rent-seeking kind of system. And then the last two things, so what question, what is to be done? And I'm watching this, repeat what Professor Ritchie said earlier. I view this as an ongoing coup d'etat in consolidating power in this authoritarian system. I also teach a course in North Korean politics. I do it kind of tongue in cheek, but I teach my students about how you run a dictatorship. How would you manage a dictatorship? So when you become a dictator, here's how you do it. Basically, there are three things you need to control. Guns are the security force. There's guns, money, and information. So you need the security force. So you see what the Trump regime, what King Trump is doing. Establishing this kind of personalistic or personal, I call it the thug army, is what I call it, for lack of a better term. Coming in immediately and pardoning these insurrectionists, these guys that attacked the Capitol, appointing people in the Department of Defense who are, have criminal convictions, drunkards, and so forth, that have engaged in lawless behavior, and they'll be willing to do it again. Money, getting a hold of the money. They got incel tech bros rampaging through computers and payment systems and all this. And of course, information with the control of the social media, Twitter, Facebook, and all of that. It's become a cesspool of propaganda. It's just polluted or contaminated with this information. So what? Can't count on the U.S. anymore to flip to the other side. State institutions like the Global Engagement Center, State Department institutions set up to battle or manage this information threat. It was terminated and shut down in December. Congress didn't renew the mandate and funding because Republicans in Congress, they impinged upon free speech and all of that. So you can't really count on the government institutions. They're under attack, attacking journalists from Voice of America. Anything that's truthful that is reflects negatively on King Trump is, of course, to be attacked for that. Who knows? Thugs might show up at your doorstep. So we have to look at the non-governmental sector, who is battling this. Truth hopefully will win out longer run. We have to be prepared of what's coming, because people are going to be the gun sites of the U.S. and governmental institutions, Katie Vance, these guys going to Europe and saw what they said. There's a long list of indicators of this. We can bring it up in discussion if you want. I'll stop there.
Thank you. Let's move to the next speaker, Erwin Tan.
Hi, just testing the sound. Testing. Can you hear me? Great. Okay, so what we have here depicts the impact of artificial intelligence in the sense that if you do a search on Google Images for Tiananmen Tankmen, you might have the classic image of the one pro-democracy protester protesting against what is going to become the crackdown on Tiananmen Square. And in the second image below, well, same place, Tiananmen Square, tank in the background, but guy doing a selfie, quite a benign image. But of course, you can tell that second image is AI generated, reflecting what happens when you've got state propaganda trying to whitewash what was really happened in June of 1989. So in a lot of ways, that helps to illustrate the nature of the extent to which the information revolution and cyberspace has helped to transform the art of propaganda, disinformation, and social media, which I'll talk on briefly today. Right. Okay. So I've decided to break this into 3 key components, starting off with a very brief overview of some of the methods of which China has been known to engage in various cyberspace operations, bearing in mind that, of course, this is what is publicly known. Of course, given the very classified nature of such information, we don't know the full story yet, but some of the clearer trends can be identified. And in this sense, then, as indicated in my talking points, these talking points are actually based on 2 soon-to-be published papers, one on cybersecurity and one on what I refer to as sharp theory, or social community hardening and adaptable resilience in policymaking, which I put under emerging work and response, as well as in relation to previous and ongoing work. So let's get into it. So what is hybrid warfare? Well, hybrid warfare, I believe, would be the main focus of panel number 4, but if you just use this as a brief understanding of the idea of hybrid warfare, and it basically marks the use of unconventional forms of politically motivated coercion, often involving a very implicit threat of violence, but still falling below the formal threshold of what constitutes actual armed conflict. So this, in other words, means that we're talking about actions that fall below the formal threshold of armed conflict, thereby allowing the perpetrator a level of plausible deniability, whilst at the same time being able to intimidate and manipulate its target. And this therefore makes the art of cyberspace and cyber warfare that attractive to perpetrators of hybrid warfare. Because China has been known to use the following methods of cyber-related means as means of hybrid warfare to undertake espionage, hybrid warfare operations, psychological tactics, propaganda, and disinformation. Starting off with China's attempts to establish a dominant share of the global trade in IT-related technology. So what China's been doing is this. They're seeking backdoor tools in order to be able to access very sensitive data on computers. So under the China Standards 2035 project that was launched in 2021, what China has been doing is to push forward a strategy of establishing domestic standards for IT technology, but which China is able to dominate and control. In other words, then, by being able to establish such a dominant share of market technology, they are able to actually put themselves in a position to be able to access large quantities of data online being marketed to other countries. Now, taken in conjunction with China's Belt and Road Initiative, well, this is very attractive to countries in the global south because such technologies are expensive. If China is providing them for on the cheap, it means that China is therefore able to gain increased levels of penetration. So, example, if you consider, say, China's influence in the African continent, the African Union had its new headquarters built in Ethiopia with Chinese support. You can see what I'm getting at here. Second, if you also consider the use of botnets and advanced persistent threats, or known as APTs, well, once again, China has created various backdoor tools through which the Chinese intelligence agencies are able to gain surreptitious access to computers that hold sensitive data. So, for instance, if you consider organizations such as the Chinese state-backed hacker groups like Volt Typhoon or Salt Typhoon, which have been known to actually penetrate the U.S. intelligence communication infrastructure, communications networks, engaging in hacking, and the like. And all of this is also occurring even in peacetime, but of course as preparation for the possibility of escalation in the event of an actual armed clash. Third, operations to corrupt influential persons. Well, this includes the use of cyberspace and social media applications for the purpose of identifying people who might be vulnerable to corruption, bribery, or blackmail. A good example is it occurred in 2022. Dixon Yu, a Singaporean Chinese PhD candidate, was arrested by the US government given that he'd been undertaking espionage on behalf of China. So what had happened was that Yu had used LinkedIn to identify US government officials and defense contractors who were facing financial woes, and then passed this information to his Chinese handlers for follow-up exploitation in order to gain access to sensitive data. Fourth, propaganda and counter-propaganda involving the use of social media applications, including the very well-known ones, YouTube, X, Facebook, etc. So what the Chinese Communist Party has been doing is to recruit seemingly ordinary persons in order to post as social media influencers, the typical type who are going to post about their travel plans on YouTube and the like. So if you look at channels such as China Fact Chasers, that's run by Winston Sturzel and Matthew Tai, who cover quite a lot on Chinese propaganda. They know that characters such as Vika Li Jingjing, and other such Chinese characters. We're talking about very attractive, young-looking Chinese women who appear to be ordinary social media influencers. But if you actually look at a pattern of what they post on YouTube and the like, you can see that there's a commonality. There's no genocide in Tibet. Hong Kong is free and democratic. The Tibetans are free to practice their religion, etc. In other words, a clear pattern of propaganda coming from people who claim to be social media influencers. But the reality is that they're actually agents on behalf of the Chinese media. At a lower level is the so-called Wu Mao Tang, or 50-cent army. Basically paid online commentators who establish stock puppet accounts on social media platforms in order to post and bombard the internet with pro-Beijing content. The idea is to promote this image of widespread support for Chinese government policies. Now, interestingly enough, the extent to which the World Foreign narrative has become so dominant in recent years means that there's also a new trend called the 自带干粮的五毛, or Wu Mao who bring their own dry rations. In other words, online Chinese commentators, ordinary citizens, who literally take government propaganda at face value and become their own DIY Wu Mao as well. Now, interestingly enough, if you consider the fact that we're talking about Chinese citizens, it becomes easier to debunk. But what the Chinese Communist Party has also been doing is to recruit foreign nationals to support their media narrative. So this is occurring at both the higher and low ends of communication. At the higher end, consider characters such as Jeffrey Sachs at Columbia University, Mario Cavallo at the Center for China and Globalization. We're talking about people who apparently appear to be academics, but if you look at the extent to which they actually repeat Chinese government propaganda talking points, you can see that there's a clear pattern emerging here. At the lower tier, the Chinese Communist Party has also been funding YouTubers such as Nathan Rich, Lee and Ori Barrett, and the like, in order to, again, deliver foreign propaganda on behalf of the Chinese Communist Party. Now, once again, the fact that we're talking about white guys posting pro-Beijing content gives it a veneer of respectability, but the reality is that they're being paid to do so. And 6, if you also consider the use of AI-generated content to sow discord, they really had an example of this in the form of Russian election meddling against the US in 2016. And China's also been doing the same thing in the 2024 elections, for instance. China used fake social media accounts once again to post trolling comments in order to further polarize the US body politic. So in response to these challenges and threats, I've been working on a conceptual approach that I refer to as sharp theory, or socio-community hardening and adaptable resilience in policymaking. So this much is very tentative in its research results, but it's basically a work in progress, so please bear with me. But basically the idea of socio-community hardening is that we need to talk about a very high level of whole society buy-in. In other words, a very high level of public support, whole society mobilization to recognize the very comprehensive nature of this threat, in order to ensure that any policy response is actually shared by the whole of society, whilst at the same time ensuring that the core civic values are hardened against various threats, not only online threats, but also others as well, which I can talk about in a bit more detail. And as you can see, further forward policy measures, which I am running out of short time on, but I'm happy to discuss in more detail in the Q&A. So in conclusion, cyber literacy, including the practice of not taking internet search results at face value, is not only important for national security, but as indicated in this meme, quite helpful in avoiding personal embarrassment. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move to the next speaker. Thank you for the presentation. Dr. Sumia?
Yes. Thank you. Would you mind actually doing the PowerPoint for me? Thank you so much. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I teach in Japan, in Tokyo now, but up until 3 years ago, I spent about 15 years in the UN overseeing peacekeeping operations in Sudan and elsewhere, where I saw, I would say the last 5 years, my French colleagues having oh my God moments about the rapid expansion of Russian influence in Africa, including through the media manipulation to the point that they were kicked out. And I think that's again at the time when this the concept of hybrid warfare really caught our attention globally. But 10 years earlier than that, I was having an oh my God moment in Africa, seeing the rapid expansion of Chinese influence, where they spend so much money, not only building the road and bridges and ports and so forth, but stadiums, theaters, hotels, right? That's a economic and cultural expansion into the continent. And the point I'm trying to make through this personal experience is that these are dynamics that we don't see beyond our neighborhoods. But given that, if I'm beginning to think that the space we occupy in the global politics, and I mean global, may be much smaller than we think. And this is why this conversation is crucial, because we need each other now. And I attended a lecture at Hitotsubashi 2 weeks ago about the strategic relationship between Europe and Japan, but through the economic security perspective. And I think this actually relates to this conversation today, in that with the rise of the US-China trade war and tariffs conversations, we, Europe and Japan and South Korea, we need each other because we need the markets for each other. And we need to also safeguard the remaining structure of free trade. But even beyond that, if you start looking at the world politics 50 years from now, 100 years from now, we need each other's markets and capabilities for our own survival. I mean, we talk about climate change, for example. China is already the world's largest grain producer, followed by India and Russia. And if the current breadbasket region moves north because it's too hot to grow on food, Russia is going to be the largest producer of grains. And if the war in Ukraine is any indication of what Russia can do to squeeze our food supplies, right, this is going to be a reality in the coming decades. And therefore, this topic of misinformation, disinformation is critical because it can sow divisions globally, you know, when our partnerships is ever more important. So I want to make 2 points about the misinformation, disinformation, and contextualize it. We so far spent some time talking about the producer of the propaganda, the Chinese and Russians. But we also need to think about the consumers of the propaganda. And from the Japanese perspective, the producers, those who design and disseminate propaganda, the fake news, disinformation, I mean, we talk, you know, could be, I mean, geopolitical, but also local. Geopolitical, yes, Russia and China, the 2 primary producers of propaganda. Russian information operations in Japan are not as extensive at all. We probably have a small number of intelligence personnel under diplomatic cover, but they just engage the political leaders. And however, I mean, there is a small segment of society that consumes the Russian state propaganda, not to a large extent. Chinese information operations may seem a bit more opportunistic than strategic. Can you move to the last slide? Right, I'm sorry, I just could not figure out how to translate this, but this is just one portal of where the misinformation, disinformation campaigns have been found in the Asia-Pacific region, done by Sasakawa Peace Foundation. And you can see that the main focus of Chinese operations are South China Sea and Taiwan and Japan. It happens from time to time, like the release of the contaminated radioactive water from the Fukushima, for example. Sometimes elections campaigns, local election campaign, like particularly in a place like Okinawa, which is very close to the mainland China and also home of US bases. There has been some evidence of the Chinese influence, but these are more, again, opportunistic than consistent strategic media information campaigns. I think what concerns me personally, and I think Japan is somewhat similar to what the two first speakers spoke about, which is more local origin, like what's happening locally, locally generated misinformation, the malinformation content. And there, I would like to, this is a kind of, is a little uncomfortable topic, but is an element of deep-seated racism within Japan against the Chinese and Korean residents of origin. And this surfaces every time there's a major crisis, like earthquake or the flood or so forth. And this is something that I think that has to be tackled within the society. And I assume that similar social, emotional, psychological issues exist in other societies, but that's certainly the case for us. And I think this is where we can learn from the European experiences of cultivating human rights, minority rights, diversity, coexistence, that sort of cultural conversations could really make a huge contribution to us. Another element that of cross learning that I very much hope to see in the Indo-Pacific and also vis-a-vis European counterparts is the issue of fact-checking capabilities. And I think, Orin, you also mentioned toward the end, if you go back to the 2 slides earlier, I mean, Japan is so behind, and I don't know why this is. We just don't fact check. And Yahoo, one of the major outlet of social media platforms, they only have 70 content checkers against 10 million posts per month. 8 out of, it's in the paper, 8 out of 22 major news platforms, only 8 out of 22 do fact check every day. And if you go to the next slide, yeah. I mean, we're really behind even compared to our neighbors. And I think, again, this is where cooperation in the Pacific and with the European counterparts, I think, go really long way. And I think, to me, this is a bigger concern than what makes Japan more vulnerable is not so much about geopolitical, but it's a lack of our own self-defense capabilities. Certainly, we can invest more in AI and other technological solutions to monitor, detect, and remove the false content. I think that's another area that we can also see cooperation and joint investment within the region and with the European partners. Again, this is a moment that we need to work together, and this is where Meta decides to, reduce the fact-checking capabilities. So I think the rest of us really have to work together. We definitely need to do more investment into open source intelligence capabilities, and I think this is again where we can learn from each other. I will stop at that.
Thank you, Professor. And let's move to the last speaker. Please, go ahead.
Thank you. Today I will provide you a brief overview of how NATO and the European Union are trying to tackle the hybrid warfare and the information and example of the hybrid warfare. It's still indeed a whole organization. They recognize hybrid warfare information as a certainly security issue, security threat of high importance, but for obvious reasons, which I will explain to approaches of organization are different. Especially core similarities that will be that organizations really emphasize the role of resilience and the civil building and proactive strategic communication. Before going to the specific details and the policy actions already taken, I would like to a little bit more try to information, or how we use the European Union more in terms of foreign information manipulation and defense, so-called TIMI, to contextualize it in the hybrid warfare. Because there are so many definitions, sometimes it looks like each scholar had their own definition. But if we speak about, I really understand hybrid warfare as a combination of military and non-military, or as some prefer kinetic and non-kinetic means to achieve specific strategic goals. For some example, it can be espionage, it can be cyber attack, it can be economic conversion like tariffs, it can be called disinformation, or strategic corruption, and many more. I personally believe that TIMI or disinformation is probably the most vicious of those medium hybrid influence of hybrid warfare. Why? Because it undermines our resolve, it erodes our trust, and it's perfect toolkit for all government idea of divide and conquer or divide and conquer. Because as we are divided inside our societies on many different layers, cause any possibility of unified decision making, and the functionality of democratic processes is seriously paralyzed. Therefore, what our opponents, our adversaries, will achieve, the strategic effects there are based on conversion, coercion, attrition, and paralysis. Yet, the attempts or all the struggle to get the information or TIMI, as I already call it in Europe, is deeply troublesome because the whole issue in the last couple of years grow increasingly politicized and very polarizing topic. It might be under the banner of free speech or in the context of liberal conservative cultures, but the very idea of disinformation is now being questioned. It is not just another rule of how to restrain the space for open democratic discussion and how it is meddling with the freedom of speech. Approach or understanding of these issues from current administration or Elon Musk and many other big giants is very clear. Many of those companies already withdrawn their commitments to protect this information, and it's really something I believe, at least for Europe, but for sure also for the US, will be a defining age or defining feature in our societies, because it's making us question the very democratic foundations of our societies. The critical question is, if we use the TIMI, the foreign information manipulation and interference, how to tell the difference between TIMI and TIMI domestic, and how to differentiate between TIMI and basically lying, because different societal actors, politicians, private business, all different actors. Yes, as a people we do lie, we do it quite often, and how to tell that from really foreign interference into our sovereignty is hard. So now let's go in finding the specific approaches and actions taken by NATO and the European Union. So NATO is trying to take a proactive stance against threats and disinformation, and it's trying to do it through integration of resilience, or mentioned, intelligence sharing, and communication. And these efforts, of course, align with the general defense posture and defense. Some key initiatives according to the counter-hybrid support teams. There are like specific teams which can NATO deploy to member states, dealing with the crisis, mitigate the crisis, and help them to solve or at least mitigate the ongoing hybrid threat. There, I would like to highlight also the role of different centers of excellence, and I'd like Implementation Center of Excellence based in Riga, Latvia, which means giveaway is working on communication, and other very crucial COE based in Tallinn, Estonia, which is a Center of Excellence on cooperative cyber defense within NATO. Both organizations, or COEs in general, they work as expert organizations in a way as think tanks to generate knowledge, generate new frameworks and understandings, but also providing training, education, and support for the member states in their areas. Speaking about resilience, I mentioned it several times, we need to have so-called 7 baseline requirements, even though these are mostly linked to the civilian preparedness and specific actions which member states should take them to ensure the readiness and preparedness of the military forces. Also, I would need to mention the public diplomacy division role, also supporting this fantastic forum today, and through grants, different outreach programs, and different public diplomacy activities. NATO is actively encouraging involvement with youth, with different target groups, foster transparent communication between allies and partners. Last but not least, and it's getting to my second big point, NATO and EU cooperation. There's an ongoing structured dialogue between EU and NATO on countering hybrid threats and building resilience against information together. Now, on the EU side, and now I'd like to highlight the difference, because as NATO is international military political organization, EU is different. EU is a supranational organization which allows EU to create law and regulations which are binding for the member states. NATO, of course, can't do that, and EU is using this possibility very, very actively to create tools which can be used in the Union and by the member states to provide the information. I would say one of the flagship projects or flagship initiative is the Digital Services Act, probably heard of. But even before there was and there is the EU Action Plan with kind of information 2018, European Democracy Action Plan 2020 for the whole practice on information from 2022. Of course, there is a lot of great work done by European External Action Service done in this field. I would recommend to check the report on PIMI, which is always really thought-provoking and double-rich reading. Also, there is this initiative or a platform, EU Hybrid Citizen Cell, which serves for gathering and sharing intelligence within the Union on hybrid threats and helping to coordinate member states with their actions against it, and many more action initiatives are taking place under the EU umbrella. It is really, I would say, highly effective in this area. But the huge question is, what kind of effect, what kind of result? My thoughts because several times mentioned fact checking. I'm afraid that our European experience or field experience is that fact checking is not producing really great results, and it's also coming to the fire only very late. But I would be really happy to go deeper in that discussion and for your opinions, what kind of specific actions and approaches should be employed, and how can we actually set their activity and to have specific data and results, because opportunities like we have so many things going, but we're very able to show as a result. So I will finish
Thank you, Mackey. Thank you for providing the description of EU and NATO and what they are doing when it comes to disinformation. And before we move to the discussion, let me use this opportunity to ask a question to all the speakers. So we were talking about what different governments are doing when it comes to counter disinformation, hybrid warfare, etc. But still, we are in a situation where a lot of democratic governments are struggling with low trust from their societies, struggling with a division of societies. So what are we missing? Is it something what we are not doing or we are not doing enough? And there is no particular order, so whoever wants to take the floor is yours.
I can jump on. This is crucial and very complex question at the same time, because let's be frank, in democratic societies, we shouldn't expect total harmony. I mean, there will be opposing movements, camps with different opinions and worldviews, and that's actually the motor of democracy, because it makes us compete over different ideas and turning them into the different solutions, leading to, by democratic processes, enable change of the government, etc., etc. So let's not go too far to wish for too harmonious society. But the question is, where is the threshold when the polarization and when the division is already becoming a problem of function and leads to paralysis of such a system, of such decision-making center. And I will be open, very frank and honest, I don't have an answer. And it's puzzling me for a long time how to think about this threshold, like what kind of, how to make it tangible, so we can think about it more clearly and ideally step to something which could be used for measuring this issue. And providing us with some really data-based decision making, because now it's all about opinions, different perspectives, and also emotions, as they are all also inherently part of our thinking about the world. So I don't know, but thank you for the question.
I personally don't think we are doing enough. This is from the Japanese perspective. For example, we don't have a legislation like your DSA, right? This is my European colleague, said that US innovates, Europe regulates, and I think Japan evades. We don't have the specific policy, the government investment, and willingness to tackle upfront by criminalizing some of the malinformation campaigns. That's one thing. And two, right, the hybrid warfare, the information manipulation campaigns, the target is people. Right? We can try to regulate the content creators, the Meta or Lines or YouTube or X as much as we want. We could, but as long as people buy the propaganda through those social platforms, this is never going to go away. And social media is only an amplifier. It's not the that problem. The problem is the people buying the fake news. So I think we definitely need, going back to your whole of society approach. I think we definitely need to engage people more. In addition to private sector, of course, the government, legislative bodies, and so forth. But we need dialogue, and I think we established right after COVID years the online education is not enough. We need in person, and I think that goes same with I think the community. Relationship investment, social dialogue, dialogue with the minority. Coming from Japanese perspective, we need more dialogue with the Chinese and the Korean residents and students and so forth. And just one really quick on that, the Chinese element. We need to, I think, differentiate what the regime wants to do and what people want to do. And these are not two, same thing. I have Chinese students who, studying labor rights and Me Too movement and women's empowerment and so forth. And I think that with the U.S.-Japan, the U.S.-China relationship going south, you probably need more Chinese students coming to your countries, Eastern Europe included. And I think we need to engage the next generation of the Chinese leaders.
Yeah, so I think I'll measure my response with reference to my PowerPoint slides and also in 3 separate points. Right, so I'll first like to follow up on Nakaya Sensei's point about the need for public engagement in the sense. In the sense that I really like Nakaya Sensei's point about the need for public engagement, because one of the points that I wanted to raise in my list of policy measures in response to that is the use of edutainment organizations. So, for instance, in Singapore, there's the Singapore Discovery Center, which promotes the whole of, the kind of whole society total defense kind of doctrine. And then also a number of other similar edutainment organizations elsewhere. In Korea, for instance, there's the 365 Safety Park in Taebaek, Daegu Safety Center, etc., which although focus more on public transport safety, can also be expanded, well, at least have the potential to be expanded to also cover cybersecurity issues like the Singapore Discovery Center. So in a sense, I think if you're talking about such edutainment organizations as a means of, means of public engagement with the general public, therefore engaging with Nakaya Sensei's point. A second part of my response then covers the issue of the debate between freedom of speech on the one hand and censorship on the other. So in this sense, I'm mindful of the many of our friends and colleagues here who are from the former communist countries in Central and Eastern Europe in this backlash against censorship, but I'm from Singapore, and as a Singaporean, I think I get a lot of flack for censorship. Well, there's actually a good reason for that. We had some pretty nasty racial riots in the 1960s as a result of rhetorical demagoguery. So, which is why the government in Singapore decided to impose censorship to prevent racial riots. So, whenever I bring this issue up to a lot of people from the transatlantic region, I get a lot of flack on the grounds that censorship is not allowed in democracy, but no matter how many times I try to explain that we had some really nasty riots in the 60s, my point gets shut down. So I think there needs to be some discussion on where, whether there's any justification for censorship, especially in the face of online disinformation. I believe based on some of the work I've done so far, the idea of censorship is helpful in some circumstances, but at the same time, it's only a band-aid given the sheer extent of disinformation out there. So in this sense, and it also goes back to my other point about the need for a public that's actually actively engaged in cyber literacy, which, as indicated in that meme I showed earlier, is not only helpful for ensuring national security, but also helps to avoid personal embarrassment.
Yes, I think developing and cultivating critical thinking skills is very important. A lot of the people that are in positions of authority, the boomers, didn't come up with, they're not part of the digital generation like my son and the young people. So I do see some bright signs of, people developing that, my son and his generation. So that's very important. And it's difficult for democracies, it was mentioned earlier, because of the free speech protections, but not all speech is protected. And different countries have different types of constitutional or legal protections. So, threats, fighting words, defamation, those types of speech are not protected. And when those types of rumors and information or disinformation, misinformation that can cause violence, that there should be some kind of response, but it has to be very quick, because once it goes out into the wild, it's very difficult to control. And also because the low cost of spreading the disinformation and fake news and deep fakes and all of those types of things, it's very, very difficult to police. So it requires a multi-front coordinated response.
Thank you. I'm going to make a reference here to the Australian Code of Practice on Disinformation and Misinformation. I think it may be interesting, perhaps even useful, to look at the different definitions of disinformation and misinformation that are used in this document. So the Australian Code of Practice on Disinformation, Misinformation identifies or defines misinformation as something that, well, an example is an individual mistakenly sharing a false claim about vaccine side effects on social media believing it to be true. So that's misinformation with an M. Whereas disinformation with a D would be a coordinated network of bot accounts or state-backed actors amplifying false claims about an election to undermine trust in democratic institutions. So it sort of gives a picture of something happening on two levels, right? At the grassroots, the bottom level, you've got misinformation, people sharing things in good faith that they may believe to be true, but in fact they're not. And at the top level, you've got coordinated actions there, and that two-level bifurcation suggests that an approach on those two levels might also be needed. So in the case of misinformation, what's needed there, and we've talked about this a little bit on this panel, is more media literacy, more teaching about critical thinking and how to fact check, public education, basically. So from the school age on upwards. And whereas disinformation, it's because it's an issue of coordinated manipulation, it needs a higher level approach. So we're looking at detection, removal, and platform intervention. And that's something that so far we've seen can be difficult if it's voluntary and an industry-directed response. But on the other hand, if it's completely government top-down, then we risk moving into possibly censorship. And so there's always going to be fine-tuning. There's always going to be a balancing act there. And that balance today may not be the same balance for tomorrow. Right? That these things have to change with the context, and governments are not used to moving that fast. So it's always going to be a tricky issue, that fine-tuning. Thank you.
So why are we still struggling with disinformation? What are we missing? I think it's all about domestic politics, right? It's all about domestic politics. So some party is just afraid of other party using legislature about disinformation because it might be used against itself. So this kind of partisan debate on how to introduce disinformation legislature or disinformation act is a huge obstacle to a lot of countries who are trying to struggle with disinformation. So I think introducing regulation or legislation is a good idea to sort of dampen the spread of disinformation. But again, like I said, like countries like South Korea or Japan, who have legacies of this kind of bad influence or bad legacies of inflation operations, they have hard time introducing this kind of legislation. What matters to me more is that with this gap, the lack of disinformation act or disinformation legislature is a channel or door for a lot of authoritarian states or adversaries to intervening with domestic politics. So, for instance, it's not about South Korea, but many other countries have experienced how those authoritarian or other adversaries is exploited or taken advantage of those lack of legislation. In South Korea, I think it's not necessarily from adversaries, but let me give you some examples. So because of this information, a lot of far-right supporters of President Yoon showed hostile attitudes toward Hong Kong journalists just 1 month ago. And this month, on the 14th, a supporter of President Yoon Suk-yeol who dressed as Captain America attempted to break into the Chinese embassy in Seoul. So this is it sounds like a funny story, but imagine that. Suppose that if China uses mobilize the masses in Taiwan and try to create some kind of pretext to invade Taiwan, right? So it's going to be a pretty scary scenario. But that kind of lack of legislation or that kind of regulation or institutions may lead to some kind of international crisis.
Thank you. Thank you for your answers. And now let's move to the questions from the audience. We can collect 3 or so.
Thank you. This might come as a big surprise, but as ambassador of Latvia, I'm a big fan of the Center of Excellence in Latvia. Work it does in terms of closed loops, and the work they do is actually phenomenal in terms of their ability to pinpoint where information comes from, where they arise. And the other reason why I'm a big fan is because it's open to partners. I'm happy that Australia joined in 22, Japan joined 6 months ago, and now I'm wondering why Korea hasn't followed suit. So the question to the panel would be, do you think it would be worthwhile for Korea to also join and become a partner at the Center of Excellence in Riga?
Hello, my name is Minsun. I'm a student from Yonsei, and I just had a question regarding the concern a lot of governments have regarding the rise of deepfake or AI technology and their ability to make very realistic disinformation. I think there's a lot of sort of effort to try and regulate deepfakes, especially in the context of elections. And a common concern that I heard in this area was that it's very difficult to define what is the malicious use of these deepfakes in the context of elections and what are the sort of satire or parodies that we see as sort of artistic expression in this context of deepfakes. And I was just curious if you had any insight regarding where legislators may be able to draw a line or social media companies may be able to distinguish between what is sort of genuine satire and harmless and what can sort of be taken out of context and spread as sort of malicious misinformation, regardless of the sort of creator's intent. Thank you.
So 2 brief questions and 1 comment for Dan. So question 1 is for Jacko. 5 measures that you could talk about in the Q&A. So here we are. I'm interested to know. Secondly, I just want to say that Erwin's sharp socio-community hardening and adaptable resilience, that's going to come out in a journal article soon. The journal that I run called the Journal of East Asian Affairs. And you should all read it because it will provide all of the answers that you need for all of these issues. And so, and then briefly for Dan, you talked about guns, money, and information. Just something for everyone to look out for is the military purges that are coming in the Pentagon soon. There are a lot of generals that are about to be on their butt and no longer in the Pentagon. So watch for who's going to replace them because that's going to tell you something about who's controlling the guns and in what way. And then also, secondly, you brought up the sort of Trump mob, I guess, from J6. A lot of reporting coming out recently that Republicans in the United States are physically fearing for their safety. That part of the reason why we're not seeing perhaps as much congressional resistance is that there are congressmen who are getting death threats. For instance, those who were indicating potentially voting against Pete Hegseth and others in their confirmation hearings. So I think that's the sort of data point that links up with Dan. And I would just point out the 3 Americans who have talked so far on the panel, Bob Kelly, myself, and Dan, have all told you more or less the same story. Trump is an aspiring dictator. And I just want to make sure, like, you don't think the 3 of us are all crazy, okay? So we didn't conspire together to do this. This was all independent of each other. So just take that for what it's worth. It's a 100% rate of thinking that he's an aspiring Viktor Orban or Pol Pot or whoever. So.
We collected 3 questions, so who wants to start?
On the deep fakes, I read an article about 10 years ago when this technology was just emerging, and it was pretty clear with the eye test you could identify the jumpy, jerky videos. But now it's almost indistinguishable, and it's getting better and better with AI. So there's personal issues and all of that, and how this could be used, for exploitation. We see some of these I don't know, sexual fake videos and stuff like that, and lawsuits and stuff like that, which are pretty odd. But also for political things, you can put, I've seen some joke videos, with sports figures and stuff, and it's pretty harmless. But for political figures, before an election, it could be very damaging, right, and cause some confusion. But this article about 10 years ago, this author, he gave the suggestion of the recommendation. He said, if you're a public figure, you should wear like a wearable computer and have a constant 24/7, whenever you're in public, a video of yourself, and it has some watermark or something like that. You know, think of automobiles or truck drivers. They have the video always showing in case there's an accident or something like that. So anytime you're in the public space, you're having a video or official video of yourself, and that's the real video, and anything else would be fake. I mean, this is horrific times, but that's a solution for that. And I saw that recommendation like 10 years ago. So when you become public figure, you can have your wearable video device.
Wow. Imagine the resources and the server space taken up just holding on that. But now I could see where that comes from. The question of legitimate satire or parody versus actual bad faith disinformation is it's a relevant one. And of course, it's one that I remember already a quarter century ago when an Onion story, remember The Onion? Anyone? It was a parody website in America. Newspaper. Is it still a thing? Okay. Anyway, they had a story on The Onion about how the United States was going to plate the Capitol Dome in gold leaf, and that was re-reported by Chinese media as straight news, and it was believed as real, and then it went, did the rounds around the world before somebody worked out that it was parody. So that's an old problem. It's getting bigger now because it's harder to when you make a parody and then somebody then takes that and uses that as malicious disinformation, takes it out of context, then it's hard for anybody who sees it out of that original context to know. And that again comes down to what we mentioned before, which is about checking your facts, doing digital literacy. I mean, back at 25 years ago, I would receive an email every day from some friend telling me that Bill Gates was going to start charging for email. And I would share the same link from the website Snopes.com to say, this is not true. And Snopes is still a thing, but some people have moved on and no longer, now you've got channels, other ways of fact checking. So this brings me to some of the concrete steps that businesses can take. Again, it's a little bit too early to tell in terms of how effective they are, but there's certainly some ideas. The first is building industry-wide coalitions. Business sectors that are vulnerable to misinformation and disinformation, like finance, healthcare, technology, and media, should establish cross-industry coalitions to share intelligence on emerging threats. And a model for this is actually Australia's Cybersecurity Industry Advisory Committee, which brings together leaders from various industries to collaborate on digital resilience strategies. A similar structure focused on countering disinformation could be developed at a sectoral or even an international level. So that's one possible area. Another one is investing in digital literacy, something we've brought up a few times in this panel, and verification technology. So companies should prioritize employee and consumer education on identifying disinformation and deepfake content. Now, AI-driven content verification tools, such as Australia's CSIRO-developed AI4ID, Artificial Intelligence for Image Detection, which can detect manipulated images and videos better than we can, should be more widely integrated into corporate risk management, because ultimately it's companies that will suffer the reputational harm and the financial loss. So corporate risk management now should include this kind of counter disinformation activity. Number three, strengthening AI governance and ethical use policy. So with AI-generated misinformation becoming more sophisticated, businesses developing or deploying AI technologies must ensure that their products are not weaponized for deception. So this can be done by implementing robust ethical AI policies, such as those being adopted by the Australian Financial Review AI Ethics Committee, which advises company on AI transparency and bias mitigation. I've got a couple more, but I don't want to take up too much time. But I want to also just bear in mind that, or remind everyone that in a couple of months, Australia will go through a general nationwide election at the federal level, and South Korea may go through, depending on how the Constitutional Court rules in about a month or two, may go through its own presidential election. So these issues are very, very real and very, very topical. So let's hope that businesses and government work together. I'm going to pass the mic on.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I want to address another question from their gentleman, because I think that question is the core of today's event, today's panel and all the events of the day. I remember, if I'm correct, he asked us to talk about why matter, why worse cooperation between NATO and South Korea, right? Why do we have to have cooperation? Why do we have a conversation today? It's ultimately about cooperation between NATO and IP4, right, including South Korea. Well, the previous panelists talk about the strategic level, but I want to talk about more a little bit practical level, the necessity or the mandate, or why do we need to why do we need cooperation between NATO and South Korea and IP, including of course IP4 countries? First and foremost, because we don't know much about, we know little about how adversaries, Muslim Australian countries, do cyber op, especially influential operations toward against democracies. I have just finished writing on this information, author-creating this information yesterday, and I found that even among scholars, policy scholars, there is a very little data and also research on how authoritarian countries manipulate information to prolong their tenure in power. So this is still burgeoning because we don't have any very clear idea how specific countries, specific contents help support their legitimacy. So things like that. So we need know more. We need to inform each other about how these potential adversaries are working on to influence other countries. So for that, we need to cooperate in training. We can learn methods and technologies from each other about how to train personnel to combat disinformation. And also we can share best practice. South Korea have a lot of abundant experience tackling disinformation, both from domestic domestic political actors and also from North Korea and other countries. Yeah, I'll stop here. But those two are probably some items that we can cooperate on more on for the future.
I think it's fine if we run a little bit over time, right? Yes. Sorry.
Short story, fact, source triangulation. Check your sources multiple times. If the news is too good to be true or too bad to be true, it usually is. Check multiple sources. Is it covered by the mainstream press like BBC, CNN, Korea Herald, etc.? If you want, I've got a full article on source triangulation 2019 North Korea Review if it helps. I have also have a personal anecdote about spotting fake news because in my talking points, I mentioned that my talking points are actually based on a forthcoming book chapter on cybersecurity. What happened was that in October of last year, I was I received an invitation from some guy from what he called the US Air Power College to contribute a chapter on cybersecurity. So my first response is, people from the US Air Power College don't contact obscure people like me for this. So I said, thanks, but no thanks. I've been burned before, but if you wish to proceed this project, please contact me via LinkedIn and your institution, and also ask your agent at Degree to Press to contact me. The guy was real. So in other words, if it's too good to be true or too bad to be true, double check, triple check before you verify.
Yeah. Mea culpa. On the night of martial law, remember that a few days ago, there was a photo doing the rounds of Korean social media of a tank on the streets, and I checked and I searched and I checked, and finally, when that same photo appeared on the website of the Korea Herald, I thought, well, then it must be real, and then I tweeted it, and I found out that it wasn't. It was an old photograph that had been circulating, and even the Korea Herald, a news agency, had been fooled, and I was fooled too. So we can all fall victim to it, but we must, as you say, check multiple sources, check and recheck, and when you're proven wrong, apologize, take it down, and admit your faults.
And I think with this, we can conclude. It's a great recommendation for everyone. Thank you, all panelists. And And I know there are more questions in the audience. I'm sure that our panelists are happy to answer them during the coffee break.
We will resume in about 15 minutes.
I remember my son was in Hannam next week. Let's do it. Put your lanyard on.
Very willing to know this sort of Yes. But we have more like I'm JJK knows what Elliot serves like. So they are
Oh, yes. Can you tell her to?
Can she hear us?
Yes. Hello, Arena. Can you talk something to check your voice in here?
Yes, hello.
I feel like it's
Hello.
so loud in here.
Even if it's quiet in here, if we can't hear her right now, they're not going to be able to hear her at all.
I see that.
Yeah.
Hey, Arena.
Yes.
Can you test the voice volume now?
Yes, hello.
Yes, yes, I think so too. Okay. How about now? This is too loud now.
Can you hear
Yes,
me?
because like, oh yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay.
I mean, like she's on the voice. Her voice is on the there. We can hear that. Okay, then I think it's fine. Look, see, the speaker is fine, and she's speaking fine. So I think it's gonna be fine. Because it's too loud in here. It's so crowded. 패널 중에 한 명이 줌으로 미팅을 참여한다고 지금 급하게 그래가지고. 네.
I'm sorry, but will I see anything or not? Because not right now. There's no camera.
Yes, we should change the battery. 네, 로프트입니다. 로프트. 네네. 6시 반부터 배워보겠습니다.
I would have to check with Stephanie. Right now we're setting up the Zoom for the Zoom. Some people aren't invited. When we do final remarks, I can say thank you. Yeah, have a great. Like we really appreciate you being here. Blah blah blah, and then I can say something along the lines of for all the panelists joining the after reading, joining dinner, joining. First floor. Yeah, I would say 6:15 on the first floor, and then we'll just meet there. It depends what time this finishes. I think 6:15. Yeah, I'll try to end it. Yes. Low battery. We will take your best.
You've already killed it. That question,
But yeah, let's not sing
That was my main, that was for so one is like so misinformation is not meant to be
Because me and Dennis, I think we did a trip to Poland and Czechia and visit up to Austria. Well,
I see anything, your camera is also off.
No. We are independent. We have no cost of the government. I'm not part of the government, so no problem. I share the sentiment. Yeah, I just opened it.
How does it make sense?
Irene, try speaking.
Yes. Hello, can you speak one more time?
Yes, hello.
We can hear her, right?
Yes, just barely. Say 1, 2, 3, mic testing.
Can you say 1, 2, 3, mic test, mic test?
1, 2, 3, mic test, mic
Oh,
test.
cool. It's fine. Thank you. It will start soon.
Okay.
I did it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Irina, I'm going to send you instructions on what you need to do.
And I'm gonna share the screen, her face, okay? The Zoom face.
Okay.
And do you want? I think she want to see her, like she want to see the panels, right?
Yeah.
Zhang Li is not gonna be here, right?
Huh?
Zhang Li is not.
Yeah, I think we can put
Yes.
it right where John is. That way they also have someone to look at.
If there's no like camera here.
And you guys were asking, do we have to give a big speech and everything? And the answer is no.
Does
Yeah, you should.
That is the basic alternative to getting questions. Just talking for so long.
I think I have to.
I do not. But also, if you just put your phone on top of her phone.
It's because we went over on the last panel as well. Yes, I'm going to tell everyone to take their seats in a moment. Oh. All right, we're going to.
25, right?
All right, we're going to start the last panel here. If you guys wouldn't mind taking your seats.
Sure thing. Slight correction to the last announcement. Slight correction to the last announcement. We're going to start the best panel now. Alrighty. So thank you, everyone. Not only distinguished guests, but guests of phenomenal endurance to have lasted the entire day and still hopefully be conscious and focused and aware enough to ask challenging, demanding questions of these students, because that's what they live for, challenging questions. A lot of what we're doing here with the conference today actually started several months ago when we had the idea of running a simulation game looking at the effects of hybrid warfare, hybrid threats. What would it look like if a country was conducting a focused campaign of hybrid attacks in pursuit of some specific goal? Arena, thank you for joining us on Zoom all the way from Rome, is it? Excellent. And so we coordinated with universities in the IP4 countries. We have Yonsei here, we had Keio University in Japan, Deakin University, and most importantly, Victoria University in New Zealand. So each university fielded at least one team. Yonsei fielded two. Each team essentially simulated a government task force analyzing and proposing recommendations for dealing with hybrid warfare and so on. Originally, it was going to be called the Threat Assessment and Intelligence Task Force. And then someone pointed out to me that the acronym for that would be TAINT. So very quickly, Joshua realized that we could come up with a far better acronym, CHAOS, the Center for Hybrid Analysis and Operational Strategy. And that's clearly a much better name. And so over the course of about 4 hours, we had all of these groups of grad students and one undergrad responding to a barrage of hypothetical hybrid warfare scenarios. Each was role-playing for a fictional country with the nation of Velan playing the role of the villain looking to undermine the state of Ulcera. And the Yonsei students were representing the Devan Commonwealth. We had a group from Keio playing the state of Nihari. The New Zealanders were the Isles of Maria, and the Australians were the nation of Uranus. So just keeping everything nice and diplomatic there. So we had originally 12 different scenarios ranging from a disinformation campaign against a neighboring government, attempts to sway the diplomatic alliances of a sort of third-party country, a combination of coercion and bribery. We had critical infrastructure attacks on the healthcare system, a power grid attack, one of the classics. All of these individual actions sort of assumed to run over the course of several months,
But in order to put our students under as much stress as possible, we barrage them with a new scenario every 20 minutes. And they actually came through with flying colors, giving great responses to all of our horrifyingly challenging scenarios. And really, I think demonstrating both the potential harm that can be caused by these hybrid threats, but also giving us reason for optimism about the range of scenarios, the range of innovative approaches that are still left to us if we have policymakers who are willing to try something new, willing to think outside the box, and so on. Okay, so that's enough from me. Now let's hear from the people who really matter, the people who did the hard work, the students who had to deal with all of my mind games and machinations. So I'd like you guys to just give us your overall impressions of the exercise, what it was like going through it, and then we'll follow up with questions, get a bit of a conversation going, preferably between you rather than involving me, and then we'll open it up to our discussant, and then questions from the wider audience. And then we will finish at 6 o'clock because dinner is sacred. Okay? Thanks, everyone. So do you want to take the lead, Femke? Possibly with this, that mic's working?
Hello.
We'll see. Good.
Okay, great. First of all, I want to say a great thank you to Professor for allowing us to be here, allowing us to speak on this panel. Furthermore, I want to say a big thank you to everyone involved for allowing us to be able to have done this experiment for the first time. It's a great honor. And then, of course, thanks to all of you who have stayed here. We will keep your dinner steady, so don't worry about that. When it comes to what was going to happen that day, I did not have any clue as what to expect, since this was the first edition. And then when it started, as the professor already told about, it was quite intense. There were a lot of threats happening all of the time with little time in between to see what we could do about this. It's also fun to mention that there was no coffee break, no pee break. So it was an event for sure. But mostly, as a short remark, I would like to say that I've learned a lot that day. I think from this whole experience, I've realized the importance of having being able to not only study, not only do research papers, and not only to read books, but also to have an action and use all of that knowledge in a field such as this. Being able to work together with other universities, students, and NATO allowed us to put to work what we have used and realize how hard it actually can be. Because writing a paper, I can take my time, I can do it in the midnight, but here I only had 20 minutes of time with my team to respond. So that's a general remark about the experience myself. I will go more in depth, but I will give it to the next person to give their first remarks.
Hey, so I'm Josh Dunn. I didn't participate in the exercise because I helped design it. Daryl reached out to me and asked me to help design this exercise because I spent a very significant amount of time in a former life wearing a green suit on a day-to-day basis for the U.S. government. And I did a lot of this kind of work in my day-to-day job. And so when Daryl asked me to help design this thing, help put this together, I thought about everything that I'd learned from my decade in the Army and thought, how can I impart even just a little bit of what I learned onto the students? And I came up with 4 things that I wanted to incorporate into the exercise. And I think it sounds like you're already going to hear those 4 things: the speed, the tempo, and the intensity in which things happen. But those 4 things were that none of this ever happens in a bubble. Hybrid warfare doesn't just happen as a one-off kind of thing. It's not something that, you know, the PRC is going to wake up and say, I want to annoy Taiwan today. No, it doesn't work like that. There's always a goal and there's always a reason, and you need to be able to identify what that target is or what that center of gravity is so that you can work towards defending it appropriately. And I also wanted to make sure that the students were aware that hybrid warfare is not only a kinetic or non-kinetic thing. It's not only disinformation. It's not only criminal activity. It can be as kinetic or non-kinetic as that actor can partake in. It's not just one type of thing. It's multiple domains combined into one in an attempt to overwhelm an adversary. And as Femke mentioned, these things happen very, very, very rapidly. We had the scenario set up in such a way that it was about 20 minutes between each new inject, if you will, or each new scenario. But in real life, there's hundreds of thousands of things going on at any given time. So that's just to give them a little bit of a taste of how adversaries will overwhelm their targets to hit their end goals. And then the last thing that I wanted to make sure people were aware of is the damage that can be done with hybrid warfare. You don't have to do a full-scale invasion of an island to take over an island. You don't have to send a bunch of tanks across the Volga Gap to take over your neighboring countries. There are ways to do it that do not involve kinetic warfare. And I think that's something that they picked up on, but we'll hear from them in a moment.
Hello, everyone. So once again, I'd really like to thank everyone for making this opportunity happen. I think we all learned a lot, especially for me personally. I am a student studying international studies and international relations. So mostly like what you get to do as an undergraduate student, you usually study like theory, for example, like realist theory or liberal institutionalism or constructivism. And then they sort of teach you to use those kind of theories to sort of do case studies or think about a sort of international issue going on and analyze it in like a paper or something. So with this sort of simulation, I was really able to sort of take a step back from studying those kind of theories and thinking about what other experts have said about this, and really from a very stressful situation, like mentioned earlier, think about like what are we as a sort of government able to do in these sort of hard situations. And I figured out that in those high stress situations, I didn't end up thinking a lot about theory, and I just had to rely on what felt right and what my teammates were bringing up. And to add a note on our teammates, we were playing as the second team of Yonsei, and we actually had students from a lot of different backgrounds. As I mentioned earlier, I come from a mostly international relation background. Arena was focused in digital policy making, and Sammy, who we have here, was from a computer science background. So those kind of diverse backgrounds really helped us approach the issue from different directions, and I think that was a valuable learning experience as well.
A lot of things that I want to say has already been said by my teammates, and we'll probably come to this later. But one of the things that we actually couldn't really do was actually prep for it because we had no idea what we were in for. I think we looked at case studies, we looked at prior cases, but we weren't prepared for the absolute assault of cases and the lack of time that we had. I think when we actually met, to start off, I think there were two different teams. I think me and Femke were part of the Day 1 Alpha, and we didn't have, the rest of our teammates could not unfortunately be here today. And the Day 1 Bravo was our rest of our panel sitting here. So there was no communication between us, and we were later evaluated on our performances independently. But I think the Alpha team, we try to strategize and say, should we be nice? Like, should we escalate these things when those things happen, so on and so forth. And a lot of things, when you take a cyber class or just read about it in general, you often read about, anonymity or in terms of attribution. It's really hard to say who exactly did it. You can take a guess, but it's, very, very rare that you can often prove that someone exactly did it. And even then, it's still an uncertainty. So that kind of even put a harder challenge on, I guess, on choosing how to respond to these things. I think some other interesting things that happened was we also had to be very creative with our responses. Some of them were pretty straightforward, put out a strong statement, do this, do that. I think one of the things that was really interesting that we learned about afterward was that our team, there was something with drones attacking Alcera or buzzing around the island, and we were, I guess, thinking about how to stop it from happening, and then we came up with the idea of shooting nets at it. And then while we were talking with Josh afterwards, he actually told us that the US Army did do this in the Middle East. So even ideas that we thought were actually completely, new or genuine, we later learned that this has already been implemented. So it's also kind of a learning kind of experience as well.
I think the key takeaway here is that a group of 6 Yonsei graduate students can do in 20 minutes what might take the US military 10 or 15 years of research and development. I'm just saying Yonsei is that good. because you're not contracting Yonsei. I'm just saying. Sammy, we'll go to Sammy, and then Arena will have the last word on this one.
For me, I think since I'm the oddball out and my background is computer science, since middle school I've studied computer science. And when I first signed up for this, I actually thought it was going to be similar to a hackathon. And in hackathons, we know all the information, and from there we're supposed to like solve the problem, and like it involves coding and like getting into a system. But in this simulation, we were not given all of the context, and we were only given 20 minutes as opposed to in a hackathon where you have like the whole 48-hour, 24 or 48-hour period to do things. So it kind of taught me how public officials, diplomats, and politicians in this space, they have a limited amount of time to do things. So yeah, it taught me how to work under pressure.
Thanks, Sammy. Arena, what are your
Yeah, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can. Hear you.
Okay, so yeah, great. Yeah, I'm just gonna add a little bit because my colleagues already said pretty much everything. As a student of a European university, I came to Yonsei for an exchange. The simulation was very eye-opening for me because it introduced me to international context. Because, as you know, like in my university, my home university, we mainly focus on ethical and internal considerations in the digital policy making, and we rarely discuss any external factors of geopolitics. So I believe it was a great practice to understand that like the pressures and complexities that comes with the balancing interests, national interests, and international diplomacy, and this environment of constant state of possible cyber disruption was very stressing, but at the same time allowed us to understand how it's going in real life. Yeah, so it's highlighted the importance of joint efforts and practice sharing in hybrid warfare context. So I'm very grateful that I was part of it, and yeah.
Thank you very much. It was great to have you. Okay, so I've got 3 questions lined up, and it might be easier just to lay out all 3 questions. You can answer each in turn. We can cycle back through you, or you can pick the 1 or 2 questions that you think you have the most to say. Okay, so the first question, because I am a sadist, what was the most challenging? Of the 10 scenarios that we hit you with, which was the most challenging, the most stressful, so that next year I'll give the group more of that. Secondly, focusing more on the outputs than the inputs, what struck you as the single most important tool for dealing with not just one particular kind of scenario, but like across the board, all these kind of scenarios, was there something that you found coming up again and again, we should do this to solve like multiple different kinds of threats? Okay. And finally, Avita already touched on this, but someone else might want to add. The question of how forcefully to respond. Okay. It's easy to issue a diplomatic statement. Was there a point at which you considered the use of force? Were there any of your solutions where you actually did recommend that your government would use force? I know some of the groups did in response to some of these. And what were your considerations when deciding to escalate to that kinetic level or not? Okay, so those are the 3 questions for the next round. Biggest challenge, most useful tool, and that question of kinetic escalation. Okay, so you can go back down, passing the microphone, or you can just raise your hands one at a time and take a stab at one of those questions.
Well, I'll go first since I have the microphone. For me, the biggest, out of all the problems that we were faced with, I think there was this one instance where our country and another country, they have this island that they're it's like a dispute, and there was this attack by somebody, we don't know who, and there was like a disinformation attack on social media, and they were sort of fueling public opinion that it's our ally, but they were on social media telling our citizens that our ally was preparing to send forces to that island, the disputed island. So it was sort of manipulating how our citizens were thinking. So it kind of showed me, it introduced to me the power of disinformation and how easily public opinion can be swayed. And also, it taught me that across all societies, I think there needs to be some sort of resilience that could be developed amongst citizens, especially when they're engaging with social media and the internet and online information.
So that actually makes me really happy to hear, because I was going to say that was my favorite scenario that we designed, because it puts you in this weird gray zone that you really need to know about, that hybrid warfare can really get after, where how do you distinguish if that issue is a legitimate issue between two nations, or if it's sponsored by a third party, if the third party is trying to instigate something? How do you know? Because as it was on paper, the island of Nihari and the Devon Commonwealth, were the deep fake articles and videos are being generated of politicians making claims to this island and creating discontent and discord between the two nations, which was diverting attention from other places, as the students eventually found out. I don't want to spoil, but they found out where the attention really should have been. And so I'm really glad to hear that was one of the most challenging ones.
Just to add on to this scenario, I was going to also mention that this was my most difficult scenario, I think, because we were representing Devon, and this sort of was one of the scenarios that hit our Devon Commonwealth the hardest, aside from, I think, a scenario where our semiconductor supply chain was hit. And the reason this was very unnerving for me was that it really showed the difficulties governments can have when there is disinformation, especially very realistic disinformation that sort of instigates the public opinion in a way that sort of could force our hand, was very unnerving. Because while we, as an institution that had the capability to debunk these deepfakes, the public didn't seem to believe when we issued public awareness campaigns or official statements on that these were deepfakes and you shouldn't trust them. And they were very outraged over this very sensitive issue of disputed territory. And I think it was very threatening, because it felt that our options as a government who has to sort of represent what our people want, our options were very constrained because the people were very emotional or very outraged over these sort of disinformation. So I think it presented us the most challenges, and sort of connecting it to the sort of most useful tool I thought in dealing with the scenarios, I think, as sort of passive as it is, I think raising public awareness was one of the answers that came up the most in our sort of responses towards these scenarios, because a lot of these scenarios involved sort of disinformation campaigns or public opinion spreading misinformation or resulting in public panic. So I think we always sort of put in like raise public awareness, try to make sure fact checking is widely available, because that was one of the most important parts of sort of countering this hybrid threats. And I think in a way, one of the most important things is like, how much does your people sort of trust when you trust the government when they say, this is actually deep faked, this is actually disinformation? How much of that societal trust is in there for people to sort of accept that they've been fooled, and that to accept the fact check, I think, was very important.
Arena, would you like to have a stab? You're muted.
Sorry. Yeah, for me, actually, I was gonna add just to what Minson said. So basically, for me, it's not only about the public awareness itself, but also about raising the digital literacy of the society so that they themselves can assess somehow, like not just listening to the governance, but also reading through different articles, using critical thinking, and different like tools if there are somehow like identify the threat of the deepfakes and AI generated content. So yeah, that's just an addition to what Minsun already mentioned.
Thank you very much. Femke?
It was very interesting that right before this, we had the talk about disinformation and social media. I was able to learn a lot about it, but also a lot of questions still remain when it comes to this kind of topic. Of course, within this, we had a lot of injections that were disinformation. And with this, it's never really know what to do. Of course, like we've talked about and as has been talked about in the panel before us, is that literacy is very important. But what we also have to take in mind is that when such campaigns are launched, although maybe afterwards you can show them that it is not true, there are still people who will not see that and will still believe that what is happening. In our case, it was between nations. And because we know allies are so important, we just did not get angry, did not attack, of course, and first figured out what it was, and then valued the literacy and the openness to the public. I think this was also one of the scenarios I found the hardest, or any scenario that involved the injection of disinformation campaigns. And as Minson said, our team as well valued openness for this as much as possible, showing notes of anything we had and being clear to the public. Then when it comes to the most important tools, I think we soon realized in the first threat, we were kind of shocked at how fast it would go. So our first response was kind of messy. There was no structure to it as much as we would like to. And then we realized that it's such responses, a structure is extremely important. So after that, we've started to develop a kind of structure within our team and within our teammates. First and foremost, we had the attribution of who we thought was the culprit of such an attack. Mainly, those attributions would stay to us and not to the public. Because we usually saw there was no real need for this to announce it to the public, as it can only make things worse. And then we had a short-term response and a long-term response. So one of the good tools that we had in our team was setting up those long-term responses and building kind of pillars to fall back on in later attacks. And that also became quite satisfying to see that when another attack happened or when another injection happened, that we were able to fall back on systems that we had set up in the past. So that gave us a lot of smiles amongst the stress. Furthermore, I think that was difficult, and that I think every team agreed on in this experience, and also that we've talked about with the students from the other countries at the time, was the struggle that we could not communicate with the other teams. So to give you kind of an idea, everything that went down just a few rooms that side. We were in one room, the other team was in another room. So we could not communicate with each other, nor could we communicate with all the other teams that were on the map. So although you kind of have the allies, you cannot really talk to each other. So with such a campaign where disinformation is spread about one country or one nation attacking the other, or planning to attack, we could not just walk up to them and be like, hey, is this true? Because that was kind of hard. So it was really trusting your allies, trusting yourself, and staying accountable to your allies as well. I think that was one of the important things and of an important tool as well for the long-term truth of this.
Just to add on the sort of team experiences about like the difficulties regarding like the inability to communicate with other teams, we also thought it would have been a good it would have been better if we could have responded to the scenario mentioned earlier, if we could sort of talk it over with the Nihari Island team, because we had no idea what they were thinking regarding this issue. It was clear that they also knew that it was deepfakes and it was disinformation, but also regarding this sort of very tenuous situation, it would have been great if we could sort of issue like a joint investigation or like a joint response sort of addressing these deepfakes. Like, yes, we have these sort of conflicting opinions over these disputed territories, but both of us don't want to escalate to physical violence. Sort of clarifying statement from both of these governments, I think, would have been able to sort of calm the situation down and not work into the hands of sort of malicious actors behind the deepfakes trying to distract us or cause division between allies and neighboring countries. Aside from that, our team also struggled initially regarding these rapid injections and scenarios. I think at first we were responding in a very reactive manner, focusing on very short-term responses and trying to figure out how we could solve all of these problems. And eventually, as sort of we got used to dealing with the threats, I think we realized that as a government, there are things that you can do, but there are also things you can't do as like a democratic government that needs to respect like free speech. So as time went on, we sort of learned how to focus on what responses we could do and what we had to sort of leave to the public or private companies or fact checkers to sort of figure out amongst themselves. So I think that was a sort of valuable insight on the sort of limitations of government responses in these sort of hybrid threats.
Okay, Vitor, you're getting the last word here.
Probably not the last word, but we'll see. So I'm going to try to combine all the responses because they are kind of linked. One of the biggest challenges that I faced in addition to this information was towards the end when Velan was seemingly very determined to maybe even infiltrate, take over, or very much intimidate Altera. And I think at that point, we were really confused because, should we de-escalate because is that weak? Should we escalate because, and then, are we going to be responsible? Are they going to blame us for, escalating the situation? And, in that case, it's like, it's very difficult and there's a lot of public opinion involved. There's domestic politics involved. What is the public going to think? Do I have an election cycle? I mean, we didn't have to worry about those things, but my mind couldn't help but wonder about these things and, in real life, worry about, the politicians or the people in power having to worry about how it's going to look on their administration, how it's going to look long-term as well. Other than that, I think one of the most important tools that we found helpful for us was definitely coffee and food. But all jokes aside, I think one of the things that we could continuously do was building defenses and making sure that we wouldn't fall prey to these things again. So I guess you could call it like building up your system resilience. You could call it, making sure your private industries are in coordination with it, making sure your government bodies, it's all integrated and there's a single central agency that, coordinates cyber measures. So there's a bunch of things and I'm slightly all over the place, so apologies for that. But yeah, that's my response.
Excellent, thank you all. A couple of you have mentioned specifically or perhaps implicitly on the concept of resilience. And given that resilience is in the name of the panel, I'd just like to ask one final question from me, which is essentially, what does resilience mean to you in this context, and why do you think it's important? Okay, what is resilience and why is it important? After that, we're lucky enough to be joined by Dr. Alex Lee, from the Korean Institute for Defense Analysis. And he's going to grill you with some more questions after my questions. Okay? So, resilience.
When I hear this question, another challenge that I thought of was during the simulation, we were introduced with a ransomware attack. I think it was on either it was an entity within our government or our allies' government, and we weren't sure within our team if we should pay the ransom or just like let our data be locked up and destroyed. So I think my suggestion was to pay the ransom, and then we could follow like that. If it's paid in Bitcoin or Ethereum, we could just follow that cryptocurrency, and there's technology that we can use to follow where the payment is going, and we could trace it back to another government entity. But then I realized that we have a time constraint of about 20 minutes, so that may not be feasible. And that was something that my teammates brought up. So I think that was something that I thought of. And touching on top of that, I think building resilience through cross collaboration of agencies globally, internationally, and federally at the federal level. I think that if you do that, if you have this collaboration between politicians, diplomats, and then people in the cybersecurity technical fields, I think that will build resilience by itself.
If I could sort of add on to that and also give my answer on what resilience means to me. During that scenario that Sammy just mentioned, our sort of semiconductor supply chain was targeted by a ransomware attack, and very important industry to the Dave and Commonwealth was unable to operate, resulting, as you could expect, a wide panic and disruption of our day-to-day life. And from that, I think when I went through the simulation, resilience to me was all about when after this sort of hybrid threat attack happens, how quickly are we able to sort of resume back to sort of normal operations, just as if the attack didn't happen, or sort of learn from it and move on. So I guess if I had to say like what is resilience, it would be like how quickly are you able to bounce back up from the threat as a society. Yes, and I think it is important because the nature of hybrid threats is that no matter how good your cyber defenses are, there may be vulnerabilities that your adversaries could use to gain access to your computer systems anyway, such as very sophisticated spear phishing attacks. And there's the problem of disinformation campaigns, which you can't really defend yourself fully from when you're an open society as a democracy. So I think in regards to these hybrid threats, since there's no way to sort of perfectly implement deterrence by denial, as in like perfectly defend yourself from it, I think resilience, the ability to bounce back up when you are attacked in this kind of manner, is very important in terms of in terms of like national security.
I mean, everything has already quite been said. The only thing I can add is to what I've said before, is setting up the kind of systems that you're able to fall back on, and also working on prevention instead of just solving things. And then also for us as a team, the ability to just breathe and continue, because within this experience as a person, it can also take a toll on you and you might lose all hope. I think we could see this to go back on another question that you've asked before about how forcefully we respond. Our last threat, we lost all of our resilience, we lost all of our hope, and we responded quite forcefully, which looking back was funny to see, but it was kind of a Top Gun response.
Yeah, you did kind of start a war in your response to the final scenario, which, no judgment, we've all done it, but it was quite a leap from your measured diplomatic responses in the previous 9.
I'm just happy it was a scenario, and I think it's important for even people in high positions that they should have dinner and eat nice. I think we were just hungry. After that, we realized we've made a mistake. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, Arena, do you have anything you'd like to say about resilience? Sorry, Arena, would you like to add anything on the topic of resilience?
I mean, everything has already been said pretty much, but the only thing that got up in my mind right now is that resilience for me is also about not only learning on your own mistakes, but also learning on the mistakes of other nations. Or, for example, in case of the simulation, if something comes up in neighboring nations between them, maybe considering what what would we do if something like that happened to us, and building some kind of the strategy in advance before, like just in case, you know. And I think the resilience is being able to back up and have some kind of plan B for as many sort of scenarios as possible.
Excellent. Very wise. Thank you. Okay, so let's have a few questions from Dr. Lee, and then we'll turn it over to the rest of the audience. So maybe 10 or 15 minutes for Dr. Lee's questions.
So that was a very interesting discussion. First of all, we actually had this discussion about resilience in the morning at KAIDA, where I work, Korea Institute for Defense Analysis. We all had different definition of resilience. So that's happening on the expert table as well. But you guys are already defining the resilience in specific terms. And we're dealing with the resilience in terms of the global supply chain and also US-China competition and how that will affect the defense supply chain. So I'm usually on your side of the table. I'm usually a player for the war games because we conduct different kinds of war game at KAIDA. Annually, we conduct the war game called Political Military Game every year, sponsored by Joint Chiefs of Staff and also DoD, M&D Korea. And that usually involves different players, US, China, Japan, Australia, and Europe. And also, I did another game in Hawaii last September that was hosted by Indo-Pacific Command and also Livermore Laboratory in the United States. So from Korea, our institution, KAIDA, was representing Korea, and NIDS, National Institute for Defense Studies in Japan, participated, and ASPI from Australia participated. So that was a quadrilateral war game. So both games were very interesting, and they're very much as well as classified. And before I came to this seminar, I was hoping to get the copy of your scenario, but I wasn't able to. So my discussion will be somewhat limited in terms of understanding your scenario, but hopefully I can give you some productive comments on your war game. So like I said, I have a summary of your war game, but it doesn't lay out all the scenarios. It just gives you the sense of who's playing, and you have a fictional state in your game, right? So a lot of my comments are the questions about the scenario, but you may already have those on your scenario. So if I get that on email, I think I'll be able to give you a better comments based on. Oh, you did? Okay, okay, okay. Okay, I'll read them. Oh, okay, okay. So my comment on, I want you to consider the following, right? So before we play actual game with the other players in KAIDA, with M&D, we do compare different nations, like military strength of the nation, economic strength of the nation, diplomatic strength of the diplomatic power of the nation. So the reason that we do this is you have limited your scope to the hybrid war, but it can really go to the full scale, even to the nuclear war. So we have to understand the capability of each country before we actually engage in the game. So I wasn't really sure, like, if you had understanding of the each other's capability in terms of the military and economic strength, because that can also lead to the second strike capability as well. So if you did conduct the hybrid war, that you can get retaliated by the your enemy. So that's another consideration I want you to think about. And also, I wasn't really sure about the domain. So you do have the hybrid warfare, right? But I wasn't sure which Arcera, right? Arcera and Villain. So these two countries are fictional, but are they representing specific part of the world? For example, China and Taiwan. Huh? They're fictional, right? But is this fictional setting based on the real global security environment, or? All right.
Some names were made up, some I stole from fantasy books that I read as a kid because I'm a huge nerd.
All right.
But part of our remit from NATO was to keep everything abstract.
So that's fine, right? But that's fine. But uh, the reason I'm asking this is how would you apply your outcomes, your conclusion to a real life, real security environment? Because you do have a lessons learned from this game, right? But you want to apply that to the real world. So that's another thing that I want you to think about. And since you're affiliated with the NATO and you're sponsored by NATO, which I believe it was the seminar was possible because of NATO sponsor, right? So I think 3 years ago, I had a meeting with the uh, European folks, and we had a meeting. The title was the FIMI, Foreign Intervention, Information, right, Manipulation, and Interference, right? So that's the term they use in Europe, right? And in the Pacific, they use more of the disinformation or misinformation. So these two are different concepts and different. These two are different concepts that are understood by different regions, and that will be applied differently to the hybrid or gray zone warfare. So that we have to understand clearly to really apply. But again, like you do have this fictional concept, so that doesn't apply to the real world. But if you do in the future really deal with the real, like Taiwan Strait situation or Korean Peninsula situation, you do want to consider these FIMI and disinformation. They're different terms, right? And they're applied differently in different regions. And also format, I've heard from FAMKI that you guys were in different rooms, right? And I'm not sure. Did you guys have allies, adversaries, like different groups? Mhm.
And each group was in their own group. So although maybe on paper we could read and we could see within the scenarios that we have allies or we chose like to have allies, we were not able to communicate with them.
Is there a specific reason for that?
They didn't ask.
I did accidentally join the Zoom call of one of the Japan teams, and they did assume that I was trying to steal their information. I assured them I was an ally.
But that actually happens in the real world, and also this hotline, right? And information sharing is part of the allies network and a job to really engage. So that's another thing I want you to consider. And was there a referee or presider in this war game?
I think the management crew were playing the role of God, Josh, more directly.
Traditional war game, we have a red cell, a blue cell, maybe a purple cell, but also a white cell, the management team. We only had blue teams as the nations that were playing, and then we had the white cell. The white cell was me and Liz and Dr. Bakke. So anytime something popped up, if they had questions or if they needed further information, I put on my role play hat and said, here's what we got for you. Here's what you can work with.
You did have YSL, so right? Okay. So let's turn back to the real war game, and I want you to remember these. I'm sure you do know you've been playing war game, right? Yeah. Right. So yeah. So what's the reason for making it as a fiction? Like, can you have the actual China, Taiwan, or DPRK, RK situation?
It was it's a sensitivities thing, a political sensitivities thing. This was sponsored by NATO, and they very specifically requested that we make this as fictional as possible, so as to not poke one side or another. You know, we're not. Well, I say we. I don't speak for NATO. NATO is not the business of agitating either side. So they asked that we keep it as sanitized as possible. So that's what we did.
So is there an option to make it a classified?
Unclassified?
Yeah, no classified. Like you play the game in classified manner.
I mean, I have a security clearance, but I don't know the logistics about it. That's security clearances.
I mean, just to clarify, it's not that we simply changed the names. We developed the region from scratch because of the diplomatic considerations that Josh mentioned. I think the key thing, and I think what the students have already demonstrated with their answers, though, is you can go through this and then ask yourself questions like, what is my country going to do if they are the victim of a ransomware attack on their healthcare system in the way that the Devon Commonwealth is? So as a teaching tool, the names don't matter so much. Like if I say, oh, Devon Alpha, you guys are actually the United States. Now you have nukes. Can I tell them? There was one scenario where FEMCA asked for clarification. Does my country have nuclear weapons? Which is an important thing to know. Absolutely. That was when I learned what the word hangry meant. So in a situation like that, specific information about the specific capabilities of my country, you know, how big is our population? Do we have nuclear weapons, etc.? It can make a difference to the scenario, perhaps improve the scenario, certainly. But as a teaching tool, a lot of those details don't matter in terms of making clear the concepts of a general, for example, a society-wide resilience, as the students were talking about.
All right, I understand. So okay. My next question was about the scenario. Like, you know, how much time have you put into, like, you know, drafting the scenario, and how much of discussion did you guys have, or is it like by one person making a scenario, or how did that work?
So the way it started was I gave Daryl about 16 scenarios, 17 scenarios that I, like things I'd seen either in real life, like personal experiences in Afghanistan, or things that I'd seen across the news. And I tried to cover the full gamut of what we would call hybrid warfare, everything from kinetic actions to disinformation. So I developed those scenarios over the course of a couple weeks, probably-ish. Passed them off to him for his blessings, and then we kind of refined down what he would like the students to see.
Okay, I see. So, for if you're going to continue this project or war game next year, like, you know, if you only had the blue team for this one, right? If you had a red team and if you had a white team, white cell, specifically, like, you know, I think that will be more in terms of learning and experiencing it. That will be more better in terms of carrying out this mission of the war game or project. And also, I'm not sure if you had really seen the inside the black box. Like, you know, in IR, we talk about country A, B fighting, right? But if you look into the black box of country A, there's a foreign minister, there's a president, there's a defense minister, and so on, right? If you had a chance to look into each individual leadership, like, you know, if you have not, I think that will be another content or way you can conduct your war game in the future. You know, all of these take a lot of time, right? And it's all about the scenario. You have to put these into scenario. And for example, when we play a war game, for example, we have a blue team, right? Korea is a blue team, and the situation is in the Korean Peninsula. So North Korea launching a missile, right? And Korea and blue team US and blue team Japan. And there are red teams too, right? And we do have okay, what's the decision of Korean MND, right? And how do they communicate with the US DoD? So looking at the level of these institutions, right? Institutional level of looking into the ministries and departments. I think those are very important character of the war game itself. So later on, if you are going to invest more time into the scenario for the next war game, I think having a blue team and red team and having institutions looking inside the black box, I think that will be a very valuable experience to the future.
Indeed.
Yes.
Thank you very much for your
Yeah,
input,
that's it.
Dr. Lee. I really appreciate the benefit of your expertise here today. We have 11 minutes left, of which 9 will be spent with questions from the audience, and 2 minutes will be spent heading towards the door for dinner time. Okay, so do we have any questions from the audience? Haruko can start us off. Okay, and then Hannah next. Let's take 2 or 3 to start with. Bundle the questions up, and then we'll get answers.
I have a question specific to the very hard scenario that you talked about, which I can imagine in real life, as Professor Lee was talking about. So in this whole exercise, I was wondering, did you ever come up with bilateral relationship, level of trust, allies? Because I think you talk about resilience. I think it's very important. But at the same time, you said that you couldn't speak to the other country, which I think in real life, and if that is something applicable to reality, is very dangerous. So I was just wondering if that word trust or confidence, anything like that propped up in your overall takeaways.
I'm wondering what type of the disinformation was the most difficult for you to identify or to respond? Because that is the 2 different levels, just to find out that somebody is lying to you or to respond when you understand that it is disinformation. But how do you act not to spoil the situation even more?
I would like to ask about your in-game experience, about using different means of power, being like military, diplomatic, information, economic, etc., etc. Like, in what cases you see that the mean from one dimension was actually creating effect in another dimension, and when you saw maybe with the combinations of different means were creating really aggressive synergies in effects. Thank you.
Okay, so that's our first 3 questions. If you guys could take a stab at any of those that you're interested in. And let's mix things up by letting Arena go first, just in case she's struggling with time zones and connections.
Yeah, okay, then I will start with the first one related to the question of trust. So as for the most challenging scenario, as we already kind of mentioned that we weren't able to talk with other teams. So at this specific scenario, we had to just assume that they are in the same situation, like the state of Myanmar is the same situation as us. And we kind of have to trust them. And also we try to analyze what was going on before, because as was already mentioned, it was like a series of different types of hybrid warfare attacks. And analyzing it, we put the trust into the fact that both of us are of our nations are being disinformed, and that led us to the question of trusting the other nation. Yeah.
So I would like to address your question, ma'am, if I may. So this this insight that I have doesn't come specifically from the exercise, but all the students they're hitting on something that I feel very, very passionately about, something that I think needs to be implemented. I just don't have the backing behind me to implement it. I'm now a retired soldier. I'm a student. I can't do these things. But what I would suggest, and I think we would all agree here, is there needs to be some kind of common intelligence sharing platform amongst allied or friendly nations. It doesn't even have to be an alliance, just something to share information with each other. Because a lot of these things that we see, especially in these gray zone tactic areas, the way we identify them, the way we counter them, it's all state secrets. It's not things that we can, it's like, hey, Korea, here's what we're doing. What are you doing? They protect their tradecraft for a reason. We in the United States, I'm speaking for I think now 3 of us in here, we experienced one of the greatest tragedies in our nation because of a lack of intelligence sharing. The Twin Towers fell because of a lack of intelligence sharing, general summary. And as a result, we created an institution called the Department of Homeland Security to create a common platform for these various intelligence agencies to talk with each other and prevent that from ever happening again. So I think something like that could work really well in East Asia, something supported by a neutral party such as NATO to facilitate that intelligence, that information sharing.
If I could add on to that answer, I think part of like how the war simulation was run, I don't think we as a team sort of thought of Nihari, which was played by another team, as being a sort of potential enemy. So we sort of automatically trusted that this was obviously a deep fake and they probably wouldn't want to start a war with us. But I do think that in real life, there may not be that sort of trust, or it might be much more difficult to sort of blindly trust like that. So I think part of what was important in that scenario particularly was the ability to technologically prove that these videos were obviously manipulated. So I do think that it's very important that nations sort of have this ability to quickly detect potential deepfakes and be vigilant for these kind of manipulated material before making sort of brash decisions that cannot be taken back.
I think to respond to the question of the disinformation, I don't remember exactly how many different disinformation injections we had and what they were. I do remember that the one that was spoken about before was of one country planning to attack or do something that was against their ally agreements. Another one was where it was said that we as Devin did something or said something, political figure of us. For that one, it was really easy to respond by we decided to publish all of the official minutes of that meeting. But with this, usually what is hard is the attribution. When it comes to disinformation campaigns, of course, we're never sure if it's one of the states which we are in a game with, or it can also be a non-state actor. I think when you're starting a war and when you're shooting at someone, it's easy to see who points the gun. But when it comes to cyber attacks, it's really hard to attribute it, and that also comes with a big danger, which is what we realized, that if we attribute it to one of the nations and we act on that, that might not be the case, because there was in the scenarios or in the injections, usually, if I remember, not enough information to really attribute it to someone. This also then links to the first question of trust. I think we kind of took notes throughout the experience of who has been doing what, which is when we found out that Falun was not the best state out there, and we kind of mistrusted them, and we saw that basically they are not doing great things. So we knew at one point not to trust them, and I think the longer you were in that game, the more you know who to trust. I also would like to note that I wanted to ask about nuclear weapons, not because I wanted to use them. Please don't think badly of me. I just, you need to know your information before you get into things. Thank you.
Yeah, the nukes were definitely for deterrence, and that's what a lot of countries say. So we, in terms of alliances, sorry, I'm not able to answer the other questions right now. It's been a long day. But we did do things that we weren't exactly supposed to do. I'm sure the countries that Professor and Liz and Josh worked on were completely fictitious, but subconsciously we had a bias because of the descriptions of these countries. We could, in our heads, imagine what these countries are supposed to do. And another thing was towards the end of the introductory, I guess, packages you say we got, there were a few alliances in there. There was an alliance between the new democratic states, Nihari and the Van Commonwealth. There was another alliance between the Isles of Maria and Oranos, way south. So there were a few things that we could base off of it. And another thing that I guess my team also did that we probably weren't supposed to do was we could also see the responses from the other teams in certain scenarios, not only them, but also the other nation states and their teams. So sometimes we would wait to publish it and see what the other team would also say. So we kind of played a waiting game in the rare scenarios that we had a response ready before the deadline.
Excellent. I'm or promoted within your intelligence agency. And I think perhaps that lesson, because I didn't know you guys had done that, that lesson about the importance of intelligence gathering and getting information from all sources, even sources maybe you're not supposed to have access to, is a pretty appropriate point on which to end today's panel and the conference. Liz, would you like to take us out?
Thank you all for being here today. We really appreciate it. It's a really wonderful experience, and we can't express our gratitude enough. Thank you to NATO for sponsoring us and for the event all the panelists who've been here and all the guests who have really been we owe the biggest gratitude that we can give. We're looking forward to doing more in the future together.
Yeah, absolutely. Very good. Is she there? Oh, we hold it up there.
Oh. Thank you, Arena. Yes, I need to turn off the YouTube, but they are taking a photo. I don't think so. I think they're all waiting.